sleep. His job is to make sure you stay woke. So I'm the fucking Freddy Krueger of the conscious community. I'm gonna keep your ass awake. I'm gonna keep you awake. That's my job in this community. My job is to keep you awake. If I catch your ass sleeping, keep you up. After they, then at the end of the day, we also have to make sure that we can individually teach people, because even when people go to school, they need a tutor. They need a mentor. They need a guidance counselor. You box, you need a trainer. You play ball, you need a coach. Well, when it comes to wealth building stratagems that we can employ, who do we have in our corner? Absolutely nobody. You go to school from pre-K to 12th grade, that's 14 years of school. And they didn't teach you nothing about credit nor real estate in the 14 years that you've been going to school. And they said if you want some kind of real information, now you're going to have to go into debt. You're going to have to owe us $20,000. You're going to have to owe us $40,000 in the name of student loan. And you cannot get a refund for the student loan. You can't get a refund for student loan. So Bank of America, Wells Fargo, you know they steal millions of dollars at a time from one year to the next. Every year they get caught. You could go online right now and see how many fake accounts they created, stealing money from people with real accounts. You could do this. Our people still go online and set up accounts with them. I show you One United Bank, the black bank. And people, I don't know, will they give me this? Will they give it? The other bank's been stealing from you. And they got a record of it, of them doing it. It's on the news, it's online. They've stolen from more people than any one of us could ever do in our community. But members of our community will disdain me, but still go online and open up an account or maintain having an account with Wells Fargo, maintain having an account with Bank of America, but then they will question their own people. And they've been stealing from people by the millions for years. But you ain't mad at them, and you ain't trying to shut them down, and you ain't doing no videos on them either. And they ain't going to educate you about the programs or processes. They are going to teach you how to be manipulated when you go to them for advice. That's a fact. It's a fact. Now tell me that ain't slavery. A people rape, rob, and pillage you, destroy your libraries, and the only thing that you can conceive of doing is sending your children to their public school system to be taught by the same people that oppress you. But you mad at me. You mad at me. But you can send your children, your posterity, to the progeny of those who have enslaved you and stolen your language. You think a people in position of power is going to fairly educate your people to get in position of power? Do you think that? Do you think a people in position and power will fairly educate the people that they spent so many years to set back? You think they're going to turn around and say, well, let's empower the children? You think the children that benefited from slavery, that's in power, is going to create a system that's going to empower the children that were disempowered or taken or stripped from a thorough knowledge itself? You think that they are going to be empowered? You think the benefactors of slavery are going to say, let's even the playing field and let's give the other children an opportunity to compete with our children? No. They inherited our wealth. They're not going to just dispose of it like that. The name of the game was to empower a people. After they rape, rob, and pillage and strip us of a thorough knowledge itself, you think they're just going to turn around and give it back to you? You're going to have to take it back with force. And force don't necessarily mean violence, but you got to violently approach being educated. Like your life depends on it, because it does. Your life depends on knowledge. Let them fools out there teach you about just going to war and fighting. And yo, you got to get the knowledge first. It's your greatest asset. Y'all want to go to war, but you don't want to study warfare. Warfare is when you got people doing things subconsciously, working to their disadvantage without them knowing, because you control their education, and you control their drugs, and you control their food. So they're going to behave the way you want them to behave. So even when they try to react, those of us that are brilliant amongst the masses that have been oppressed, we will be attacked by those who are also being oppressed, because that's the triggers that is set off when you're eating the bad food, when you're taking this horrible medicine, when you're being educated by an oppressive system. Guess what? When some of us wake up, the rest of us will tear us down, because that's the meat talking, that's the disease talking, that's the miseducation talking. Y'all got to see the system for what it is. A lot of our people so deeply entrenched in this system, they will turn on you. Don't forget the religion either. The slave master's religion, his education, his food, and his medicine has us as zombies that turn against any one of us that wake up. Freddy Krueger was the man. You got to see the hidden message in Freddy Krueger. He was actually the man. Why was Freddy Krueger the man? I'm fucking Freddy Krueger. They make me out to be the devil. I'm down. I got my claws going right against the bars. Just like this. You know why? Because Freddy Krueger's job was to make sure motherfucker was afraid to sleep. His job was to make sure you stay woke. So I'm the fucking Freddy Krueger of the conscious community. I'm gonna keep your ass awake. I'm gonna keep you awake. That's my job in this community. My job is to keep you awake. If I catch your ass sleeping, you're gonna get killed with this knowledge. You know, I'm bodying people with the knowledge to keep them woke. And you gotta hit them so hard with the knowledge, sometimes they be mad at you. Sometimes they be upset with you. But Freddy Krueger's job was to make sure that people were afraid to go to sleep. I will be the Freddy Krueger of the conscious community. I just drive a better car. I just drive a better car, but I will be Freddy. That's right. I will be the one whose job is to scare you from going to sleep. You catch yourself sleeping, you jump. Oh shit, I almost fell asleep. Because that's what they're taking advantage of. They're taking advantage of the people that are asleep. That's what they're taking advantage of. And then I go out my way to make sure I take the right type of herb so I can sleep every other day, and people think I'm crazy. Nah, you're gonna get hurt. No, you get hurt more going to sleep during these times. You gotta stay awake when they sleep. You gotta stay awake when they awake. It's the only way we're gonna get ahead. You gotta take time out to study all that they haven't been teaching you. Again, from pre-K to 12th grade, it's 14 years from pre-K to 12th grade. How they not gonna teach you anything about credit? I don't give a damn if you don't like me. I don't care if you don't like my Islamic rants, Christian rants, Judaism rants. There's things that you can take from me, like you could take from anybody else that can empower you. You ain't never going to tell me you can't take something from me to take you to the next level. That would be a complete lie. That would mean that you are so ethnocentric or so engulfed or entrenched in your religious dogma that there's a veil over your eyes that even when the truth comes before you, you suffer from cognitive dissonance. And cognitive dissonance is when a person is presented truths that they know beyond a shadow of a doubt under normal circumstances they would adhere to. But because they can't conceive how they can be wrong, because they're overwhelmed by their ego, they will still postulate to themselves that that which is wrong still must be right, because after all, they are the bearers of that purported truth. And so
all right, so I got it. Okay, look who's back. Look who's back on YouTube. So Young Pharaoh's back on YouTube. He's making a comeback. He got 16.5 subscribers. I'm sure it's going to slowly grow. Yeah, I don't mind Young Pharaoh. He's entertaining for those. You dig? Not for me so much, but for people who likes what he's into, he's entertaining. As long as he doesn't become an anti-Semitic, right? Anti-Semite, okay? As long as he doesn't become that, you know, don't bash too much on whole races or whole groups. Big, he's okay. He's not in the category of polite and people like that. Let's just say that. Yeah, he liked to run his mouth, bro. So we got Pharaoh's back on YouTube. All right, so I'm gonna try. Hey, you hear me in the background? No, man, because I had him. I'm in the kitchen, and I had him. I was picking him up. What the hell is that? What is that? That's a big old fruit fly. Look at that, my spray at. Now here's some punishment. He had to do a bid. The bid is the playpen. See, he had to do a little bid. You dig? Peace, Dice Man. All right, so I'm going to try to be careful with this one because it has so many views, 43 million views.
What? I'm sorry. I'm.
Let me turn my zoom up. So he comes way over here to yell. Yeah, so in the kitchen, when I have him and where I'm seated, the stove is to my back. So when I pick him up, he's facing the stove. He grabs the pan handle every time, man. And I told you I ate all. Come. That's an angry. That's an angry yell. You don't do that yell too often. That was intentional. Okay, so so he grabs the pan handle that's turned. I know. Who's old enough to watch those commercials back in the day where they say the pot handle shouldn't be, who's near my age when those commercials, those cartoons with the pot handles wasn't supposed to be like where a kid could grab it because something like that could happen. So I had it like that. And he grabs the pan handle every time and pulls to the floor. And one time it was my spaghetti. The next time it was something else. And this time it was just like oil. Like I cooked fried fish yesterday. So now I turn the handles away from where you grab it. So it's kind of my fault, but still, he is the one who still grabbed it. All right, so he had to do a little bid. I put him in the playpen, cut the lights off, and you dig. So he's free at last. Thank God he's free at last. Okay, so this is Steven Crowder. He has a YouTube channel called Steven Crowder, and his shows are called Louder with Crowder, something like that. He has 1 million comments. He's a right wing. He's a right wing person, Republican. He defends all the Republican talking points. He don't believe in racism in the country. All those talking points. That's him. All right. So when but you can't listen. Smart Black people, you can't say, "Oh, I'm heterosexual. They're homosexual, so I'm not gonna listen to their points." Oh, he's Republican. I'm Democrat. I'm gonna listen to their points. You are a fool if that's how you believe. You become the authoritative figure when you know both sides. That's the tip. That's the secret sauce to these debates. When you know both sides, you become the authoritative figure on these said subjects. Okay, but I can give you the secret sauce, but it ain't that easy. It's easier said than actually done. That means you got to put in the hours to learning the other side that you disagree with vehemently. You got to watch videos, read books, all that type of stuff. I got Curtis Call's book. He's anti-jab. All right, so now this is where you're going to play things. So what do you want? No, you can't grab that. See? Now, if you don't find something to play with, you're going back and do the rest of your bid. You're on probation right now. No, you're going to do the rest of your bid in a second. All right. So he has this episode where it's called Change My Mind. So I believe he's most popular with these changes. You have like JT the Pocket Watcher. He does it. It's pretty cool. But I believe Steven Crowder is the originator of the Change My Mind episodes. No, I just picked you up and you wanted to grab the computer. So let me find something for you to do. Here. No, there. Here we go. So this episode is there. It's called "There Are Only Two Genders." Changed my mind. All right, so I gotta be very careful with this one before I get into the subject of cancel Malika Andrews.
Really confused as to why you brought slavery to the discussion about gender.
I would love to bring it up.
Yeah, that's kind of a
my point is because your premise is because it's found in other societies, therefore it's
Wait. Okay, that wasn't the beginning. I want you to catch the beginning. Damn, that was a long.
Spectrum, the LGBT organization on campus.
Okay.
Madison, I'm co-president of Spectrum.
She's Madison, the co-founder of Spectrum,
LGBT organization on campus.
the LGBTQ plus IA organization on campus. So that's what she is, right? Okay. And she invited herself to sit down because he has somebody else sitting down right here. She's listening and she just decided to invite herself, right? They be having balls like that. No pun intended.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Thomas. Thank you.
Madison, I'm co-president of Spectrum, the LGBT organization on campus.
Great.
Love to talk to you about this.
Great.
Now, I no spoilers. I'm just going to let you hear it for the first time, right? So LGBTQIA plus versus right-wing basic Republican talking points.
Thank you, Madison.
So,
my name's Steven.
Okay.
I appreciate it. You sitting down. And what is it that you disagree with?
So,
So now, Black folks in the community act like they're against both the Republican Party and the LGBTQI plus talking points, not the actual party or group, but the talking points, okay? Or some of the beliefs.
I think you're confused on the idea of gender versus sex.
I'm confused, okay?
Yeah, okay. So when we say there are only two genders, we often confuse the idea of gender and sex.
Sure.
Sex is a generalization of XY chromosomes, so we assume that, or, XY, XX, combination of chromosomes. So we assume that, male and female comes from your chromosomes, right? But that's really just the idea that there's only two possibilities of sex, right? So even within sex itself, you can be born intersex, which means that you're born with sexual characteristics of both what we would consider male and female. And then you have gender, and gender is more about a mental state based off of societal norms. So within our Western society, we often discuss.
I heard that before, societal norms. Oh, that's societal norms. So I'm good with patterns. And when I'm told something often, indirectly, I remember it. And when I hear it again, I'm like, hold up. So that's so-and-so language. That's so-and-so talking points. But this is an organization saying the same shit. Interesting coincidence. Or are you on a board with the agenda? Peace. No man.
Gender as being binary, meaning that there's two options.
Sure.
So boy, girl, man, woman.
So we got to ask these questions on the panel. It's time to weed out. How many genders are there? From now on, that's you dig. I'm tired of hidden agendas. You dig. We're gonna get down to this and what everybody actually believe or stand on. Because what I stand on is open. You dig. Fly out.
Men. However, in other societies, non-Western societies, there are more than two options.
Okay, can I ask you a couple of questions there to unpack? Appreciate you taking the time, by the way. So what was your name?
Madison.
Madison. So let's go to the sex concept before gender, I think, because the idea of gender being different from sex is predicated on the idea that sex is binary. That's where you mentioned that term, gender binary. So you mentioned intersex. Okay, I'm aware of intersex. Now, of course, intersex doesn't necessarily mean that someone is completely between sexes. Usually they have very identifiable characteristics, like a very large clitoris or micro penis. In that case, it also affects 0.08. People think this is funny, it's just true. Less than 0.08% of population Earth.
But they still exist.
Okay, so that's the exception, stupid shit. But they still exist. Why are we talking about that when we got 7 billion people on Earth. And out of 7 billion, we got 20 people who got this sexual thing that's going on. And like maybe 2 is in America, 2 is in Japan, 4 is in Australia. It's scattered. But they exist. Like, what are we doing here, man?
Let me ask you this. In human anatomy class, how many fingers are you taught human beings have?
We're told typically that people have 10. However, there are people born with 11.
Shut the fuck up. This is what I'm saying. It sounds like Malika Andrews. He asked a simple goddamn question. Okay? Look at this.
But you're taught beings have. Let me ask you this. In human anatomy class.
In a human anatomy class, what are you taught? How many fingers do humans have?
How many fingers are you taught human beings have?
We're told typically that people have 10. However, there are people born with 11.
But you're
Ask what is taught in the fucking class, stupid.
taught 10, right?
Yeah.
So we don't teach people there are people born with 11 fingers. There are people born with 12.
So she knows where he's going about this exception stupid shit, but that's not the standard. That's not the norm. Since we talking about social norms, well, that ain't fucking normal to have an oversized all those things, okay? So anyway, go ahead.
Fingers.
Yeah, but we don't completely dismiss that those people exist just because that.
Nigga, he just asked how many motherfuckers, what did the teachers teach? Nothing to do with dismissal. But this is the mentality. This is, you're looking at it firsthand. You're hearing it firsthand. This is the mentality, man. Niggas can't agree on something simple as fuck. How could you ever build an alliance like that? When we can't agree on simple shit that's being taught in America in the school systems. You dig? This where we at, man. People are just incorrigible.
They're uncommon, do we?
We teach that human beings have 10 fingers. Mm-hmm. I would wager that everyone here has been taught, yeah, human beings have 10 fingers. Of course, there are anomalies. Mm-hmm. That's the same way that we treat intersex or these, as you said, you mentioned chromosomes, genetic abnormalities that are a very extreme case. So I think what we need to do is remove this extreme case with sex, just as we would with how many fingers, toes, how many kidneys you have, how many feet you have. There's something that's typical, there's something that's atypical. Then you go to gender. This is where, listen, I'm open. Everyone has said sex is different from gender, mm-hmm. and gender is not non-binary. So I would allow you to kind of unpack that for me.
Yeah, so in Western society, at
This is what happens, you don't beat your kids.
least, so in our country, in our society, we tend to think of gender to be on this binary spectrum
Mm-hmm.
of you don't, well, not even really a spectrum, just a binary. So you have man, woman, and that's it. Those are the only 2 options. However, gender really is more of a spectrum. So it's non-binary. There are not just 2 options.
Okay.
You have man, woman, and then everything that doesn't fit into just man and woman is.
Yo, we got to consider this freedom of speech shit over. Like really, like, you know what I mean? Well, I don't know, man. Like maybe Haskell was right. You dig? Because where we headed right now is just a ball of fucking confusion. In this country, where it's headed right now, just a ball of confusion. I'm right because I say so. You're right because you say so. Oh well, like that's just it.
It's considered non-binary.
Right. Jamal says always the unattractive people. Exactly. Co-president. It's always the people who that don't have no fucking or unattractive or people who feel like they're unattractive. Because Malika Andrews said she felt unseen growing up. So some people might say she's pretty. Well, she didn't feel pretty growing up. Okay, so yes, unattractive within and without on the outside. Those people seem to be thirsty over wanting to be seen.
It's an umbrella term, and that includes a lot of different categorizations.
So how many genders are there?
You can't put a number on the number of genders because everyone uses different words to classify themselves.
Okay, so you hear that? He said how many genders, so you can't put a number on genders, all right? Okay, now, most likely, she's Democratic, okay? And Black people think they are Democrats. But I tell you guys, if we sit down and you actually hear the talking points and we don't say which party's coming from, you'll find yourself surprised how disgusted you are at some of the liberal talking points. You like, or things they stand for and goofy shit like this.
I would disagree. I'm not. That's where it changed my mind. I'm not convinced that anyone can just use any classification for themselves for their gender, and certainly not that then we have to compel society to address them this way. Right? I'm sure you can understand that the compelling of language is an issue.
So what gender do you think you are?
Well, I'm a male.
Okay, well I think you're a woman.
No, legally I'm a male. It says on my driver's license that I'm a male.
Okay, so that's your sex.
No, it's yeah. I'm also a male.
Sex. It's your sex.
It says on my carrier certificate that I'm a male. Gender. Some legal documentations say gender.
What if I say I don't believe you?
It doesn't matter.
Exactly. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me.
No, it doesn't matter because biologically.
What gender do you think I am?
I would assume you're female.
Yeah. See, you're making assumptions.
Yes.
I identify as non-binary.
I don't respectfully. That doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Now, let me ask you this: what would you say if I
have? It matters what pronouns you use for me. It matters how I'm socialized in society. It matters my gender expression. It matters the way that I'm allowed to express myself. It matters what.
Look at this now. Men are so evil, but men allow this shit right here to go on.
Bathroom I use, it matters who I'm allowed to live with. It affects every aspect of my life. So you saying
what pronoun should I use?
You should use they them pronouns. So you saying that you don't believe me.
What if I don't?
If you don't, I would consider that disrespectful, and that's actually an act of violence to misgender a trans
person. It's an act of.
Now look what this bitch said. Okay. Now I don't know which pronoun is bitch, but look what this bitch says. Okay, this is the Karen shit. This is the Karen shit. But motherfucker be trying to build alliance with these people. Listen to the Karen shit now. If you don't call me the pronoun I want you to call me, that's an act of violence. This crazy bitch, listen.
You're saying
what pronoun should I use?
You should use they them pronouns. So you saying that you don't believe me.
What if I don't?
If you don't, I would consider that disrespectful, and that's actually an act of violence to misgender a trans person.
It's an act of violence.
That is an act of violence to intentionally misgender someone. Yes.
Here we come to the issue, and this is why I'm out here. You just said that's an act of violence. That means it's an actionable offense. That means it's a crime. So you believe that for me...
I didn't say it's a crime. I said it's an act of violence.
An act of
There's
violence.
a lot of things that are not considered crimes that are acts of violence.
Okay, so you believe it's a non-aggressive act of violence.
I think that, okay, when you misgender someone, if you were to
This bitch can't even answer the fucking question, man. I'm telling you, yo, this is what out there. Niggas trying to line himself up with this shit right here.
Gender a trans woman.
Yeah, Dr. Khaled Muhammad said, whatever you are, I'm the opposite. Dr. Khaled Muhammad said, whatever you are, I'm the opposite. Whatever this bitch is, I'm the opposite. I'm saying straight out, whatever the fuck she likes, I don't like it. If she likes chocolate, give me vanilla. You dig? Ice cream. If she likes syrup on pancakes, give me fucking jelly. If she likes sugar in her goddamn grits, give me salt, butter, and pepper. You dig? She definitely likes sugar in her grits.
Yes.
Trans women, especially trans women of color, are the most.
Now look at this book. Look where this hole is going now. You gotta that's why Dr. Khaled Muhammad says they often use black people as cannon fire. They throw us, they use white talking points, but they throw, or some other bullshit they doing, definitely non-black, and then they throw black folks in the middle to validate their goofy shit. Check this out.
Have the highest rate of murder with, especially trans women of color, are the trans woman.
Yes.
Okay, when you misgender someone, if you were to misgender a trans woman,
yes.
Trans women, especially trans women of color, have the highest rate of murder within the LGBT community, right?
Now what the fuck this bitch talking about? Okay? Now people hear that and they make you believe that there's straight black men out there just serial killing fucking trans women. Like, stop that shit, man. A lot of that shit have context. Sometimes it be trans on trans, and the other times it be trans hiding their identity, sleeping with a guy who claims to be heterosexual, and then later revealing, and he probably knew the whole fucking time, and then later revealing is somehow social media, a friend, whatever, that they're a trans woman. It gets back to that person. Maybe he didn't know, maybe he did know, but he's embarrassed, and he goes and kills a trans woman. Most of those fucking murders, and just like that. There's no black men out here hunting trans women. Oh, you know what? We gotta exterminate all of them. Fuck out of here.
So if you were to intentionally misgender a trans woman, that could put her at risk of murder.
Use black motherfuckers as their cannon fire. Hey, look, black people, that's all you're used for when you join that bullshit. Shit like that.
Understand that because people think because you're trans.
I don't understand. I'm
think
sorry,
that
I don't
really
understand.
does show that you're privileged in the situation then.
Yes, I
I think that
believe we're
you're
both.
I think you're extremely privileged in the situation that you don't have to experience that, or that you don't have to worry about that, or consider that you don't feel like you need to respect people's pronouns.
I'm considering this and I'm asking you questions. You said these are the pronouns I need to use.
Yeah.
I said, what if I don't? You said that's an act of violence.
Yeah, I would
so
consider
I'm
that
trying
an
to.
act of violence against me.
Okay, so
I
that's a
would
crime.
consider that
An act of violence against you is a crime.
I would consider that.
So,
I would consider
do you
you being disrespecting me as a person, and that's not okay, and that's not even ethical. It doesn't matter if it's legal; it's not ethical. And I don't know how you can do something that's considered unethical.
I don't know how you can not allow me to speak and ask questions based on your own premises. Please, we're trying to keep this civil. I haven't yelled at you. I haven't accused you of anything. You're getting very heated. You said that's an act of violence. That's a crime. Okay.
I didn't say that was a crime. You're
An act of
putting words in my
you said
mouth.
an
I never
act
said
of
that was a
violence
crime.
against you is a crime. So
I did not say that.
you said it is an act of violence
I
against
said
you.
it's an act of violence, and I said misgendering anyone's an act of
Yes,
violence.
you said it is an act of violence against that person. That is in fact a crime. So here's my question. Since we've now decided we don't know the number of genders, it's a spectrum. It exists. There is no set number. You've asserted the premise that we are required to use the pronouns that are preferred by the individual. We have no idea how many pronouns there are. We can never know how many pronouns there are. And to not use a proper pronoun
You could ask.
is an act of violence against them. Did you ask my pronouns before you sat down?
No, I didn't ask your pronouns because
Why?
I haven't referred to you with pronouns.
You didn't ask my pronouns, though. You just said you can ask.
Yeah, you can ask. What are your pronouns?
But you didn't ask.
What are your pronouns?
You just talked about me being privileged. You understand? No one goes around asking pronouns before they speak with people.
I asked you.
And so that's a restructuring of society.
Hey,
ask you how you-
yo, listen. Yeah, was that not a point or what? He said, her main argument was you need to find out a person's pronoun before you address them disrespectfully or commit violence against them. You dig? Because you didn't ask them their pronouns. He just said, you never asked my pronouns. She like, what's your pronouns? He said, see, that's the point. Nobody sits down and asks people their pronouns. Fucking goofy ass. Hey, you about to go back and play
It exists. There is no.
Hey, come on. Yeah, you got to go back and play pen. Got it. Where's your bottle? Where's that damn bottle? Where's that bottle? My bottle become invisible all of a sudden. Here's a bottle. I got like 3 bottles. I found one with no top. The other one I keep the juice, like one I keep with the milk. Can't find it, none of them. So I got a full bottle somewhere. Okay, here we are.
Set number. You've asserted the premise that we are required to use the pronouns that are preferred by the individual. We have no idea how many pronouns there are. We can never know how many pronouns there are. And to not use a proper pronoun
You could ask.
is an act of violence against them. Did you ask my pronouns before you sat down?
No, I didn't ask your pronouns because
Why?
I haven't referred to you with pronouns.
You didn't ask my pronouns, though. You just said you can ask.
Yeah, you can ask. What are your pronouns?
But you didn't ask.
What are your pronouns?
You just talked about me being privileged. You understand? No one goes around asking pronouns before they speak with people.
I asked
And
you
so
how
to
you-
Nobody goes around asking pronouns before they speak with people. I put him, he likes looking in the mirror. So to calm him down, I just sit him in front of a mirror, like the mirrors that's on the floor. Put him in front of the mirror. That entertains him for a little while before he snaps out of it. But he definitely likes looking in the mirror. Rachel Dolezal-ology.
ask of a
Identify yourself.
restructuring of society
I did ask you how you
based on a
identify
number
yourself.
that's
Did I
not tangible with gender versus sex is something that is incredibly
Everybody fell asleep last night or got off and left me there by my damn self last night. I'm like, wait a minute, I was supposed to have been off first.
corrosive.
Did I not ask you how you identify yourself?
No, I don't believe so.
Yes, I did. I did actually. You said you identify as male, and that would.
After the conversation, sure. Okay, well,
Yeah.
let's say that, sure. So we need to ask pronouns before every person.
yeah.
And if we don't use those
if you don't-
pronouns,
Yeah,
how many pronouns are there?
they're it's the same kind of thing. There aren't like
I'm sorry,
a
would you
limited number
just
of
so
pronouns.
people can see the sign? Would it be okay if you just step aside for just a second
There's not
we
a
also have a
limited
camera
number
going.
of pronouns.
Thank you very much. There's no limited number of pronouns.
No, I
But
would
if
say
someone-
the typical.
So there's no limit number of pronouns. It could be nigga. Call me a him shawish. All right. So hey, yo, call him shawish, right? And he's gonna say, yeah, but call me himster. All right. So him shawish, you sit over here, himster. You sit over there. Well, call me himshology. Okay, so himshawish, himster, himshwology. Okay. Call me himamam. Okay, all right now. Himamam, himster. Fuck, what's the other? Now I'm gonna say it wrong, and you're going, and I genuinely don't remember the other two. And now if I say it wrong, it's an act of violence. So you could defend yourself with a weapon, because stand your ground state. So you committed an act of violence by not calling me the wrong pronoun or no pronoun at all, and now I get the right to defend my life. Fuck out of here. Thanks, man. Peace.
Ones are she, her, hers, him, his, her, his.
Okay.
Sorry, him, he, him, his, and
can't even
they,
say
them,
it.
theirs. Those are the typical number of pronouns. We usually use 3.
Okay. So I just want to, again, the goal is here to change my, I'm open to new ideas.
Yeah.
There's no set
Yeah.
different kind of space around us. I think, I don't know, no one's being accosted here. We're just having a conversation.
There's no question of accosting. We're just
Look,
I think set, so I just want to.
Now look, listen. You got to point out who's interrupting, who's entitled, and who's being the white man today, right? During that day. Who's being the oppressive white man today, that day? Listen to
The goal is here to change my, I'm open to new ideas.
Yeah.
There's no set.
Now look, somebody comes out of fucking nowhere. Just start laying out demands and shit, some Malika Andrews shit. Don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Different kind of space around us. I think, I don't know, no one's being accosted here. We're just having a conversation.
there's no question of accosting. We're just trying to bring the conversation so that it's not like a kind of like a separate stage spectacle kind of deal. So we're all in conversation around, and we can engage with your sign. And
Sure, I appreciate it, but it's not though. Actually, it's a conversation between 2 willing participants right now,
I
and I
would be
will
okay with
go.
other people talking as well, though.
I'm not. I don't consent. So,
I don't consent.
This is your setup, and we're supposed to just follow your rules. And this
Yes.
Hey, this is your setup, and we're supposed to follow your rules. Well, bitch, don't you have a rule of pronouns to call yourself? So we need to call you? You see how fast that shit? You see how fast personal rules went out the window? He's back. So I let you know he's not in jail. He's back. Okay. Now you see how fast personal rules went out the fucking door? Excuse me, cursing. See, that's why you went to the other room. Hey, no, don't grab that. You want to make a mess already. Okay, so just that fast. They got personal rules. Call them the gender that they want to be called, the pronoun that fits their gender. All right. But when you got rules of a setup of how you want to dialogue, throw that shit in the trash. We ain't got to listen to your rules. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, excuse me. Get out of here.
when one is invited and we've gotten the proper permissions, and I've said,
open campus, a college campus.
Sure, it's an open campus.
We can actually do whatever we want.
You can do whatever.
It's an open campus. I'm gonna do whatever I want, and this is why you deserve the pushback. If men have a problem with women rights and all that dumb shit, and they hear shit like this, it's a free country, free campus. We do whatever we want. So you gonna disrespect my setup? So we doing this shit right here. So now it's dog eat dogs. You dig? All right. So fuck it. I'm gonna exercise my power as a man to do whatever I gotta do. You dig? Like, what the fuck is this? Oh God, cursing again. Going up. Oh my God.
Whatever you want, you can protest, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to be engaging in conversation.
Yeah. The privilege, man. And I'm telling y'all, you gonna, man. Y'all niggas don't be anywhere. If y'all get out, you're gonna experience this shit for yourself. All right? Not a fucking cop that you selling drugs or got some weed on you drunk and a cop beat your ass. We ain't talking about that. We talking about regular motherfuckers with no gun just coming to your space and either denying you service or hindering something you're trying to do. I experienced that shit from white women only. Okay? Aggressive as shit. Never did nothing to him. Don't know him. Don't care. Don't care. What are you crying about? All right, let's see if you want some chicken. Here. Here. Okay, you don't want food. Your diapers changed. Okay, maybe he is teething. So let me grab him some. Ah. Here, Yogi. Here. Here, Yogi. Yogi. Down, down, down. He doesn't like any toys. He only plays with non-toys. Okay, I got the you know, when barbers cut your hair, the little brush, the horse hair brush. He loves that. He loves you know, the measuring thing that's in the food infamil. He loves playing with that. He don't play with no toys. Okay. What else he likes to play with? The mouse, the wireless mouse. He phones. He put the phone on the ground and he flied across the. You know, he like, it's like he's driving it on the rug. Okay, that's what he does with phones. Yeah. He got toys that he sometimes play with, but when I take him to work with me, I never bring toys because he don't like toys. He likes other shit.
With the crowd.
Have to be my rules.
What's your name?
No, that's not incorrect.
I'm a student
But I would love to continue my conversation here. So when we talk about gender and sex, right? This is a very new idea. You said in Western society.
It's not a new idea.
Really?
No, it's not a new idea.
So when did gender theory start? When did gender and sex become separate?
Well, they're actually, it's not necessarily the idea of gender theory. It's the idea that there have been different genders outside of man-woman for centuries.
Okay, how so?
Fiji wore bottle with a coin.
India.
Man.
Yeah.
I haven't had Fiji water since the pandemic. All right, but I do got. Let me see. You know what? I'm gonna try that. Yeah, because he does like stuff that rattles. I got pennies. All right, let me. Yickety, yicksters, yickety. Oh, you like that? Yickety, yicksters, yickety, yicksters, yickety. You like that? Yicksters! Yickety! 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 Yicksters! All right. Let me put some coins in this little thing right here. Let's try this out. Oh my God, get down from there. Con. Yickety! Where are the pennies? Yicksters! Yickety! Yicksters! Yickety! Where are the pennies? I had playing cards here. That's okay. Oh, that's nothing. He loves playing cards. He uses playing cards. Where that? Where that playing cards at? Come. Gotta go eat. Come. Where are the pennies? God damn. You can normally be pennies everywhere. Oh, yay! He just took 2 steps. All right, all right. Yeah, he never walked before. That was his first time walking. 2 steps. Dan coins. It's the watcher's fault for this delay. I'm looking for coins. I haven't found one. Oh man. Oh. Okay, I couldn't find any chains, but I found some screws. All right, so this might work. Let's try it out. If this works, I gotta cash at the watch or something. Some coffee money. All right, so this makes change noise. Let's see. He ran. I shook up, he ran. Hey, Cookie. Hey, Cookie, come. 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 All right, if that works, you're a genius. Okay. He much rather play the game. The game, in quotations. These women age like something like wine did. No, the Sex and the City chick was Indies. The wife is braiding the hair. I'm chilling in the back with the headset and tablet. I remember my oldest made me watch Spider-Man with him 3-4 days for like 3 months. My kid like the Lego Star work for oh shit. Yeah, luckily he don't like no shows. He like nothing. He don't like real TV. He don't like cartoons. Nothing. Okay, nothing. He'll entertain it for maybe 30 seconds and that's it. Only because it's new. Like it's something different around his surroundings. So if I cut the tablet on right now and play anything, it could be football. He'll like the fact it's just something new in his surroundings. 30 seconds, 1 minute maybe, and he's off. So the watcher, he's playing with it. Oh my God, this actually works. Yeah, yo, he's throwing it. Yeah, he's throwing it and playing with it. Yeah, I swear, I wish I could video record it, but I ain't gonna show. Yeah, I ain't doing that. YouTube is undefeated. Social media, they have your kids everywhere on YouTube. I'm not doing that. But this is a funny video that I'll just do for my mom's money. Hold on. If I hear the thing jingling in the back, that's him. And the microphone's pretty loud, so I know it picked it up. I'm gonna try to secretly record. Once he knows he's being recorded, he's not gonna perform. All right. Can we proceed? Yes, indeed. All right.
In
Sure.
India, you know, they have their gender. Native American cultures, they have.
Now listen to this retarded gender. So now he asked her a question and she's gonna go back in the ancient times.
Really?
No, it's not a
So
new idea.
when did
They're-
gender theory start? When did gender and sex become separate?
Well, they're actually, it's not necessarily the idea of gender theory. It's the idea that there have been different genders outside of man, woman for centuries.
Okay, how so?
Yeah. India.
India.
In
Sure.
India, you know, they have their gender. Native American cultures, they have their genders.
Sure.
In ancient Egypt, they had their genders.
Okay.
Now you heard this broad says, you heard this person say ancient Egypt. Okay, so she went back to the start of civilization. You dig? Ancient, she brought it up. Ancient Egypt.
You know, so
But you think the Egypt discussion is going? Look, they bring it up.
it's a very Western idea to say that there are only two genders and that this whole thing is a new idea changing our
Well,
culture,
you know what else
changing
is a
our
very
society.
Western idea? So it seems to me your presupposition there, correct me if I'm wrong, is that because other cultures have done this, there's a precedent.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think that
Well,
we're
you do-
hermetically
Now you heard that because others have done it. It's a precedent. You heard that.
sealed in any way.
So you do realize, and you talked about how very different it was from Western culture. So antithetical to Western culture, you named India, ancient Egypt. You know what else? We also believe in that's antithetical to those cultures. We're against slavery.
What?
So
I'm sorry. I'm really confused as to why you brought slavery
let me
about gender.
I would love to bring it up.
Yeah, that's kind of a
My
red
point
herring
is,
on your
because your premise is because it's found in other societies, therefore it's okay, or it is to be good. My point
I
is
don't
there are
see how
plenty
it's
of other
harmful.
practices. Well, I'm trying to get to why I believe it's
Yeah.
harmful, and you're explaining why you don't.
Now listen to how she overtalks him. This is familiar act. Okay? This is we see it as, oh, that person. Then you start to really step back and look at it. Like, a lot of women do that to men. But again, hurt people hurt people. They claim they've been hurt victims to men, mean old men. And then when they get some type of right, some type of privilege, some type of protection, and guess what? Here you go, men, take it back. Ha! Continue to talk over him.
But the point is, if something was practiced in another society and it was harmful in another society, and we agree that it's harmful, for example, we both agree that slavery was harmful. We both agree that maybe cannibalism is harmful. You can find these practices in societies. My point is, it's not a valid argument to simply say it's been found in other societies if that practice is harmful. So it comes down to the idea of, is it productive or harmful for us to separate the idea of sex and gender?
Other on a forum, like you said, the ramifications for that in legal.
Yeah.
So that's the question.
so,
other societies have done harmful things. I think we can agree
but
that
I
doesn't
don't-
necessarily mean that it's
I'm sorry, I don't
it's
think
okay.
I don't think respecting someone's identity makes that harmful. I don't understand. I don't agree with you comparing gender identity to cannibalism or slavery. That seems pretty offensive.
I know it seems you
Yeah,
think a lot.
Okay, so she's neglecting the point he made out of her goofy shit. He cleaned it up and he's telling her, like, okay, so if you're saying that because it was done in other cultures before America, then it must be good. Then he pointed out, well, cannibalism, slavery, these things was also found in other cultures before America. Is that good? So in other words, we don't accept shit. We don't adopt things today. We don't practice things today because other people have done it before us. We look at it now as human beings of today, the 20th century, 21st century, right? And we saying, no, we need to apply what we think is good for our culture. And whatever some people done, if we think is bad for our culture, we're going to reject it. Okay, that's where he's coming from.
A lot of what I've
Cannibalism or slavery, that seems pretty offensive.
I know it seems you think a lot of what I've
pretty
said is offensive.
yeah.
You've been set up here from the get-go for it to be offensive, and I'm not trying to offend. Let me re-explain what it is. Take any practice, okay? Take the practice of neck stretching, for example, which is not harmful, okay?
It is harmful, actually.
Okay.
You see her position? Out of shape, warriors looking at woman, everything is just offensive and harmful. Neck stretching is harmful. It's warriors.
Okay, well, some people don't think it's harmful. They don't think it's harmful in these societies. Take any practice that's relatively benign that we believe to be harmful that they don't believe to be harmful. The point is, just because another society at one point has practiced it, doesn't.
So she's realizing this is when the moment hits you, where you realize your bullshit talking points in your clubhouse aren't as strong as you thought they were. Now she's coming to that realization now. Why the hell am I yelling?
Make it correct. Can we agree on that?
I'm sorry, I think you're making really false comparisons.
No, I'm not.
I do. I think you're
Can we
making false
agree? Can we
comparisons.
agree? Because listen, there are also many societies the other way, right, who've only ever recognized two genders, two sexes.
But that doesn't mean
That's
that these
most.
other genders don't exist.
That's most. So you're implying that those societies were wrong.
I'm implying that they have their other societal standards.
Right.
Societal standards are based off of a lot of things. It's very intersectional what we decide to accept in society. So if you're going to say, well, because
So a society can be wrong.
making the same argument. Yeah, society
Yes,
can be wrong.
exactly.
Society was wrong about gay marriage.
Sure.
I think people are wrong saying that, gay marriage, being gay is unnatural and being gay is a crime.
Okay.
That's society being wrong. But you
Sure.
know what? We adapt to modern times, and I think that we need
But
to
you
be
just
willing
compared us to
adapt.
ancient Egypt and India as though that was a valid argument for convincing me why
in
they
India,
have more.
this isn't an ancient practice. This is still going on.
Sure.
In other countries, this is still
But
going on.
you just said it's not fair to use other societal comparisons.
I'm
because we
saying
adapt.
it's not fair to
You're
compare
the one
gender
who
to
did it.
slavery.
No. I'm trying to get to the
That's
premise of the
literally
argument.
what I
I'm
said,
trying to
is
get to
you
the
can't
premise.
compare gender to
I'm trying to get to the
slavery.
premise of your argument here, okay?
The premise
and I'm
of
trying
my
to keep this as very
argument.
respectful as possible. You said this has been practiced in other societies for a long time.
Yeah.
My point is that's not an argument because there have been horrible things,
So,
maybe
wait.
benign things, maybe semi-harmful things in other societies. We would both agree on that. So it's not a valid
Arguing to bring
argument.
slavery back, though.
No one
That's
is
like
arguing
right-
to bring slavery
Exactly.
back.
So why are you?
Well, actually, they
trying-
are. Of course, it still exists in other countries in the
Yeah,
Middle East and
so
some
I
countries
just-
that you've mentioned.
Like I said, I don't think you're making a fair comparison. I
Yeah,
think you're
I
kind
think
of
I'm
going.
making a very fair
I think
comparison.
you're kind of just going on a tangent in order to try.
My point is it's not an argument.
It is an argument. I think it's an argument.
Okay, so I will
I'm
use your
arguing that our Western standards
Okay.
are not necessarily the pinnacle of what we should be doing. Western societal standards do not mean that we all need to be following the same thing, because we're not all Western and we don't all follow those beliefs. So if a Native American
Of course you do if it's the law. We all have to follow the law.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, the law is different. I think the law is different than a societal standard. So legally,
Well, hold on a second. How is the law different? It is the societal standard legally.
legally, yeah.
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 Let's stay
So-
within those parameters.
Okay, sure. So, there's other countries that are considered Western that would recognize a third gender.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So why not?
So how many genders are there? It comes back to if we're going to change this.
After Crowder made negative statements about Fox News. for this long.
So we are.
As you can tell, he hasn't been back yet. So that bottle with the screws in there, because I couldn't find coins, is working. Okay, he hasn't been back yet.
Sitting here talking about gender.
Yeah. So if I were,
So
as a
this is a
person-
modern theory in the United States, right? Sex and gender were interchangeable. So I'm going to finish one sentence here, okay? I would appreciate that. You've been very privileged in speaking
Probably
over
from
me.
the king of the hill.
I'm not convinced, right? The job here is for you to sit down and change my mind. And I think that's very productive for you to do with other people on campus. Right? I don't think this is a way to change somebody's mind.
I don't think you want your mind changed.
I have had
I
my
don't
mind
think you want
changed.
your mind
Well,
changed.
instead of assuming that, how about actively trying to change it? So my point is, you've mentioned that it's non-binary, but you haven't given me a number of genders and how we restructure society. You've merely pointed out that it's an act of violence to use an improper pronoun. See, I think that would have, you just talked about a societal standard. If the societal standard is using the wrong pronoun is an act of violence against somebody, I think that's an incredibly dangerous societal standard, and it's one that nobody can uphold consistently. Would we not agree?
Right. I mean intentionally using the wrong gender. I mean when you know someone's pronouns, you intentionally use the wrong pronouns because you don't agree with them or you don't recognize their identity to be real. That's an act of violence because that's purposely disrespecting someone. No one wants to be purposefully disrespected.
I believe me, I
If I
understand.
called you the wrong name all the time, how would you feel?
I would feel very disrespected if
Exactly.
you, for example, came in bombastically and other people interrupting. I'd feel very disrespected.
Hey, can she develop that active violence thing? Like, where does that take us? If someone
Yeah.
uses the offensive pronoun, it's an
Yeah,
act of
so
violence.
it's
Where does-
intentionally using the wrong pronoun. So if you ask someone their pronouns or they would correct you and say,
So the guy in the crowd would know more about the act of violence by using the wrong pronoun.
no, sorry, these are my correct pronouns, and you continue to disrespect them, you have to understand how much that puts a trans person at risk.
Oh my
Yeah.
Does
God.
that person go to get arrested for using the wrong pronoun? Or
So he asked if the guy gonna get arrested for using but why does she keep using transgenders as her case in point? So why don't you just say, with the exception of transgenders, right? If you use the pronoun, wrong pronoun to transgenders, that's an act of violence. But the rest of us is just regular conversation. It's just disrespectful or disregard. Why not say that since transgender is your only validation of this act of violence bullshit? So the guy in the crowd said, okay, so what should happen for using the wrong pronoun? Get arrested? Hold on.
Trans person at
Listen.
risk.
Yeah.
so does that person go to get arrested for using the wrong pronoun, or like it's an
No,
act of
it's
violence?
act of violence. I don't, and I know that you like to say that an act of violence mean that it's legally a crime.
It is.
That's not how I'm defining an act of violence.
It doesn't matter how you define an act of violence. This is the thing.
well,
We have to have
It
legal
doesn't matter how you
definition.
define an act of violence.
No, it
I'm
matters how the
sorry.
law defines the act of violence.
Okay, so now there's no definition to anything, right? The definitions are out. It's whatever you believe they are. So I'm not a woman. He's not a man. Nothing is nothing. You dig? We're just people, and we're just confused. Like we can't communicate at all. We're all speaking English. Okay, this is why I say let's start speaking Spanish. See, when you speak Spanish, if you came to my sessions, right? If you come to my sessions when it comes to pronouns, ma'am, how are you going to change that shit in Spanish? Huh? How are you going to say it? Because every word is either feminine or masculine. Every noun is either feminine or masculine. Ma'am, sir, what do you what you they, he, him? Okay. In Spanish, every noun is either masculine or feminine. How are you going to get over that shit? You see what I'm saying? It's easy to pull this shit in English. When we start speaking Spanish, you become ella. And a bunch of y'all become ellas. Fuck you talking about?
Violence.
I don't think it does.
You don't think it matters how the law defines an act of violence?
I do. I'm saying that an act of violence does not have to mean that it's a crime. I'm saying that it's
an act of violence against another person, an unwilling participant, is in fact a crime legally. There's no way around that. Can we agree on that?
How about
Can we agree on that? Let's find some common ground. Can we agree?
Now, the penguin from Batman don't want to admit shit now. She don't want to come no common ground. I'm emotional. I'm in my feelings. Again, let me not use that word emotional because that's a natural feeling. I'm feeling a certain way right now. Okay. What's better is I'm in my feelings because that's more of a negative connotation. Not your emotional don't means bad because you could be happy, you could be, all excited, all type of shit. Emotional don't means always bad. But in your feelings, in that the way we use it like that, in that context, in your feelings means that it's something negative. Like you feel a negative way. Right. We got to argue with that too much. Oh my God. Look down here, made another mess. Here. Hey, Cookie. Down over here. You are really messy today. Thanks, a bunch of messes you did today. A bunch of them. You even had a poopy mess. Okay, so I know why he's bugging out. I just thought about it. It's almost, he normally goes to bed at 8:30 to 9, and it's close to his bedtime. So let me make him a little box. See, I don't want him to go to bed this early. Let me make him a little box. See what happens. Ain't no bottle. You gonna drink this juice. This diluted juice. Hey, where did the bottle go? Oh shoot. Lost the bottle again. Oh shit. Hey, no. Where's that bottle? Where's that bottle? Dang. Where's that bottle? Oh, I can't find it. Damn it. Whatever. These bottles are invisible, man.
An act of violence against somebody else is a crime, and no one should commit it.
I'm saying no one should commit it. I'm not going to say
I'll
that
go
it's
probably
necessarily illegal, like a
Okay, but it is illegal.
criminal defense.
I'll
Okay.
allow you to assume what you want, but it is illegal.
My G.
I would like you to finish your earlier thought.
Call me, you dig.
But I think this is a very central point to the argument because this is one of the first things that you've said.
Yeah.
And we haven't found common ground. We don't agree on that. I do find that the idea of
Yeah, no, sorry, can I hear what she has to say?
Questions, and she wants to take my question. So since this is an equal setup.
No. That's that same dog that's been hollering from the first time. Okay? That's the same dog. And I'm saying dog because the most honorable Malcolm X said, when you throw a rock in a crowd of dogs, the ones that come out hollering is when I got hit. She's been screaming on the outside more than anybody.
Yeah.
So
no, I appreciate. Well, you can sit down afterwards and we'll have a conversation. No, listen. I would like to have a conversation with one person, and then you can all line up and have a one-on-one conversation. But I do. I don't consent. So I'll have a one-on-one conversation.
Allow her to have the microphone so that it's not just you shoving the microphone in her face.
I'm not shoving a microphone in her face. I'm simply holding.
Shoving the microphone in her face. You see this bullshit? I'm telling you, man. And these people become your managers. They work in places like government. You dig? They become police officers. This is the shit that you deal with. Y'all worried about other stuff. They're a little more violent. It's like the white nationalists and these type of people right here are the most violent and most dangerous to Black people.
Holding
This
it.
is what you're doing. So let her have the microphone.
But you just said this is not an equal setup. I've paid for this microphone. This is my microphone. So would you like to have her take your place?
I would like to finish my thought that you haven't let me finish yet, actually.
Okay. Do we have a time code?
Now she said, you won't let me finish my thought. She cut this dude off every chance she gets.
Do we have a time code? I believe it's been about over 30 minutes, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I would like to finish my thought because it actually hasn't been over 30 minutes. It's been less than 30 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
So my thought is that you talk about legal ramifications. How many genders are there? Okay, so when you have countries that recognize third genders or non-binary gender options, you know how they put that on their form? Non-binary, other,
Yeah.
third gender.
Right.
How is that complicated?
Well, can I tell you how it's problematic?
How is that problematic?
It's problematic because you have people who've been sued, arrested, or put out of business for unknowingly using the improper pronouns, and that's the point that I'm making. There's been you're referring to a societal standard. What can be filled out on a form? Yeah. That's your premise. I'm saying there's been a societal standard, one that's biologically based, for millennia, which we've now changed, and we're punishing people who don't agree. So you may think it's disrespectful for someone to not use the pronouns that you demand. I think it's equally disrespectful to demand that somebody live in a spectrum that hasn't been agreed to, and they don't even understand.
What businesses have been put out? Who's been put out of business for not using the right pronouns?
Oh, in the UK, this happens all the time. In Canada, Bill
can
C-16.
you name a specific business?
Yeah, and Bill C-16 in Canada is really important. For example, we have comedians who've been put before human rights tribunals
So
for
Canada
using improper
recognizes
pronouns.
a third gender, though.
He goes to answer the question. Can't get the.
Yeah, Canada does.
Legally recognized.
Yeah.
That's normal. I'm trying to tell you, man. Pay attention. You'll see this pattern. When shit get crazy, you'll see it, and it's deliberate disrespect.
Third gender. So the law is their legal standard. That's their societal standard, right? So the people who aren't agreeing with that aren't agreeing with their societal standard.
Right, but it's a societal standard that flies in the face of biology.
But
Yeah, that ain't right. Who said that was a coon? Yo, all Black people are not coons. Yeah, y'all are bugging. Who said that's a coon? Because they're around all these white folks. They ain't a coon, man. That's a Black man living his best life.
But
And
it's
my
a
issue is,
societal standard that's legal.
So do you believe that people should be put before human rights tribunals for using the improper gender is biology? It was until 1948. You know that, right?
No, I don't agree with you on that. I'm sorry.
Okay, but when did gender theory start?
I don't know the year gender theory started. I'm sorry, I'm not a human encyclopedia.
Okay, it was 1948.
So to ask this dog a question, you gotta be a human encyclopedia.
Simone de Beauvoir and Judith Butler. These are people. By the way, when he started it, there were still only two genders. Gender was a grammatical issue, usually used to refer to as a noun. I'm French Canadian, so in French we have masculine and feminine.
Right.
It really is a very new concept and one that is not rooted in
Yeah, thank you. Feminine and masculine words in other languages outside of probably American English.
any kind of biological precedent to say that there are unlimited genders. That's the issue. And so when you are jailing people and punishing people for not adhering to an entirely new system that you yourself hasn't, that you haven't.
And I believe, got the afro, Is that a red flag for the agenda? Support of the agenda? Some will say that, I know Tariq Nasheed would say that.
Defined. I do think that that's a problem. I think saying that somebody using improper pronouns is an act of violence against someone.
And this is y'all leader. It's always the co-founder of the LGBT. It's gonna be somebody white. They're gonna make sure that they direct that shit. You just hop on board and go wherever it takes you.
I just disagree. I think that's a real problem, and I would hate to see.
It's not disrespectful.
I think it's disrespectful to force somebody to use pronouns that are being invented by the day.
If I told, they're not being invented by the day. I don't know where you're getting that information.
How many genders are there? How many pronouns are there?
I can't define the number of genders or the number of pronouns.
Exactly, because anyone can determine them. They are being invented by the day.
Yeah.
New genders each day.
So if I told you that I identified as, if I said, hey, I want you to use just my name, not my pronouns.
Sure.
Does that make you uncomfortable?
No.
Right. That wasn't hard, was it?
No, it wasn't hard.
Yeah, exactly. That's what people are asking you to do.
No.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, you have a TA. We just had her on the program yesterday, on Monday, who got in trouble for using the student's name because a student demanded that he use masculine pronouns even though she was a girl. And he said, "Listen, I'm not comfortable with that. I will use her name."
If it's masculine pronouns, I believe that person would be using masculine pronouns, and you just misgendered.
Yeah, he used the name.
You said her.
He used the name.
You just said her.
Yes. Yeah, I did, because she's a female.
That's not how that works. I think
that is how that works.
So we established.
That is how that works.
You agreed with me previously that we established previously gender and sex are totally different.
No, I don't agree.
How do you know that person's a female?
I know that because of biology, and here's the thing: gender theory.
Did you look at them? Did you happen to just examine them and decide that person's a female because of what you saw? Is there external genitalia?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you genuinely feel that I've been interrupting you more than me? You keep saying you're not able to finish a thought. I haven't finished a phrase.
I think you just finished a phrase.
Okay, do we want to score points, or do we want to be? I think you've been interrupting me quite a bit, and you just assumed a premise that I don't agree with. No, that's my point that I've not been able to make. Is gender theory, as you're describing it, is very new. It started with Simone de Beauvoir in 1948, and what you're discussing is the idea that actually came with Judith Butler. The first time there was this idea that there were more than two genders was John Money. I'm sure you're familiar with that case. That's very new. And there's no biological backing behind this theory. It is based on an emotive response. So I don't agree that gender and sex are separate. Legal documentation sometimes don't say they're separate. We're trying to adapt that now based on how people feel. And I don't think that we should adapt the law considering something an act of violence because someone uses a pronoun which is biologically correct because you consider it an act of violence against you.
What's a biological pronoun?
He, her, his.
How do we determine that?
Whether they're male or female.
Yeah, but how do we determine that's... What if we decided that she, her, hers was what we were going to use for males?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We right now.
Yeah, right now.
We have male and female.
Now, so that's
his or her.
Current standard, right?
No, it's a biological standard.
The words that we use are based off of what we as a society use, though.
Not
right?
entirely.
Yeah,
no, they're a reflection.
Linguistics is pretty societally based.
Okay.
I would say.
Amphibian.
What about amphibians?
Is that societally based?
An amphibian is a I don't, you know what, I'm not a science major, but I will say an amphibian is a scientific classification of a reptile. Yeah,
they call me during
tree, blueberry.
Yeah, okay.
These societal terms. The point is that language is a reflection of So we have a society. Are doctors sexist?
I think some doctors are sexist.
Are doctors transphobic if they refer to their patients who have a penis and they come in for a prostate exam as a male? Is that doctor hate speaking? Is that an act of aggression?
I think if that doctor misgenders their patient, then yeah, they are being transphobic.
Okay. Well, my mind has not changed, but I think I tried to find some common ground. I'm sorry that we didn't.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry that you feel that way.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madison.
I'm not going to shake your hand.
I figured.
They're feeling. All right, so that's it on that. I found that interesting. So he has it's right here, Change My Mind. It's very good. It's interesting. It's thought-provoking at the very least. He touched a lot of controversial. Look, Build the Wall right here. I like the pro-life one. Maybe I'll do that sometime if we got time. All right. So I want y'all to focus on this right here. This is very important, okay? So I saved this for you guys.
Clean My Mac. It has been a trusted app for more than 12 years since its launch. It allows you to see what files are.
Okay, so I'm not nitpicking. I want you to really understand what Malika Andrews do not understand when it comes to basketball, because she's not into sports. She likes to talk about Roe versus Wade. She likes to talk about all this other shit, okay? But she talks about everything but basketball. And usually her basketball analysis is terrible, and most people disagree. She criticizes Kobe Bryant. Like, come on, like she don't know enough to criticize Kobe Bryant. All right, you know what? You are, if I find 30 more minutes, okay, let me entertain you for 30 more minutes, and you're going to the Swazi. Yes, you are. Here, because we don't keep doing this. Okay, you ain't never do this before. Now you just extra today, for whatever reason. I even fed on my Japanese chicken. Yes, I ordered the Japanese again, okay? Very good. Hey. What is this? Okay. All right. What's that damn bottle, man? What do I do with it? I swear I picked it up. Now he didn't lose the bottle. I did. I picked it up and I swear, yeah. God damn, my memory is horrible. That's why I can never smoke. I never will. My memory this bad. Imagine if I smoke. All right. Oh, that damn bottle. Still ain't find it. This is crazy. All right. Now I never refrigerate anything except for things that would need, like the jar of food I put in the refrigerator, but the bottles I never do that because I think he like me. I don't think he like to drink the ice cold stuff. I picked it up. I'm good with back tracing, but I'm bad with remembering. Picked it up. Oh, there it is. Damn. And under the refrigerator. Boogie. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I make up. You got to decide on experience, please. Yeah, I'm bugging. Even my keys, I'm just hard. But I make up songs. Like I remix all the nursery songs. Even for my students, they'd be they'd be dying. And like they actually know the remix. Like I remix almost everything. Even jumping on the bed, so and so monkey jumping on the bed. I remixed everything. Even Itsy Bitsy Spider, and like they know my version. It'd be funny. They'll be singing it in class, and when a new student join, they be looking like lost. Like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Why do I know this song, this version? All right, here we go. So check this out.
16, I guess.
All right, so where are we at? So now this is very important. I need you to watch this right here. That's this right here. Okay, I gotta get to it. All right, so right here. Now it's not the basketball move is pretty good, but I want you to listen to the spectator on the sideline. This is what Malika Andrews can never relate to unless you actually play ball or watch a lot of basketball. Street ball. This ain't even NBA right here. This ain't college. This is street ball information. This is where the codes originate from. The codes originate from street ball, not NBA. Okay, here we go. Let me see if and this might be it. No, I just showed that. All right. My memory. I got the pipe. I got the reverse polite memory. Oh shit! I thought I memorized it. Wait, it might be the 9-minute mark. I know it's something 30.
I call
Oh my.
it the one ticker retirement plan. But put simply, it's designed to help you make.
Push him left. Push him left. Sit. Yeah. Y'all gotta help on that.
No, it ain't that far down. We go snow as you go, make you move or lose. So many tactics, so many rabbits. Life is like, it's funny. Life is like a zoo. They'd be like, oh, yo, I got it. I got them recorded. I got them all saying, like, before I start saying you dig, I used to say, you know, like, you know? And I got a bunch of kids lined up saying, you know, it's funny as hell. I'll play it sometime today. It's really cute. All right. Here we go. Could it be right here? Okay. No. Oh. That's not it. All right. Okay. So I know I'm past it for sure. All right. So this is very important to the culture of basketball. He's going to say it. This guy right here at the glasses. All right. What he's going to say is part of the basketball culture. All right. So yeah, I think it's right here. No. That's not it. Oh yeah. Okay, it was it. So it was 5:30. Okay. All right. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Now watch what the spectator says about this guy in the blue shorts. Listen to what the spectators are going to say about this in the blue shorts. And only basketball players, street ballers, gym ballers, and spectators who actually watch the games a lot would know this type of lingo. Check this out.
I mean, he looked like he played football, but still.
He looked like he played football, but shit, you see? Because when you play in the gym, there's a certain football look that we don't like playing with football players. You dig? So that again, that's the basketball culture. Basketball players, they hate playing against football players who wants to play basketball. So that's why he said he looks like a football player, but hey, so that's like kind of a diss. That's not a compliment. That's not bigging him up. That's actually a diss. He's tearing him down. He's trolling. Okay, so but that's part of the basketball culture. Okay, so if I say to watch it, man, yo, don't even go in that gym, bro. It's a bunch of football players. He already know that means they're gonna rough you up. So we say football players because they play very physical, like they're playing football. And basketball is not that physical. It's not supposed to be. It's more movement, finesse, angles, footwork. You dig? It's little contact. But the football players who are trained to be physical all the damn time, when they come into basketball, they start being physical with basketball players. So that's an insider. That's some shit Malika Andrews would never know about. She'd never know about that shit like that. And that's why when you don't know that, and when the panelist is talking about that, she could be out of the loop trying to argue. Like, no, he doesn't play football. He plays for the New York Giants. No, he played the New York Knicks. Like, ma'am, we're not saying he's a football player. We're saying he's built like one. And when you're built like one, you tend to play like one, and you don't belong on the basketball court as a result. Okay. But yeah, the basketball players, we do not pick up football players for shit. So I got next. You be like, yo, who got next? Well, I'll be like, me. He be like, you got 5? I'll be like, yup, who your 5? Don't worry about it. You won't be one of them, football playing ass nigga. Go play football somewhere, boy. They will hack, the watcher said they will hack every layup attempt and let you check up to do it again. Right. They will foul you like Dylan Brooks. That's how they will fuck you up. And it's known basketball players, the ones who actually can play, they will not pick up the football player. He thinks hustling and going for every rebound. He thinks all that shit means like he's an asset. It's like, no, nigga, you're an asshole. Get your goofy ass out of here, man. Okay. So rough as shit, super hand check holder. He throws my phone on the ground. This little baby, I cannot wait until 8:30. He throws my phone on the ground again. He's fast. Oh my God. Yo, football players, that shit is hilarious, bro. Yo, every time, man, like, and I'm disgusted by them. So not just football players, but we see like the weightlifting guys. These niggas just want to do cardio. They got them bench pressing a whole damn truck. And they want to walk in the gym and play with you or play against you. And I'm just here for cardio. Nigga, get the fuck out the car. Wait till we all done, my boy. You ain't here for no damn cardio. Go run on the damn Stairmaster or some shit. Cause they'll beat you up just as bad. I mean, like 10 years ago, I got elbowed in the nose so damn hard, man. So much blood came out, and it wasn't even broken. After the blood poured out, clean it up, and continue bowling. Okay, so you're back. Okay. I don't want to give him a bottle. That's probably what he wants. When I say bottle, he don't want the juice. All right, so let's try it. Let's see what happens. Come on, Googie. Okay. Let's see if he wants a bottle. Okay. I don't like to give him bottles late, but come on. Why am I always yelling like Bernie Mac and shit? God. Come on, Googie. Come on, Googie. You don't seem excited for the bottle. Come on, Googie. Come on, Googie. Come on, Googie. Come on, Googie. Yeah, so he might just go right to sleep. Which means he's gonna wake up early as Papo, 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 bar. Papo, 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 bar. Papo, papo, bar. Papo, papo, bar. Papo, 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 papo. What's that noise? You're gonna fall and cry. I know it. Come. Come. So you trying to walk. You're gonna try to, there you go. This one step. Next step. Oh yeah, there you go. Go. Let go of the refrigerator. Okay, come. Now let go of the, you cheating. Let go of the refrigerator. Oh, you cheat. Come on. But he was kind of smart. All right. Okay, we're back. And the laugh. Yeah, he's trying to talk a little bit. All right. So let's get rid of that. What is this? Oh, this is interesting.
That were going on in the country at the time, still going on in the country. You know, I don't want to sound.
This is the woman who supposedly had Malika Andrews' position before her. All right.
Like I think everything's all over or whatever, but the things that were being pushed in the media that were going on in the country at the time that caused such an uproar, she felt like they were doing that for that reason.
Said my son call them tryhards, trying to be super physical and thinking hacking is, yeah, they believe that. And you ain't gonna change their mind. They're gonna think you soft if you complain. And we just let them do that goofy shit and we get them off the court. Cause we got some guys who are very shifty. So we just had them guard the shifty guys. All right, we'll guard a guy over there. So they can shift them out their shoes and they get discouraged and they finally end up leaving the gym. But they always leave like they want to fight.
Rather than doing it based off her experience and the time she's put in. So she said some things out of frustration in an interview with Steven Jackson. But the thing that stood out to me the most in that interview is a little portion at the end where she says, the NBA had already done the investigation on the leaked audio. Somebody set her up.
So there's a leaked audio on Rachel Nichols. She said, somebody set me up. They recorded me off the record, just in their personal time. They were recording her.
She left her app open and somebody was recording, like she was in her hotel room, I guess in the bubble, and somebody was recording like just what she's doing off the record, which is foul in itself. She said that audio is with a private conversation with a friend. And she said that ESPN held on to that for a year.
So that was a private conversation with a friend. And ESPN held on to it for years.
here. And she said when certain people that had access to the tape wanted to progress their own careers.
So certain people, the people was actually a person, but she was like being politically correct. But she said when certain people who had access to that audio, that recording, wanted to further their own career, what they do with the audio?
That's when it came out. And
that's when the audio got leaked out. So ESPN had a hold of it. It wasn't released until a certain person wanted to advance their own career. They decided to leak this audio to get her in trouble, to take her place.
This nugget right here, now this ain't even the craziest part. So that makes us ask, who is people? Who are quote unquote people that wanted to advance their careers? Because that's what I asked. When I seen that, I was like, no way, you know what I'm saying? But this is what Steven Jackson said. He was responding to one guy who said he didn't agree with him supporting Rachel Nichols like this. She said what she said.
So somebody didn't agree with Steven Jackson supporting Ray Nichols because she said what she said, and it was like it had racial undertone. That's the guy commenting, because Steven Jackson is backing Rachel Nichols, co-signing her, validating her. And so somebody replied to his comment. They said, I can't believe you, they sound like me and indigenous when I speak on Margaret Sanger. They said, I can't believe you backing up a racist. She said what she said, and it was so with you, bro. And then you'd be like, well, what did they say racist? So Steven Jackson pretty much responded like, what did she say that was racial? Like, can you point out the racial remark?
It came from a racist place. This was this guy's position. But Steven Jackson responded, what did she say racial? Nothing. They want to use her because all the G. Floyd stuff was going on. It was BS. Everything she said was true. They have a racist record. They tried to fix it by throwing her under the bus. And guess who released the tape to the news?
So they were saying, guess who released the tape to the news? So there was a squeaky in the ranks and files. That's actually a chess term, ranks and files. That's a chessboard. So there was a squeaky in the ranks and files, and that squeaky had released the tape to the news. Who is Steven Jackson speaking about? Who was the squeaky that released Rachel Nichols' supposed racial audio to the news?
And he got the emoji where they cover their face. And then you put that with Rachel Nichols saying they wanted to put that out to advance their career. Who benefited that we can see in the forefront at that time? Who got the biggest lift? That's all I'm gonna say. Because Maria, she left, she went to NBC. But if you look at Malika Andrews, she's one of the ones that's benefited the most off of Rachel's departure. So could it be her?
So speculations, people believe that it was her who leaked the audio to the press to get Rachel Nichols in hot water and to take her spot.
Listen to this audio.
That's why I say this is a dog right here. This is a dog. This is another dog.
Man, I'm gonna let you hear what she said, some of the parts of the interview. Be sure to check it out and let me know what you think in the comments, guys. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and we're gonna stay on this situation. Hey, I definitely want to hear from y'all, man, because you guys were right.
And went down there, and it was a different set of equipment than I had been using to broadcast at home. Nobody back at ESPN told me that there was an open line to my hotel room and anyone who looked at the feed could see me. No one shut it off. And at least one person decided to just sit and watch and started spying on me like I was their own personal television show. And when they heard something they thought was juicy, they picked up their cell phone and they started recording my conversation on their cell phone. Things kind of progressed at ESPN. HR did a full investigation into it. They told me that I had done nothing wrong that required any kind of discipline. Then 6 months later, they actually gave me a contract extension and a raise. And they held on to this tape for a year, just kept it in their pocket. And then when there was a point they wanted some leverage with their own situations, they fed it to the press.
Malika Andrews, ESPN. For both of you guys, I'm curious, you guys have talked a lot about how at this point...
They don't know, well, I don't know if they could sue, but...
You know, sometimes it takes experience. I'm wondering if now that you have some of that experience, if you see more validity to that point, or what you think about that now that you've gone through it.
I ain't talking to you. You can talk to my sidekick. All right, so hold on. Yeah, so before you defend Malika Andrews, you should know what's going on. All right, because once you pick a side, there's no backtracking. And there's a lot of stuff coming out, so stay tuned to the show. No, Miss Tiff, you came in late. You came in late. It was not a secret recording. Okay, she was broadcasting from her hotel room, Miss Tiffany. That's why you should ask questions. She recorded herself. Apparently, she didn't stop the recording. So somebody was watching, and they started to record it. So she was probably recording, but it wasn't aired. It was probably like a pre-recorded, and somebody was watching. You know, like a rapper in the studio that could rap, but it's not released to the public. That type of setup. You know, so as she was talking, as she was talking on the phone or talking to somebody, and she thought it was off air, it was off the line. It wasn't being recorded. It was actually still being recorded by ESPN. You know, the equipment. Okay, so she picked up the phone and somebody picked up the phone. She never said the name, but she made implications, and then they started to record until they thought they heard something juicy, and then they played it. Okay, you can say dog eat dog world all you want, but there's a culture in sports though. There's an ethical culture in sports, and when you play that dog eat dog world amongst a bunch of mean old men who believe snitches should get stitches, they're not going to respect that. All right, so anyway, let me get to what I want to get to, because there's more. So the recordings, well, I don't know, but ESPN didn't think it was bad. So a lot of times something isn't really bad, but it could come off bad. Who knows? Maybe she's saying calling women hoes. Yeah, them hoes can't fuck with me, whatever it was. You know, on a job, it's probably not really punishable, but in the media, you know, the media can crucify your ass. So anyway, let me get to, where is Swazi? Okay, there we go. Here we are.
I'm Josh with Elevated Recovery and the Porn Reboot Program. We help high-performing business owners.
These damn commercials, man. All right. Okay. So let's go down. Oh fuck! Come on, man. This this damn Mac, man. These Mac computers, man, just make it impossible to work without a mouse. Man. You got to use the 2 fingers. Stupid shit. You make a mistake and touch something. It just can't be real simple, man. These damn Macs, man. Annoy the hell out of me without a mouse. All right, so first.
Introducing you first, the challenger on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black trunks with green.
Son don't even know the story. Never mind. My boy. I do know the story, my boy. I just played her own words. I even played Steven Jackson. I know the story, my boy. I'm careful what words I use though, my boy. Okay? you can come on the live and you can share. You can put in your words, and you could be held to whatever you say. But I'm going to be careful, because what comes off as a misogynist, what comes off to be homophobic, what comes off to be racist doesn't mean you are actually racist. It could be or misogynistic or homophobic. It's how the people can just view it. So you came late, my boy. Okay? If you call somebody the wrong pronoun, that could come off as an act of violence, apparently. So things could come off as something, but that don't mean that's what it is. So that's why I didn't want to start using words, because I know how blackologists get. They hear the word racist. Oh my God, they react like a fucking blackologist. That's why I was being careful of what words I want to use amongst blackologists. Because niggas hear key words and they flip. Okay? Hey. All right, this nigga just retarded. He comes in the chat late. He has no idea what the narrative is. And he says it's an old story. No fucking duh. But Rachel Nichols just got signed with Showtime, and she's on a show with Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson, so it's big fucking news. And they're interviewing her about what happened with ESPN, and she's going over the old story. Motherfuckers be retarded. Okay, so here. Wait, not yet. So I want y'all to see this knockout first.
60 seconds remain in round 2. He is doing
Okay, I want y'all to check out this knockout. Nigga, like Chief X said, nobody even know the fuck you are. Like, are you a woman or a man? We don't even know what the fuck. Are you a transgender? What the fuck are you? Your name is Timms. What are you? Are you a woman or a man? What pronoun do you refer? What pronoun do you prefer? What should we call you? He, Tim, she, Timms. Which one? He, she, he. Yeah, they dragging this guy. He's celebrating. Oh boy, damn near dead, yo. Yeah, Robert Garcia is his brother. That's his older brother, Crisscross. This guy not even moving. Yeah, 504 pizza. I don't know. Hey, Crisscross. I don't agree with that, because Mikey picked up where he left off. After Spence, he beat the fuck out of Broner. Yeah, so Mikey ain't lose after nah, I ain't tweaking. Nah, I'm saying people come in late and then don't even know, they just hear facts, right? They just hear some evidence. They have no idea where I'm going. I'm not even going no fucking where. I'm actually playing the speculation itself. Like, you hear the conspiracy itself. You dig? Coming here charging me with not knowing something. You stupid nigga. Nigga, you coming in late, disrespected, you clown. Won't you actually wait 5-10 minutes to see where I'm going before you comment? That's an old story. Yeah, it's an old story, dumb nigga. She's recapping her old story. Oh shit. Uh-oh. He did something bad. I thought Bruno before Spence. I'm not sure, but check out Mikey's fights after you don't have the clue series. Tim, what the fuck are you, nigga? Are you a transgender? Are you a he or a she? What are you? Oh, you goofy nigga. You might know the fuck you are. Like, people get tired of dumb niggas like you. All right. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They gonna know shit about the show, what we're doing right now. he comes in with his fucking goofy ass remarks. This stupid nigga said we got exclusive. Nigga, you stupid nigga. All we do is echo what we read, you dumb nigga. Who the fuck claim to have exclusives? Niggas be mad as hell that people like myself is bold enough to get on live and express my thoughts. And put myself in the line of scrutiny. Right? So if I'm wrong, people can actually check me in real time and correct me and humiliate me, shame me if they please. Niggas like you too scared to put yourself in that line of fire. Hey, Googie, let's clean this up. These corny ass hating niggas. Oh shit, I'm biased. You know, he a cool guy and people like him. So let me try to embarrass him. Let me try to show him up. He ain't all that. Oh, shit. He made a big mess. Oh, God. Oh, God. He made a big, big, big mess. This goofy she-man nigga, she-man ass nigga. Goofy nigga. I'm over here doing a live, you stupid nigga. I know how to entertain. You fucking clown, you bored ass clown. So, of course, when I'm doing a story, I play boxing, I play polite, all different shit. I entertain you, stupid nigga. So even when I do a story, I'm going to entertain and have jokes in between. And I could easily just say, hey, Nicholas Rachels is basically low-key accusing Malika Andrews of sabotaging her career to build her own career. End of story, right? I could easily just do that shit. But no, I want to build it up, you dumb nigga. I want to build it up so people don't know where I'm going. So finally, boom, there you go. That's what's going on. She's low-key saying that Malika Andrews released the tape possibly sabotaging Nicholas' career to jumpstart her own career. Okay, that's where I was going. People kind of got it. But I'm gonna build up. I'm gonna entertain for a little bit. I'm gonna build up to it. You dumb nigga. And I'm distracted. You stupid nigga. You bum ass. I gotta do it. You bum ass nigga. I gotta do it. It's always some bum nigga, yo. It's always some bum he-she coming on live talking shit. I ain't calling by a bum nigga in a long while, but it's always a bum nigga to do something like that. They hate oh my God, he's a brave man. He's on live. He's actually spitting his true feelings. He ain't foot shuffling. He ain't catering to an agenda. Oh my God, he's uncensored. He's actually unbiased at times. Nigga get jealous of that shit. Nigga can't do that shit at his home. Fucking clown. Hey, Googie. Kind Googie. Kind Googie. Kind Googie. Kind Googie. Kind Googie. Kind Googie. All right, let me put you in jail, but near me. Okay? You made a big mess. Oh, boy. You made a big mess. I had to clean up. All right. Fucking clown. I'll be trying not to go too crazy, man. Nah. Yeah, you should have, you stupid nigga. Fuck can you teach? Fucking clown. What can you share and teach? Nothing. Fucking clown. Video game playing ass nigga. All right, so here we go. I bet you could teach video games, you stupid nigga. You could teach, what's that game? That little shooting ass game that nigga everybody play, grown ass men play. You dig? Well, you got better things to do. Your ass could teach how to play video games, you clown.
That Mikey would return to the sport of boxing and continue to rise and be the superstar that everyone felt he could be.
I always want to criticize some shit. You got nothing to share. Can't add to content, can't share the content, only could just try to subtract.
Mikey Garcia is without question a superstar. And now Deon's teaching is
Actually, I'm tired of stupid niggas. Like, hey, anybody who come to my channel and listen to my content for a while, y'all know I always say I got zero tolerance for stupid niggas. You dig? If you want me triggered, put me in the room with a stupid ass nigga. I got zero. That's why I got zero tolerance for indigenous black man. I got zero tolerance for stupid niggas on purpose. It's one thing to not know and you're willing to. That's a different ball game. Because it's some shit I'm in the dark about. But to be a dumb nigga for real, like, and then you older than fucking 29, y'all already know my thing. I'm sympathetic to niggas under 30. Once you're over 30, you stupid, zero tolerance. You dig? Nah, he's a clown. I don't know what the fuck it is, a boy or a girl, but it's a clown on everybody. You know, they go to Chief Fection, they trolling. They go to Unk, they trolling. They just, nothing can make the motherfuckers happy. They go to Sonetta, they trolling. I be seeing that goofy ass name everywhere. What a goddamn replay. All right, check this out. Yo, that dude's still out, yo. That dude's still out. Okay, he's finally up. I want y'all to see the replay. The uppercut right there. Then that right there. That ref should have, after that uppercut, that ref should have been in there. Now, notice the punch. Notice the punch. Now look how off balance he is. He threw a strong left jab and his left foot came up with it. What the fuck? And as a result, he became off balance. That put him in a vulnerable position. And somebody as skilled as Mikey Garcia, who didn't, in my opinion, didn't lose a step at all, finished that nigga. Look. Boom. Perfect shot. Get him out of there. Get him out of there. Boom. Now after the uppercut, the ref should have been in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time of 2 minutes, 21 seconds.
Okay, so that was something entertaining leading up to Malika, because this right here. Oh my God, yo, check this out. Come on, don't do that to me. Come on. Hey, yo, check this next clip out. You already know I gotta show a Super Predator. I gotta do that. And y'all wonder why these cops be tweaking. Oh, okay. Here we go. All right, I got something for y'all.
Check that before you lay on that.
We just left.
So this dude is hanging.
What the fuck is this?
Pull him up. Roll him on his side quick. All right. Houston, you're coming my way. All right, let's see what she's trying to be. All right.
We're in a gunshot right now.
You have
my staff. My phone's over there.
Don't worry about it. Get out of here. Go.
All right. I didn't click. All right, hold
Right
on.
behind you. Right behind you.
Okay, here we are. I got it. All right, wait till y'all see this right here. This is some movie shit for real, for real. Like, what's that? New York Undercover? All right, check this out. Do not blink here. The action, it goes right into the action. Check this out. That nigga came out, this is Chicago. That dude came out busting at cops, armed. These niggas be on a death mission, man. Oh, look, you see the gun? He came out busting, point blank range.
Okay.
Now, they should have shot the nigga 60 times. That's what I'm saying. Before y'all complain about a nigga and hit 60 times, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Because often, like that's a rarity. And don't forget, it was nighttime. Okay? Like, cut these police officers a break. These motherfuckers got guns, they armed, and like this guy right here, they come out busting, trying to kill these niggas. And if these were your brothers, your sons, your fathers, your mothers and grandmothers, cousins and aunts and shit like that, you wouldn't be so disheartening. You dig? It's a dangerous job. And when niggas are armed and they're running at nighttime, facing the police officers, yes, and you're running towards a group of motherfucking people, they're gonna take your dumb ass out. It's a different story running in woods. But you're running to where people are currently at. They have to, and you're armed and you're not stopping, they have to take you out. They can't risk you with setting up a hostage situation. Okay, so here we go. So this is how I look from a police cam. Like I said, this gets straight to the goddamn sauce. Look at this shit. Yeah, see?
Where's this? 6-9.
So this cop is actually leaking, and he's gonna be leaking bad. So he was actually hit. He's getting an arm though. See the blood leaking over here? It's torn. All right. Let me stop before I get flagged. Okay. Well, it did show that it was going to be disturbing. All right, now check this out. Now this is going to be entertaining a little bit. All right.
You're not a survival expert, but I am. And the reason that I'm in this freezing cold ice bath right now is
So stop playing with us. Why the crap? Don't. I on y'all platform. Man,
go ahead and head on to the bathroom and see a
These
simpler,
commercials are
really
funny as hell,
simpler,
man.
and see a simpler can get rid of all this.
All right, here we go. So apparently Soulja Boy is upset with Academics, DJ Academics, and DJ Vlad for a reason. Maybe Thames can explain the reason, because even I don't know. Okay, but here you are. Check it out. The Soulja Boy rant, the classical rant.
So Soulja was the first one. The main situation is this. These guys don't really understand how this situation really works. Some of them. Others just don't care. You know, the little ones, they don't really have an impact. But those like Say Cheese and Vlad and Academics, you know what I'm saying, No Jumper and stuff, like, they know better. They know completely better about all of this. You see?
Why they ain't post man one on bitch ass? I get to a motherfucking weed festival. These folks 40 years old in the crowd and everybody high. Y'all gonna post a video talking about why the crowd these folks like that. Bitch, they were high, we were kicking. Why you ain't post the Rolling Loud performance in New York? Why you ain't post the Rolling Loud performance in Miami? Why you ain't post the Rolling Loud performance in goddamn LA? Cause y'all some bitch ass why? For every month the fuck is gonna come. What the fuck is the DJ Academic? What the fuck is Sharon Cat? What the fuck y'all from? That's what I'm saying, man. The bitches, I came to the interview with all. I came to the interview with all. That's what I'm saying. Nigga put man, nigga shed light on y'all platform. Nigga shed light on y'all platform. What I'm saying, man. Y'all nigga bitches. What the fuck y'all niggas even gonna have me come do an interview with y'all?
He did. He blew all of them up. He blew up Vlad.
I got the #1 most viewed interview on safety. Years ago, yo, Sharon Kanye, you was a bitch, bro. 5 years ago, bro, 4.9 million views. I got more views than any interview on Say Keys, bro. You know what I'm saying? 5 years ago, before anybody supported y'all, before anybody knew who y'all were, what the fuck is. But y'all niggas fight in to help y'all, bro.
Shouts out to Chick Smooth. Don't forget to follow Chick Smooth.
DJ Black, same thing, bitch ass nigga. Before I did that interview about shooting them niggas, nobody came see your pussy ass shit. Nobody came see your shit, nigga. I'm the one turned DJ Vlad up, nigga. After that interview, nigga, I did about shooting them niggas. Everybody started coming to DJ Vlad, nigga. You was a bitch too, nigga. That's what I'm saying. If I ever helped your platform in any type of way, nigga, don't never, boy. I turn that lie down, fuck, nigga. I'm gonna lie to that shit down, bro. But if I ever stop playing with me, nigga, like I want to expose all you niggas, like Vlad, like you ain't the police, like Sharon Cat, like I ain't got the most viewed interview on your platform to blew your shit up. Like Adam, you don't look like a fucking meth head. Man, stop it, bro. That's what I'm saying. Stop it. Stop it. You gotta be ashamed. Y'all niggas gotta be ashamed.
All right, the funny part coming up. All right, here's the funny part. Hold on, let me minimize this. All right, the funny part coming up.
Y'all self, nigga. Y'all niggas ain't cut from the same copy. Y'all niggas fake. Y'all niggas fake as fuck.
All right, the funny part coming up.
Y'all niggas the definition of clout chase. Y'all niggas the definition of Hollywood. Y'all niggas the definition of what's wrong with the fucking music. You pussy niggas, you ain't helping shit. You ain't
Draco.
shit. You ain't doing shit.
Tell him.
Bitch ass nigga.
Tell him.
All right, the funny part.
On y'all shit.
Tell him.
So get what? I don't like shit like that, bro. I don't like shit like that. If I just rock rolling, they're not posting none of them. That's like 30, 40 shows I went on tour. I have one show with people in the crowd. I'm not the best fucking performer out here. Like every fucking show I don't do on that stage. Stage I don't get on, turn that bitch up.
Tell him, Soulja.
These narratives, I ain't telling y'all niggas, y'all can't post what y'all want. Y'all can post whatever the fuck y'all want to post. If I got a show, nigga, and I do a bad
Coming
show,
up.
post it. If I do some shit and I go outside, post it. But at the same time, don't create no narrative, nigga. Don't act like I ain't just do 30 fucking shows and rock them bitches out and coaching every last one of them. And y'all ain't coaching not man.
Hold on. It's coming.
Y'all know these not little kids. Y'all know these 30,
Oh my God.
40
You got
years
your own
old,
juice.
30 years old. They all hot. This ain't no young raising concert.
Soulja Boy Tellin' Productions.
I'm you know y'all niggas head every time. I'm not no bitch ass nigga. I'm not media trained. I'm not signed to a label. I'm independent.
All right, here we go. Here we go. You get a rant.
That's what I'm saying. Stop, bro. Y'all know I can play the game with y'all too. I keep it real nice. I don't speak on a lot of shit. I sit back and chill. Don't get on the motherfucking internet creating no narrative, bro. Don't get on no internet playing with me, bro. Come on, man. Academics, you a bitch.
All right, here we go.
Come on, man.
Here we go.
DJ Glad, you a bitch.
All right, it's the funny part.
Come on, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, Adam 22, you a bitch. That's what I'm saying. Y'all niggas ain't no real niggas. Y'all playing with a real nigga when y'all some bitches. Y'all bloggers. Y'all YouTubers. Y'all not in the streets. Y'all don't do shit. Y'all ain't never did.
Here we go. Here go the street shit.
Don't get on the fucking internet playing with a real nigga when you a bitch. You a straight bitch.
Tell him.
You would say yourself academics. You would say yourself you a bitch, right?
Yep.
You know you a bitch.
Yep.
Right? Yes. You're not a gangster, right? No.
Yep.
You're a civilian, right? Yes. You a bitch, right?
All right, here we go. Here we go. You a bitch, right? You gotta get the question part. Look at the questions. The 51 questions. Funny as hell.
Yes. You're not a gangster, right? No.
Yep.
You're a civilian, right? Yes. You a bitch, right? Yeah.
Yep.
You a snitch, right? Yeah.
Yep.
You a gangster, right? No. You don't beat niggas up, do you? No. You never caught a body, have you? No. You never shot nobody, right? You never robbed nobody, right? Yeah. You never had a gang, you never did nothing, right? So stay in your lane. If you a bitch, be a bitch. Don't get on this motherfucker acting like, stop. DJ Glad, you a bitch, right? So be a bitch then, nigga. Don't act like you a gangster, nigga. Don't get on the internet talking about pull up. Don't get on the internet talking about pull up. You's a bitch, right? Yeah. When you got your ass beat, you filed a lawsuit, right? Right. You ain't never shot nobody, right? No. You ain't never killed nobody, right? No. You don't own a gang, right? No. You's a bitch, right? Yeah. You interview people, right? Right. So stop playing with a fucking nigga when you's a bitch.
You interview people, right?
You don't own a gang, right? No. You's a bitch, right? Yeah. You interview people, right? Right. So stop playing with a fucking real nigga when you's a bitch.
Tell him.
Yeah, I played this shit like 20 times today. Yo. I was hollering.
Soldier, baby.
You interview people and ask them, have they shot people, right? You don't get interviewed about shooting people. You interview people and you fascinated with their gangster stories, right? Right. People don't interview you and ask you about your gangster stories. No. So continue to be a bitch. Your gangster stories.
Yo, he is the best shit talker ever, yo. He gotta be, man. Ever.
Don't interview you and ask you about your gangster stories. No. So continue to be a bitch.
Big soldier, baby. Big soldier.
Yo.
Stay in your fucking lane.
Stay in that lane. Woo! Woo!
Hey, yo,
baby.
I had to show that. I was hollering. That nigga went to the Soulja Boy rant. You a bitch, right? You ain't shot nobody. No. you do interviews, right? Right. Yo, that's called in your feelings right there. All right. So I only got 2 videos dealing with Malika Andrews. Continue to be a bit, yo, that was funny, man. And what makes me laugh is this real nigga shit. Like this dude I know, I'm supposed to be friends with. He a real nigga. Nigga, 40 years old, still talking about fighting, still talking about like sizing people up. 40 years old, grown ass kids. Kids are 18 and like 16. Nigga still talking about fighting. Never ain't fight since high school, but always talking about alpha male. Listen, drop the alpha male doctrine, please. Because everybody's definition is different. Niggas don't watch Animal Planet, nature shit to know what alpha males actually do. Okay, so niggas, let me tell you how niggas view alpha males. They think either getting a lot of women or they believe fighting. It makes you an alpha male. they never associate the alpha male with extreme intelligence, charisma, influence, and leadership. They never use those characteristics for an alpha male. It's always getting a lot of chicks or fighting. It's like, but yo, you gotta be smart, right? And shit, I'm about to do the whole Soldier Boy question shit. You gotta be smart, right? You gotta be influential, right? People gotta trust you, right? You gotta know how to move the crowd, right? You gotta make sure everybody's safe and everybody eating, right? Everybody food on everybody's table, right? No. So quit. Keep being a bitch. Keep being a beta. Yeah, the alpha male doctrine is the silliest shit. Like when I try to get into that, but I watch Nature Channel all the time. I watch almost every lion video imaginable, crocodiles, tigers. I watch all that shit. And it's probably new stuff now, but like before the pandemic, shit, I watched every imaginable lion, tiger, gorilla, wolves, African dog, wild dogs, coyotes. I exhaust all that shit, man. So when I hear this alpha shit, even with hyenas, you watch this alpha shit, you like, huh? Nigga, nothing about you, alpha. You don't fight. You're married, so you don't get all the fucking girls. Like, so what is it other than your ego? What makes you an alpha? So when I start seeing that anybody is an alpha, I'm like, I'm good. Yeah, let me get rid of that doctrine. And now you got bum niggas sending alphas. Like, yeah, okay, this is another Hebrew doctrine. You know, I'm a bum nigga, but I'm God's chosen man, so I'm still blessed. Okay, now that's the alpha. It's a feel good doctrine for bum niggas. Like, really, that's all it is. Nigga got no fucking job, 8 baby mamas, don't take her no kid, but he alpha male. Fuck out of here. You a fucking criminal, nigga. You a super predator. All right, so let me throw this, this is a late night. You dig? Because I only got 2 Malika videos, really, and that's it. And I'm pretty much done unless some new stuff come out. I'm moving on from this. All right, so here we are.
Why the American Privacy Commission
Alpha male shit is the biggest scam for bum.
wants this new super lens banned. Military gadget can transform your.
The more and more examples I show you, this isn't just luck, this isn't just a one-time thing, this is a continuous thing that keeps happening. At this point, it's just racism that's being justified. In my last video, I went over.
Let me shout out this dude's channel, Specs Media, okay?
Over Malika Andrews and a bunch of things that were coming out about her and basically saying why I believe she should be fired from ESPN. And Jesus Christ, did that video do very well. At the time of recording this, it hasn't even been 24 hours and the video has over 20,000 views and I got hundreds of new subscribers and it just went crazy. Not to mention, there were so many people that agreed with me and everything I was saying, which to that I say thank you. Now in my last video, I only talked about a couple topics that were fairly new that everyone basically knew about, but I just gave my perspective. However, this time I want to go over some examples that are 1, not so recent, and 2, just proves that NBA players also don't like her. Now when someone dies and you're reporting on the situation, the best way to go about it is just to talk about their achievements and then give a moment of silence. However, did you think Malika Andrews was going to do that, especially to a black man?
Shifting gears, former Michigan State star Adrian
Okay,
Peterson.
now this was just, I believe, what's today's date? This might have been today. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. So now check this shit out right here. If some of y'all ain't here already. Now this just happened today. Remember, the interim head coach of the Celtics, he appeared to be black, but a man nevertheless. And she decided to go ahead and give the background of his troubled early past, which wasn't that bad. Now look, so an ex-Michigan State player, ex-NBA player who just died at age 31. Look at this bitch, yo.
Was shot.
However, did you think Malika Andrews was going to do that, especially to a black man?
No. Listen, it's not that I don't like her. It's I'm the can man. anybody can get it, and it's her turn because if she would have did her Stephen A. Smith Perkins thing, all right, that's it, and nothing else was about her, you dig, and that's it. It's okay. All right, y'all move on. Okay, she just was in her feelings, no problem. We move on. But as something said, look this bitch up and see what else is hiding, and she just keeps going. I mean, like, it's not like I got to dig up the past. She's currently doing this shit. She's currently doing it. She currently talking about the interim head coach of the Celtics. And look at this shit right here.
Shifting gears.
Just was gonna do that, especially to a black man.
Shifting gears. Former Michigan State star Adrian Payne was shot and killed in Orlando, Florida, early Monday morning, the Orange County Sheriff's Office said. And Payne was the 15th pick by the Atlanta Hawks in 2014. Played 4 seasons in the NBA with multiple teams. In 2018, he was waived by the Magic after he was named in a report by ESPN's Outside the Lines that he'd been involved in an alleged sexual assault at Michigan.
She just got to do it. She just got to do it. She cannot help herself. Look. So now this dude's dead. 31 years old, he's dead. But she just got to do it.
State in 2000.
By the way, this is her latest. This is new. I think this was yesterday. This is new.
10. No charges were filed in that case.
All right, now let me just.
No charges filed, all this dumb shit, but she got to do it. The dude just can't. Ex-NBA player, blah, blah, blah. He's dead. Peace. Nope.
Seasons in the NBA with multiple teams. In 2018, he was waived by the Magic after he was named in a report by ESPN's.
That's why your ugly ass is going to be blackballed. Okay? You think you that gorgeous? Okay. Yeah. I mean, Stupid think you're beautiful. You dig? So some people out there think you're gorgeous. But let's see if men keep caping for your goofy ass. Okay?
Outside the Lines that he'd been involved in an alleged sexual assault at Michigan State in 2010. No charges were filed.
She can say that, looking like a black woman. She can say that. But let it be Rachel Nichols, somebody who's clearly not black. They couldn't do that and keep their job. It'll be a whole out. You know what I mean? They'd be flipping out, losing their wig. So, but you can color somebody up and throw them out there and use those same talking points. And black people just be docile, like, okay, yeah, okay. This sounds harsh. Hey, yo, when you read these comments to this shit, yo, I read every last comment to her. This is somebody reaction, but ESPN got she got her own shit. Their own channels, their own videos, and their own channel with their own videos. And I went to her shit, bro. Every last, almost, and it's all men really. They were calling for this bitch head. Just calling for her head. One after another.
Filed in that case.
All right, now let me just say this. I talked about this when Rachel Nichols brought up a Derrick Rose rape case, and I'm gonna do the same right here. Adrian Payne was never actually charged for the crimes. In fact,
I got two. They're small videos, just 8 minutes. The other one's 7 minutes, so total 15 minutes, and that's it.
Just allegations as far as everyone's concerned. Now, of course, it could have happened, but the only people that will truly know were the parties involved. And first of all, even if it is true, why are you bringing this up? It's a dead man we're talking about, and we're trying to give our condolences. Second, if he was such a bad person, why would you even bring him up in the first place? Just ignore him. Like, there are some celebrities out there that I genuinely do not like, and when they die, I'm not gonna say shit because I have nothing nice to say. We were all taught from a young age, if you have nothing nice to say, then don't say nothing at all, especially when someone is dead. In fact, I've watched the entire clip, which is about a minute long, and she had nothing nice to say at all. Look, I get it, you're ESPN, it was a hot topic, obviously, it was someone's death, but why did you have to bring...
Sweet, man. That's why I like John Morant over Kyrie. Less dribbles and he gets to the goddamn hole. Okay, he don't get all tired. He did. He 1 or 2 dribbles and he at the hole. Kyrie, 30 fucking dribbles, and then he finally gets to the hole. You don't want him play no goddamn defense. Be too tired.
For ESPN, it was a hot topic, obviously, it was someone's death, but why did you have to bring something old like that? By the way, again, he was never charged for it. I think you're gonna start to notice in this video that there is a trend that the people she criticized the most happen to be the own skin color of herself. Now, as I'm doing research for this video, I found a clip of her talking about Jonathan Tjarks, which is a sports writer for ESPN, or he was. About 2 weeks ago, he died, and this was the tribute that she gave on ESPN.
I do want to take a moment moment to acknowledge Jonathan Tjarks, an NBA writer for The Ringer who died over the weekend after a battle with a rare form of cancer. And he was just 35 years old. Tjarks wrote extensively about the Mavericks, and we at NBA Today send our heartfelt condolences to his wife, Melissa, and his son Jackson and his entire family.
As you can tell, these two tributes are very different compared to each other. Now, I actually could not find anything on Jonathan, which I didn't want to find anything because I don't want to have to bring up someone's past. So I don't know if he's ever done something dumb in the past than Tjarks, and more exact thing that a lot of you probably saw the Joe Mazzulla clip that I showed yesterday, but I'm gonna show it again just for reference in this video.
And we'd be remiss not to also mention that Mazzulla was arrested twice at West Virginia, once in 2000.
Now, this is about the interim head coach of the Celtics. She can't, every time.
For underage drinking and aggravated assault.
Ooh.
He pled guilty, paid a fine,
Spooky.
and then again in 2009 for domestic battery after an incident at Morgantown Bar. The domestic battery case never went to trial. It was settled in August of 2009. He paid a $100 fine.
$100 fine. Oh my God, so much money. He's a terrible guy.
Plus had to do 40 hours of community service.
Now let's hear her talk about Luke Walton, who by the way—
Now watch this. You hear this, bitch? So now it's time to speak on the owner of the Phoenix Suns and the Phoenix Mercury. The Phoenix Suns is an NBA team, professional team, and the Phoenix Mercury is a WNBA professional team in America. The owner got 70 employees speaking against that nigga. Okay? Talking to women certain ways, saying the N-word, racist as fuck. Horrible guy. He's not the Celtics head coach who had consensual sex with 2 women and he broke company policy. He's not the interim head coach who got a DUI in a fight at a bar in his younger days. He's not the Adrian Payne guy who had sexual allegations, but where they were dismissed for whatever reason, lack of evidence, where the fuck it was, but he wasn't, charged and convicted. So now we're talking to a guy who owns a fucking team. You can't get more powerful than this nigga. Okay? 70 employees came out. They did a year-long investigation of this motherfucker for all the shit that people were saying about him. Because you can't fire an owner. So they asked him to step down. He said, fuck no, I ain't stepping down, like the Clippers head coach. So PayPal and some other big sponsors said, all right, we're backing out. And that forced them niggas to sell, and they make a huge profit, a huge return on investment. So they never lose, okay? But let's see what she say about that nigga. Listen.
In 2019, and I hate bringing this up, he was in some sexual assault case, even though it was just an accusation and she actually never filed any charges. But I wonder if Malika Andrews brought that up.
So sexual, you heard it, sexual allegations, never charged, same shit.
Hiring Luke Walton as an assistant coach.
So this is Luke Walton. So this is before the owner of the Phoenix Suns. So Luke Walton, sexual allegation. Let's see.
ESPN senior insider Adrian Wojnarowski. Walton joins Coach J.B. Bickerstaff's staff. Say that 10 times fast. After spending the past 5+ seasons as head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers and Sacramento Kings, Walton, who was dismissed after a 6-11 start with the Kings in November, was part of an NBA championship coaching staff with Golden State under Steve Kerr in 2015.
Now, look how genuine and happy that bitch was. No sexual allegation, nothing. Clean slate. Luke Walton to have NBA champion Golden State Warriors. Fuck it. That's why she a dog. And that's why people saying the bitch racist and sexist.
She did it. So with the logic I'm hearing, if you are white, then we are not allowed to bring up your past when you die or just in general. But if you are black and you make one mistake, even at your death, we are going to talk about that. Even when you're dead. This isn't just
that's fucking deniable. That's part of his history, his bad history, and the bitch ain't bring it up.
Respectful at this point. Like when Adam—
And you see, she has a pattern of bringing up niggas' negative past. So far, black people. But a perfect opportunity to show, no, that's the way she is. Like she just, that's how she do her journalism. No, that's not how she do her fucking journalism. The bitch cherry picks. And she's consistent when it comes to a particular race and sexual gender.
Schefter did it to Dwayne Haskins. When Schefter did it, he was just saying that he had a bad career, and that was just disrespectful. It wasn't racist. However, Malika is kind of building a case that she might be a closet racist and public feminist. Now, she is making my job too easy. And it's not like I don't like her and a bunch of the fans don't like her and YouTubers or whatever don't like her. Even the players don't like her.
Malika Andrews, ESPN. For both of you guys, I'm curious, you guys have talked a lot about how
look at his fucking
point,
now. We talk about body language with the interrogation. Look at this nigga body
Like her.
language.
Even
bro.
the
He heard
players
from her.
don't like her.
Look at this motherfucker body. And y'all talking about no, they always walk off of media. No, look at his body language when he heard Malika Andrews.
Malika Andrews, ESPN. For both of you guys, I'm curious.
So
you
now
guys
he looks down, possibly thinking, who the fuck is that? Oh, that's that bitch.
Players don't like her.
Malika Andrews, ESPN.
Look.
For both of you guys, I'm curious. You guys have talked a lot
Okay,
about
look, he
how
looked down. Who the fuck is that name sound familiar? Who the fuck is that bitch? Look at that. Oh shit. And once he realized who it was, look, he sits the fuck up.
Fans don't like her and YouTubers or whatever don't like her. Even the players don't like her.
Malika Andrews, ESPN. For both of you guys, I'm curious. You guys have talked a lot about how at this point, sometimes it takes experience. I'm wondering if now that you have some of that experience, if you see more validity to that point, or what you think about that now that you've gone through it.
Bitch, kiss my ass. Fucking your ass.
So not only did she piss off Giannis, which Giannis rarely gets pissed off at the media. This has to be the first time that I've ever seen Giannis walk out of an interview. And I'm not the—
That answers your question, I'm talking to. He never does that. It's the first time he done it. Okay?
biggest Bucks fan, so maybe I'm not paying attention to them like I do the Suns, which is my favorite team. But I think I can speak for every Giannis and Bucks fan when I say I've never seen this man walk out of an interview and be that pissed off. Alright, speaking of my favorite team, so if you guys don't know about Robert Soffer, he just got suspended like 2 weeks ago, but then he stepped down from
Okay, so now this is the Phoenix Suns coach. All right.
Team and all that bullshit's going on. Anyways, Malika Andrews talked about it, and all she did was just recap everything.
Robert Sarver has been suspended for 1 year.
So this is the owner. This is one day before the Celtics scandal came out. Okay, so this owner couldn't even have a day, a whole 2 days, a whole week of niggas getting on his ass. One fucking day. Story disappeared. We don't know shit about it today.
And fined $10 million. And 2 hours ago, the NBA announced the findings of a nearly year-long independent investigation into Sarver's workplace conduct.
So Robert Soffer, I cannot. So Robert Soffer does literally every single sin you can think of as an owner or person in general. You ain't got nothing to say about him. However,
Right.
Ime Udoka said,
One, y'all can chop it up, and when I get a chance, I'll play the other video.
I just wanted to know how for how long were you how long you been hating her? Because it's obvious.
I know.
You hate her.
Oh no. I mean,
You do not like her.
That's your most thing. I know. So for one, I just cussed Tim's out. Do I hate him? No. I'm calmed down. I don't hate Tim's. I thought he came out at a bad time. Not at a bad time. I think he came at the middle of a live and started commenting like he knew my angle. Okay. Oh, it's an old story, nigga. I know. But this is a new story. Her old story is a new story because Rachel Nichols is speaking about what happened at ESPN. So she got to bring up what had happened. He didn't catch that part. He just come in here and was talking about the old story. But anyway,
before that, he had said something that you spazzed out, so he was responding because
but my point.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, but
it wasn't
that
he wasn't coming for you or what you was saying.
No problem.
You assume, yeah.
Okay,
fine.
You
made
okay,
an assumption.
Fine. I can assume. Y'all all make fucking assumptions. We all do that.
Absolutely.
So my point
you
is,
got a little unhinged.
Right, but it's all right. It's all right because you get like that. You and Jeremiah Judy got into it.
Absolutely, but I wasn't unhinged. I let him offend me real good, so I knew he was.
Oh man,
right.
That shit was classic.
Yeah, so the thing is now Haskell and Wujawu, Haskell goes fucking buck wild. So like we all get crazy at times. We all fiery, and the thing is,
I do agree.
So my whole thing is, whether I misread what he was trying to say, no problem. I'm open to that. But I don't hate him. Just got tore his ass a new one. That don't mean I'm.
Well, I'm trolling your ass. It's like what, maybe the third live about her, maybe.
He do not like Shorty.
Hold up.
It's real strong.
Just come up. Wait. So she just did a special on dude Adrian Payne yesterday. That's why I came back up. Like, oh, this bitch still doing it. That's why I brought up her again. She just said something new.
I'm not mad at it. I'm just saying.
You know what I realized about homegirl though? They setting her up, bro. Cause like that stuff that she's reading, she's not winging that, bro. She's not, you know what I'm saying? She's not unilaterally doing that.
Their statements. It's a teleprompter that she's reading off of.
Yeah. She reading a
somebody
teleprompter.
else wrote that, and she's reading it. And I felt like she was actually uncomfortable reading some of the stuff. If you look at how her mouth is moving, like she's like kind of cringing, but she got to read it. Like, shit, what I'm gonna do?
I don't know about that part, Amber, but because all right, here's the thing. They're kind of typecasting her right into that villain role, but they put certain people in certain positions because they know they're already kind of leaning that way. You know what I'm saying? She wants to be this, this crusader, this modern day Susan B. Anthony or whatever the fuck, or
I don't even think she wants to be that. I think
who's the black version?
She wants to be known. She wants to be known. She wants to have a platform.
She wants to be someone. And they're they're kind of taking advantage of her, I guess, ambition. Because like half of that shit she reading, bro, I guarantee you she's not retaining that information like that. Like she didn't know that what's my man name? Adriana, the brother who got killed. The brother who got killed. What was his name?
Adrian Payne.
Right. She didn't retain that information. Like that's something that's on a teleprompter. So yes, she does take some sort of she kind of likes to, report on that sort of stuff. But ESPN, they know what they're doing too. But she's goofy enough to where she doesn't even
I'm not gonna say she doesn't have a choice. She definitely has a choice. Like to me, I agree that she didn't have to read it. Like once you kind of see, you could have, okay, well, our condolences to his family. You could fill that in with just some stuff, and like I ain't reading that, and then cut to break. What the fuck was that? Y'all got me reading this bullshit. This ain't got nothing to do with this man's death. But they know she's not that girl, so they're gonna throw it out there. She gonna say it, and people are going to start to feel a way about her, and not that. Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I can't even really get on her mama. Like, I'm biased. She is a stooge, bro. She's what's buddy that whacked that supposedly whacked JFK.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Oswald, yeah, bro. She's a stooge, bro. No, now don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of young women in America, going to college and all that shit, they all went with the woke shit and, girl power and, she with all the fuck shit too. But they definitely, they setting Shorty up, bro. She don't even realize it neither. Everybody hate this bitch, bro. And she don't even, I don't think that's her like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, dog. She don't know what's going on, man.
But even the feminist stuff, I don't think any of it is her. Like she's kind of a caricature at this point.
Yeah, Pope, that's fucked up though, because they know eventually the groundswell is gonna build so big to the point where they're gonna have to let her go at some point. You know what I'm saying? And they just gonna throw away, bro. Like they know what they doing, man.
Just read her comments.
Well, I mean, at this point, she's not there for, as y'all say, she doesn't know much about sports, so she's just a pretty face to read the teleprompter. Anybody can do that. It's not like she's a actual journalist that's choosing their stories and what they want to and researching, and they have sources, and you understand what I'm saying? Like, she's not like a political or actual news commentator. It's in the world of sports, so they pretty much give her talking points.
Yeah,
Anybody
nah,
can
that's
do
for
that.
sure. I definitely agree with that. But that's some cold shit though. That's some cold shit. You know what I'm saying? Like she's so oblivious, bro. She's so oblivious. I mean, part of it is her too now. Let's, I'm not gonna completely let her off the hook like that, but for the most part, you could just tell, man, like she don't know what's going on, man. She don't know what's going on, bro. And the people like you unbiased. You was on her neck.
Nah, because I'm tired of black folks doing looking like black people doing shit like that.
Yeah, but she gotta. I mean, man, is she? Damn, because I'm thinking like I know she messed with that white dude that works at ESPN, but a lot of times when white boys mess with these black chicks, I know you say she ain't black, mixed, whatever the case may be, they just they just getting it in. They don't really care about her like that. But I know if I was her man, I'd be like, man, somebody gotta let her know, bro. I know somebody done told her already, like, yo, they setting you up, right? Like,
Matt Barnes had to tell that bitch that already.
yeah, I don't know, man.
I gotta do what I gotta do though.
Bro.
Well, she did a piece on Breonna Taylor, so I didn't watch it yet, but that's a great time to. That's a great.
A watcher said she worked in a law firm and she comes from a good stock. I don't know what good stock is, but he said she comes from good stock. He can't give her a pass. He can't give her the female pass. He's team feminist.
Yeah,
I mean, no, listen. All right. You know how I see this thing? It's like when I hear women say like certain words, I hear them say misogyny, narcissist. What's the other one? I can't remember the other one right now. But a lot of times,
toxic masculinity. I used that one on
you
earlier.
can add that one
That's
too.
the one.
What about chauvinist? What about chauvinist?
Male chauvinist. Mm-hmm.
That chauvinist one kind of played out, but a lot of times when I hear women say, but particularly young women,
the
majority. That's the one I was thinking about. Thank you. That's the one, right? It's kind of just generic. Like your average woman, I know Amber knows what they mean, but your average young woman, particularly if they're like under 30, 22, 23, they don't know what any of this stuff means. They just hear people saying it and they just say it. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just so innocent. Like, yeah. I can't even muster up any kind of vitriol for them because they're just so unknowing. Like, oh, the patriarchy. Like I heard one girl, she was complaining about the patriarchy, but then she was complaining about men not protecting and providing. Like it didn't even occur to her like those
That's
things.
part of the patriarchy. That's part of the patriarchy that you hate so much.
Like, that's what a patriarchy is, So that's why I realize sometimes like people just say words, they have no idea what they mean, but they hear it being, repeated all the time in pop culture by their favorite rappers or personalities, and they just repeat it. So I think that's what's going on with Homegirl, man. And man, I could see her being out of there in a year, unbiased. Like she's like a cannon fodder. But she's definitely a feminist though. Don't get me wrong, right? Like your average young girl today, college educated, they're feminists because the basic idea is that, back in the past, men kind of lorded over women and, kind of like now is our time and, revenge of the nerds or revenge of the whatever, so that's kind of like the backdrop of your modern day young woman feminist or whatever you want to call it. So I'm not letting her off the hook. You know, she definitely espouses feminist views and she's all into the nonsense, but she don't know what's going on, man. She don't know what's going on, bro.
I think she probably plays more. It's a lot of faux femininity, or faux feminists where they want to use feminist talking points, but again, they want the allure of femininity to try to soften men to get them to do what they want them to do. You know, it's kind of like this, like women are over sexualized, but then you try to over sexualize yourself and use that to your advantage. You know, it's just that you want to be able to use your femininity and your sexualization, but to quote unquote empower or make you the more dominant one in the relationship or the scenario, versus men being able to use it against you. It's a little perverted. But I did want to speak about the video earlier. I'm not sure if Haskell was here when you was playing it with the guy and the gender conversation. Wait, did you say Drew Carey?
Yeah,
y'all killing me.
No, why? Like Drew Carey.
Why watch it? Is it Brian? Not Brian. It's what's the son name? Bobby? Is it Bobby?
Bobby off of King of the Hill. Bobby.
I'm sick of y'all. I just kept looking like, what is wrong with this lady head? What the fuck is going on? The head was bothering me. But it's just, I was confused. I was thoroughly confused about the unlimited amount of pronouns, but I thought that there was like definitive pronouns in the English language.
What should be? She sound like you. That's the shit
she definitely. She definitely don't sound like me. She definitely don't sound like me.
Hold on. Ain't no biological presets. Ain't no,
nothing's
definite.
No. Let's be very clear. You asked about biological differences other than strength between, and you're talking about like capability as far as leadership or, things like that. We're not talking about is male and female the same thing, because if that's the case, then what are we talking about? Male and female, we would just be using one word. I've never said that there's only one gender. I've never said that. Or I've never said that there's more than two genders. So let's keep things in context now. I've never made that argument or that claim. Now, I did ask if something could be changed on a biological level by science. You said that was possible and you was willing to accept that. I was just asking merely, was that considered biological or was that something else? You say you would be willing to accept that as biological evidence. That was our conversation. So let's not conflate and confound. That was that on that. Go ahead.
Okay. I guess. But essentially, y'all kind of, if not necessarily the same, y'all
it's not a kind of, it's not even a cousin.
Y'all on some cousin shit. Cause
Amber,
check it out.
I only identify two genders. Now, what people want to call themselves, that's their business. I don't feel like society should be held to that. But I'm not going to be going back and forth in no arguments and debating it. I personally feel like it was once considered a mental illness. I don't see why anything has changed. Personally, that's my personal feeling. What other people do or what they want to identify themselves as is their business. I do think there's a difference between biological gender, sex, and gender identity. What they're talking about is gender identity, how they choose to identify themselves. But there is a distinction between biological gender and gender identity. Just because you feel like you should have been a woman, that's your personal feeling. That has nothing to do with the biological reality of what your DNA has said that you are. What we talking about?
Right. Yeah, shit crazy, man. But you know what I realized too, unbiased, like it ain't about us. You know what I'm saying? Like we the old folks anyway.
Oh yeah.
You know, the people pushing this shit, they think about
Yeah, we're out of here. They don't give a fuck
we
about
out
my
of
folks.
here.
I'm out in a little while. And
Right.
Everybody after me gonna believe that bullshit. They're gonna be born.
Exactly, bro. They don't give a fuck about what we think, bro. It's about
that shit is irrelevant.
Yep. It's about baby bias and all I'm coming behind, you know.
They'll go right up in that shit. Like
that shit gonna be normalized. You know, when we in our 60s, we're gonna be looking like, what the fuck?
Right. All these different pronouns.
Yeah, we're not gonna believe it, but it's gonna be reality. I mean, look.
Well, at least it'll be normalized in the Western world. But hell, there's plenty of countries that they probably have never seen no shit like that. Because again, women are still fighting for.
It's kind of crazy to think about just how far of a reach Western culture has, right? Because it is spreading, right? Of course, with TikTok and all the rest of the social media, it's interesting to see. Of course, like in a lot of countries, they still retain a lot of their cultural and traditional type of ways. But I mean, 20 years is a long time. It'd be interesting to see how the world will be in 20 years. And, if this thing can, how far this thing will really spread, because.
Do you think it'll be like, you have a housing bubble, stock bubble? Do you think there'll be like a feminist bubble?
Possibly. It depends on how bad
I think it's going to be a feminist and an LGBTQIA plus community bubble.
Yeah, I think like if the economy gets bad enough, then yeah, there'll be a bubble, because feminism really could only exist in a first world, super easy living. In a back to basics type of world, it can't. It can't exist. Like, women gonna look to dudes, that nigga do something. You know what I'm saying? It's just natural. But 20 years from now, thinking about other countries, right? I look at like the thing with Dwayne Wade. That's like my favorite basketball player ever. And man, it's just wow. It's just so weird, right? People, for the most part, are strongly against children being molested and stuff like that. But for whatever reason, you can take an 11-year-old boy and you put it in a certain context and people don't look at it that way. Right? So, for example, if I were to tell you that I'll take my 11-year-old daughter to a strip club, you'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, nigga, like, what the what?
They're too young to understand, or they're too young to be in that type of environment. Like, I don't understand why a child should be thinking about their gender identity.
People would say, like, man, you're sick. However, my boy D Wade, man, my favorite player, man, took his 11-year-old son to a LGBTQ parade.
And they be way out there. They be way. I ain't never been to one, but I've seen video clips.
Right.
And the costumes and the type of shit. Yeah, you might as well took them to a strip club.
Right.
A gay one.
Right. But think about it. Your average citizen isn't outraged. You didn't hear any outrage like, what, And now he's suddenly this kid is a woman, and according to Dwayne Wade's wife, this is what the child always wanted, which is, we all know that's insane. Like an 11, 12-year-old child You know, but for the most part, unbiased, again, like your average citizen isn't looking at that as like a R. Kelly situation, when in reality, it really is literally the same thing. It really is. An 11-year-old at a gay pride parade. Like that's sick.
And to me, even if I'll go as far as to say, even if this is something that they quote unquote want, as a parent, even if I'm gonna be the I got your back kind of parent, I still wouldn't feel comfortable with that until they're 15. Like around 15, 16 years old, I think you're old enough to understand, you know, but 11, 12, 13, even 14, nah, you're not making that type of decision. That's the whole point of you being the parent to me. Like, your whole point of being a parent is to guide your child. Your child don't supposed to be necessarily guiding you. They should have input. You should be able to listen to your child, but no, you're not gonna just be telling me I feel like this, I want this, I got to do this, and I'm just like like, nah. But why Haskell? I mean, Watcher said preach Haskell, no protection for boys or men, but Watcher, he has his father. Like the main thing that people be saying is boys need their father.
Like, yeah, I don't know what's
father.
up with I don't know
what
what's up with
about?
D Wade, man. I don't know what's going on there. Like, the shit with D Wade makes me believe in the what the hell you call it? The conspiracy theories.
Oh,
you know,
Illuminati.
that wow. Because it's the only fucking explanation I could come up with. Like, what the fuck? Like, for real, unbiased, can you come up with anything else? Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, no, that's some weird stuff.
That shit's just weird, bro. Like, I mean, like, nah, man.
I mean,
like,
I'll say, and I still think it's like far-fetched, but in my mind, I'm like, something had to really happen behind the scenes for them to just give in and be supportive like this. Like, did the child make an attempt on their life? Or like I in my mind, I'm like, what the fuck happened?
Right. Right. Like, typically, you know what the main thing that most people think about, right? Which is some form of abuse or molestation or something, and kind of leads to that.
Yeah.
Which isn't impossible, but man, it's hard to imagine, considering that, you know, D Wade is such a prominent figure, and you wonder, like, okay, who would be doing the, you know, who would be doing the molestation?
But was it, or even if maybe it wasn't even molestation, like, for what reason did the child get removed from his actual biological mother? Maybe she could have been abusive in some way.
See, now that's a whole nother rabbit hole, because, man, you know, I remember she was all on the street saying that, you know, D Wade, you know, threw her under the bus or left her out to dry. He was literally on the streets like a vagrant with signs, you know, but I don't know if she consulted someone, but that was not the way to go about it, because that just immediately people are going to file you in the nutcase category, you know, going about it that way. But she has been pretty much usurped. You know, I'm a huge D Wade fan. I live in Miami. So going back to around, you know, 07, 06, 07, 08, around the time when he first started messing with Gabrielle. He kind of, you know, threw her away. Meaning
but he was in that relationship prior to, though, correct?
Yeah,
so it wasn't like it wasn't. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, so it wasn't like no baby mama situation, or like he was actually involved with her.
That was his high school sweetheart. You know, he blew up. You know how men are prone to do a lot of times. You get the feeling ourselves, and we don't want the little chick we had in high school. We feel like, you know, we that nigga now, like you don't fit, you know? So he kind of got rid of her. You know, of course, I guess obviously she took umbrage to that. You know, I guess, you know, it hurt, you know what I'm saying? But
the child was still with her at this point, correct?
I wanna say so. Yeah, I wanna say so. I wanna say so. But you know, when you see someone who you've loved or someone who you've been with when they weren't anything and they get to start acting sedity, you know what I'm saying? It'll make you lose your mind. And I think that was a bad thing for her. I don't know if she had anybody in her corner to like let her know, like, look, he trying to play you a certain way, right? But you got to hold it down. You can't feed into it, because if you feed into it, that shit makes it that much easier for him to see, look at her. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and the bitch get the gaslight you. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, once she was literally on the streets, Amber, like when I say on the streets, she literally, I can't remember what city, I want to say it was Chicago. She's like in downtown Chicago, sitting on the fucking ground with a sign, you know what I'm saying? Saying, yo,
Yeah,
they trying to take my
she was out
kid, or
there bad.
D-Wade ain't shit, or like, nah, mama, that ain't it. That ain't it right there. Because a nigga could just easily point us, oh, look at that bitch, she crazy. And just like that, you lose your kids. He got the money, you know what I'm saying? He got the power, the backing of the media and all that shit. Is like, man. And I ain't heard too much from homegirls since them times, you know? So yeah, man, like, man, you could tell like it's some orchestration there. Without going full tinfoil, you know, I could say with confidence, like there's definite orchestration there. You know, your 11-year-old son don't just pop up, oh, I want to go to gay pride parades, and I always felt I
But
was a woman.
even the kids being so public and so much of a focus, like, because again, I knew that he probably was married or with someone, had kids, but you never heard about his kids, his wife. You understand what I'm saying? Which is another thing that I have a problem with.
Oh,
so
yeah.
like when you typically see an athlete that's married, you don't see their spouse and their kids front and center like that.
Mm-hmm.
Unless their spouse is another celebrity, or in the case of like your Aisha Curry, or you see what I'm saying? Like, but typically,
most deaf.
But typically they're behind the scenes. They're not really a focal point. So it just kind of rubbed me the wrong way that, like, okay, now this child from an existing, a previous relationship, existing child, y'all together, now y'all flaunting this child, not that just that y'all flaunting the child as a part of y'all relationship, but y'all flaunting this, life style or life change or whatever the fuck you want to call it, front and center too.
Yeah, that's a big.
But I feel like it was a large part Gabrielle Union rebranding herself, because she was known as a nasty, mean girl, like in the industry. I felt a large part of that was her connecting herself to causes and rebranding herself as an ally.
Yeah. I mean, I've thought about that too. Like, just how much does she have to do with it? Like, as far as just her as a person. But there's a part of me that still feels like there's, even though she is a
responsibility on his part.
Well, obviously, but I feel like there's some other hands, in the background other than Gabrielle Union. Like,
But what would be the, I guess, what would be the impetus for him? Like, what would be the draw?
As far as Gabrielle Union, or doing that to his
As
son?
far as Wade, as far as Dwayne Wade.
Yeah, I mean, as far as him doing that to his son, or the draw to Gabrielle?
No, the draw to him doing that to his son.
I really wouldn't. You know what? I can't speak on that with any kind of intelligence. Like, we're not in those rooms. We're not in those circles. You know, the most I could probably speak from is like YouTube conspiracy videos, right? But man, I want to say maybe opportunities, TV shows, or like there's just something there, man. There's just no fucking way. There's no way, man. Ain't no way. You know, there's something going on there. Like, you know,
I mean, if opportunity, because I do feel like he like really in love with her. So if maybe opportunity manifested for her and not him, I can see that. But I just, maybe it's me and I've missed it, but I don't see that he's had a whole lot of opportunity. I feel like her opportunities have increased and she can be seen everywhere, but it's either like they're doing something together or if she's doing something on her own. I rarely see him doing shit like really on his own.
right. She definitely does come across as like she's his handler, you know, and they really go out of their way to make themselves conspicuous. It's like really cringy. Yep. You know, oh, Gabrielle Union takes revealing pic, and you know, and then he's right there like showcasing her. It's just fucking weird. Like, what, you know, just like, and that shit eats me up, Amber, because like, bruh, like I could go to my YouTube right now and I literally used to save videos of Wade, bro. Like I got a whole playlist with like 100-something videos. Like that's my motherfucking nigga, man. Like that's
he
my
went outside,
player, bro.
He
you know
went
what I'm
out
saying?
too
Huh?
I said he went outside. He went out too fast.
Yes, that's a man. When I real, I don't. Man, I just don't. And I'm like, bro, you from the shy, bro. I know you ain't necessarily from the city. You left the city young, but like, bruh, you like, nah, man. Nah, bro, you can't let him do you. You know, he wearing the painted nails and the little short and all this little funny, like, come on, man.
What the fuck that is?
I definitely agree. It's something though, because I do know that her and Jada called themselves, because I guess in the past they had a little rift, but they called themselves like, you know, burying the hatchet, making up, you know, and I remember her making an appearance on Jada's show. And I just found it ironic, like, they're kind of living very similar lifestyles in regards to how they raise their kids and their relationships. You know, like it's giving something's going on here. You know,
yeah, for
something's
sure.
going on here.
And you can't, you can't speculate, you know what I'm saying? Because you gonna come off like on some IBM shit. You know what I'm saying? But it's certain shit, man, for you could smell a rat, man. Like, nah, man. This shit too wild. Like, nah, something's amiss here.
Yeah. But I have also considered too that the environments that their kids are probably in, the schools that they attend, and the other kids that they're around, you never know what the fuck they facing on the day to day. And that's like where it's kind of unusual, and our kids are just now seeing it. Like it's probably been a part of their culture in those kind of levels for quite some time. So I also try to think about like, well, who knows what's going on at their private schools and how many transgender this or that they're, attending school with and have been attending school with since, elementary, whereas it becomes kind of hard to. It looks weird to us because it's not a part of our everyday what we interface with. But at their level, they're like, oh, this normal shit.
Oh yeah, I mean, no doubt about it, man. Like, I don't think any one of us know the half. Like, I know someone who knew Khaled, one of those 6 degree type of separation deals. And, I think if we were to be in one of those rooms, we'd be like, our mind would be blown. Like, what the fuck? Like actually seeing it in real time, So yeah, most definitely, man. Most definitely. Not even on no weird conspiracy shit, but just even just having a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? Like you can think about how you are just as a person when you come into some money, or friends or family, like when they come into some money, they take certain liberties that they normally don't, and they just get to doing weird shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Like, you wasn't like that yesterday. Like, what happened? You got that income tax.
I'm a rich bitch today, shit.
Right.
I'm a rich bitch today.
Yep, motherfuckers get to acting weird. So imagine multiplying that times like fucking, 1,000.
Yeah, I know. I ain't gonna be broke next year, the year after that, the year after that, or the year after that. But I'm good for a minute. Fuck all y'all, kiss all my ass. Shit.
Yeah, because I see my boy, he painting his nails black and like, bruh. I mean, bruh. If that's what it's about, I don't know if I even want no money like that, bro. Not like that, man.
I can't. Yeah, just paint yours clear. Sure. A little clear polish never hurt nobody. You don't got to be shiny. A little buff. Get a little buff on your nails.
Hell no.
But it also could be. I don't think it's rich people in general. That's conspiracy. I think it's probably how he gets his money, because it ain't like he got some shit business set up. He was right up. So I walked away.
You gonna have to perfect that lay down and sneak away. You ain't got that quite. You ain't got it down pat yet. You got to make him still think he laying on your chest.
Shit, you got a low crawl up out of there.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to imagine how I used to do it. Laying on the chest. Then I get my little pillow ready, because they got to still have that same shape. Okay. Then I'm gonna slide them on the pillow. There you go. Make sure they good. Ain't nothing covering it up. They ain't finna bury their head in nothing. He old enough to move his head around now. You good? Shit. But you gotta have that same chest shape, or they gonna feel like you gotta have an arm hanging down on the pillow so they can feel like they hugging you. Shit.
Well, he tired of that Fiji bottle already?
Well, I had a low key, like some bullshit bottle. I didn't have the Fiji. He played with it for a good 30 minutes, and he was like, nope.
Man,
I gave him a flashlight. He started playing with that next.
Yeah, he figured out you was trying to trick him. He's like, hold on. After like 30 minutes, like, wait a minute.
But he that bottle's still around. He'll play with it tomorrow. Yeah. He'll play with it tomorrow, but when don't do that. When Watcher mentioned it, I said, shit, I wouldn't be trying to make that, because you're gonna get tired of that shit before he do. Shoot. Clink, 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 clink. Man.
I should buy beads, like beads that you put in your hair. Put that in.
Yeah. I'm telling you there. He definitely gonna fuck with that tomorrow. That's gonna become one of his new favorite things.
I'm so glad y'all ain't know me when I had my braids. At one point, I had beads in my shit looking like Rick James. Yeah.
No, you know both my kids used to wear beads.
Yeah, but I had
So I can't talk.
And I had like 10 fucking beads in my hair on a braid because I
Yeah, I had that shit too.
Yeah, I wanted my hair to swing so bad. I said, I need all these fucking beads. And look, I'm in the office, you dig? And yo, everybody talking to me regular. I looking back, I'm embarrassed. I know they had to be talking about me. I know they did, man. When I walk, clack, 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 clack. When I walk,
It was clacking. Wait, this was circa what? What year was this?
This was like 2000, like 9, something like that.
Oh, you probably was still able to get away with it 2009. That was still fairly, yeah. Niggas was still kind of wearing beads around that time.
That nigga Hurricane Chris was doing that.
Hurricane Chris. Yo. That's how it be though. You look back, the shit you thought was like hella cool.
So look, when I look back, I still cringe today. Like, oh my god, man, why didn't somebody pull me aside and say, "Yo"?
Wouldn't nobody been able to tell you nothing, even if they did try to. I'm pretty sure somebody said something like, "Oh, when you gonna cut your hair?" or something like that.
Never said nothing to me about those beads, man. I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, I ain't gonna lie. My sisters used to be so mad at me. They're like, "Why you put all them beads in their head? They can't even sleep right. They can't even like." Girl, shut the fuck up.
My hair braid should have been like, "You want all those beads? You sure?"
Yeah, please. I used to be using the tool and everything, beating the fuck out their hair.
Man, I was so embarrassed. I can't tell you what color. Hopefully.
But you was grown though. Would you using different colors too?
I don't even know. I think it's just black.
Oh, okay. Black or clear, like.
It might be.
But hell, it's niggas wearing beads now, and don't Snoop be wearing beads? Or not Snoop?
Yeah, it might have been both. I think I had clear and black. I might have wear clear one time.
Yeah, but it's different if you're entertainer. You could do whatever, man.
Yeah, you can.
But most people fashion themselves after entertainment. Now, he said he was at work. I don't know what kind of job he was working. I might have missed it.
I was a transfer agent.
You said a what?
Transfer agent.
A transfer agent?
Yeah, we deal with stocks.
Oh.
So I did was I used to reissue checks like dividends, and we changed the address. That's all I did. You change the address a lot because rich people.
But you didn't interact with the public though, did you?
Nah, hell
no. Okay, well then, no big deal.
No, but the clients did come in there sometimes. Like, so you meet the people that's assigned to their shit, and look at you. I'd be embarrassed now looking back at that, like, oh my fucking god, man. Client like, who the fuck is that handling my shit?
Oh, you should have been stopped wearing them then. If you was feeling like that, like you wasn't even feeling like you was a shit no more.
That's now looking back.
Oh, okay.
At that time, I thought I was a man. Like, yeah, that shit getting all the ladies.
Oh, you swinging? You had the kindergarten neck.
You can't tell me nothing.
Oh, shit.
It's a good thing. I got no picture of that shit. I'm so glad. I got no pictures of that shit.
I'm pretty sure somebody in your family got a picture. Somebody got one. They got your ass in the
DJ
cut.
Focus might have one.
Yeah, somebody got one.
Yeah, DJ Focus might got one because I used to go to his little backyard shit.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a friend run into DJ Focus in PA, right? And DJ Focus said a whole bunch of stuff about me. So this clown, I had to block this nigga today. And not DJ Focus, the clown. He gonna come back. So y'all spoke to, he called him Halim. I said, who the fuck is that? He said, the barbershop. I said, oh, Colleen? You're like, yeah. So like, yeah, he told me about the show and the debates and everything. So I'm like, what? What'd he tell you? So of course, Colleen is extreme. So I'm like, okay, so Colleen's just gold. Like he says it is true. That motherfucker try to like hold me to what Colleen says.
Oh, that nigga been spreading rumors about us.
Yeah, he's very. He's actually a good guy. Like, you know what I mean? If you meet him, you would love his company. He's entertaining and shit. But it's just when you get to debate him, you're not gonna like him. When y'all start arguing those topics, you're not gonna like him because he's very sensitive. He's always in his feelings. Like his family knows it. He's always in his feelings. Like
well, I still don't dislike the man. I'm just like, damn, that nigga still holding a grudge and spreading rumors
yes.
about us.
Like,
No,
he still says, and everything is like, so the dude that related that back to me, like just taking Colleen, and he didn't know Colleen like that. You know what I mean? Like they ain't cool like that, but he knows him basically through me. You know, so but I'm like my boy, you know where like I said, my boy, like you know he's telling you about me through a fucking debate. Like it's not like a phone conversation we had and we beefed. He's telling you through the lens of a debate. I said, yo, when I debate Colleen, my religion's not on the line. His is though.
Who?
Is the dude that he was talking to, is he Muslim though?
Nah, he's all over the fucking place. Now he's one of those guys that I'm gonna tell you what this guy is. I try to invite him on the live a few times, but he claimed like he's into that alpha doctrine bullshit, and he thinks that he's just gonna tell women this and that, and that's just how it is. I'm like, nigga, you think it's that easy? I said, all right. I said, come on the live. I ain't got to do all that. So I'm like, dude, okay, so if they say this, then what you gonna say? You get quiet. Like the whole woman and man thing, like, you know, when they argue that shit. I'm like, dude,
who's that? Who you talking about?
There's some clown in my neighborhood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but you know, it's one of those guys that has all the answers, but won't ever challenge themselves. Like one of those niggas.
Oh yeah, we know.
Oh, so he got all these theories, but ain't none of them been tested.
Never tested. Never.
He ain't never tested none of your theories.
We all know that guy.
Hey, Haskell, he's a 40-year-old that if we was talking to him, we talking about regular shit. He's always talking about fighting. Never fight anybody, but always talking about like somebody's size, you know, how big they are, like physically, and just always talking about that type of shit. Like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Never regular, like always like, yeah, man. I looked at him, he turned away. Like,
nah, don't be hanging around dudes like that, man.
I cannot.
For real, dude.
Look, I'm gonna tell you exactly how he is. No, man. He's the type of guy when he's wrong, and like in an argument where you show me his argument is like terrible, and when he got nothing to say, he'll be like, well, that's just my opinion, and he'll say it very aggressively. Now, if you say, well, that shit wrong, now you're disrespecting him. Like that's where he'll take it. Oh, wait, what you say? You disrespected me. Like, wait, what? You just said that. That's wrong. It's actually this. Oh, see, now fuck that. You trying to act like I'm not smart. Like that's where he'll go with it.
Oh yeah. So now I bet you ain't gonna beat my ass though.
Yeah, and that's what he says to me next. Nigga, you act like you intimidate me. You intimidate me, nigga. Because if you see me, you won't. Like, oh shit, this nigga went there.
Nah, I can't be around nobody like that.
Well, that's all. But that's all I was gonna say. If he always talking about how big or somebody looking away, it sounds like that nigga always sizing somebody up. You
Always. He just can't be comfortable in his own skin. Like if you smaller than him, he's very confident around you, very comfortable. But if his size is bigger, like he's uncomfortable where he won't. You know what I mean? He's always looking like you about to step to him.
Yeah,
you're 40 years old. Nobody trying to fight your stupid ass.
You got issues.
Now I'm not gonna hold you. He sounds like drunk me. See, that's drunk me.
Oh yeah, no. Now you hit it on the fucking note. Now he's now I don't want to say
you You buddy off of that Outcast shit. Talk about you got a shirt up. Talk about who want to fuck with Hollywood Cole.
Yeah. Hey, yo, Thirsty said, I hate niggas like that. That's exactly who he is, man. Now, he don't talk about Joe Thirsty, but he's
only
always
shit
talking
that do
about.
like that, Amber, is white rum, and I stopped drinking that shit.
And yo, goddamn, wait. You said white what?
White rum.
Yo, y'all two pinpoint this motherfucker like a goddamn. Hey, yo, he drinks this rum called Mutu. What's that shit called? Mutubo. It's like, I think it's Lil Wayne rum or some shit like that.
Okay.
Yeah, if that shit white rum is.
Yeah, it's white.
Yeah, bro.
Wow. Yeah, y'all pinpoint that motherfucker quick.
But see, now with me, I'm not like even aggressive though. But it's certain shit that I would probably let slide because bitches. I don't know how niggas is, but bitches be having different demeanor in the club. When you cute, hair done, nice outfit on. You'll have several bitches bumping you when it's plenty of space. Like, bitch, you did not have to bump me. But just on some hating shit, like they just be trying shit like that. Now, a sober me, I can brush it off. Like, okay, whatever. Like, this bitch want to do too much tonight. And intoxicated me, bitch, you had plenty of space. You better use the space around you. Don't bump me no more. Fuck you talking about, bitch.
Bitch. Hey, yo, Diceman said, what's your libation tonight? So lately I've been like, so the wines don't do it for me anymore. The wines don't do it for me. So lately I've been doing the not the bellies, but definitely a cream type shit like that.
Hey, I remember, man, way back in the days, bro. We used to mix E&J cask and cream, which is basically that Bailey shit, but E&J makes it.
Really?
Yeah, it's called cask and cream. CASK.
Now, if I come on here acting like a fool, you know who fault it is.
And cream. I don't know if they still make it, but I remember one time these guys I used to hang with, man, they had like this little recipe they did. They used to mix it with vanilla ice cream. They blend it up and oh man.
Cask. I see a cask.
What do you mix the Baileys with? Like, I've tried it and it wasn't strong.
Well, they did it with cask and cream. This was all right. Let me tell you, this was in the 90s, Amber. So I don't even remember like what the fuck they did.
Oh, it's a brandy.
Yeah, it's a brandy liqueur, but it's like Bailey's. It's the same shit as Bailey's, that milky shit.
I might try this.
Yeah, it's the same shit, but they would get they got the vanilla ice cream and they put it in a blender, mix it up. Sometimes they put the little flakes and shit. Oh man, that shit. It was so good to where you just be eating it. Next thing you know, you fucked up.
I'm like, it sounds good as fuck, but that sounds like something I want to do for like a cute little nightcap after a nice little date, nice little meal. That sounds real cute.
But they ass used to, that was back, in the 90s, we used to blow blunts like back to back. That was a big thing. Like, so we get off that shit. Boom, boom, we drink that shit. Then we go in a car, hot box, like 5 blunts, back to back. Man. Nigga, I'm stumbling back to the motherfucking to the little projects, bro.
Yeah. Hey, Tim, I'm sorry, man. Tim, you came in the middle of me sipping. I read some shit that I thought I ain't like. Now I turned that for you, bro.
Go ahead, tell the truth. You was drunk, Uncle, tonight. Oh, okay, that's what had happened.
What you was drinking?
Yeah, the O'Reilly's Country Cream peanut butter.
That's a liquor?
Yeah. It's like the same style as the E&J.
Okay, peanut butter. Damn, I never heard of that one.
That's bro. Oh my God.
That shit good, huh?
Oh my God, man.
I'm gonna have to start writing this shit down and just trying some of this shit because I don't really drink a lot.
Now watch this. Here's the catch. I love sprinkling nutmeg in my shit, bro.
You go sprinkling nutmeg in every damn thing.
I do.
What's the name? What's the shit what's the goddamn shit, man? Well, you use a coconut grater. You grater it down?
Nah, I just buy it already. Sipped it, whatever. I sprinkle that shit.
Oh, it's already shaved.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I love nutmeg and French toast, pancakes.
Yo, listen, bro.
I love nutmeg.
Nutmeg is a shit, man.
Word.
Nutmeg in some porridge, man.
It is, but y'all sounding like
Yeah, I love nutmeg.
Y'all sounded like some pumpkin spice Karens.
Yeah, I love hold up.
Pumpkin spice
I love
good
pumpkin
shit.
spice. Yo, I love pumpkin spice beer. Like
y'all like pumpkin spice?
Yes, Sam Adams.
Pumpkin spice good as fuck. Hey, Amber, I like damn near anything pumpkin, bro.
Yo, me too.
I'm not a fan of pumpkin.
I like pumpkin pie. I like pumpkin cheesecake.
Oh, y'all like pumpkin pie? Ooh.
Yes, I like pumpkin cheesecake. I like pumpkin pie. I like all that shit.
Anything pumpkin, I'm with it, man.
Oh yeah, I love pumpkin.
Yeah,
And like I love pumpkin beer. Oh my god, so fucking good.
I don't do pumpkin. Maybe if I would have started it at a young age, I would have been accustomed. But to me, it just tastes like imitation sweet potato. Like, and
it's totally different though. Like they're similar,
but the pumpkin pie. So it kind of throws me off. So every time I taste it, I kind of taste that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard for me to even try like a pumpkin cheesecake or like anything, because in my mind it tastes like imitation sweet potato. Like I just have that pumpkin pie.
You ever had squash pie from the
potato.
Muslims? No, man.
No.
Okay, because if you ate squash pie, sweet potato gonna taste like an imitation squash pie. Because squash that's the best pie. Oh my god.
I do be liking that squash when I go to Boston Market. They be having a little squash.
Yeah, that squash tastes good as hell, bro. Squash soup. I love squash soup. I love squash fucking everything, bro. That shit good.
I do like squash.
Then you'll love the Muslim squash pie. That shit is amazing.
What they use in the bean,
when you say pie, that
say that again.
What be in them bean pies?
So you need navy beans, cinnamon, milk. They what they do is they blend the beans. They blend them.
I've never had a bean pie.
And with the bean pie, it's all about, I don't know the secret, the sweet secret. They already be hiding that shit. But the sister,
you ain't get your you ain't make it high enough in the hierarchy.
No, he didn't get that recipe. He didn't get that badge. He didn't get that badge, baby.
They definitely ain't gonna share that with you. Bean soup either. And they not sharing it.
That nigga did not get the Krabby Patty recipe.
But you know what? It's online though. It's online. Like a lot of people that was ex-FOI, a lot of women, they went online with the recipe. So like, and they make it right there. They give you all the game. Because
I keep saying I'm gonna friggin' bake this this goddamn weed brownies and shit. Still ain't do it, man. I gotta do it, bro.
Have you ever made some before?
That's what I'm saying. I keep saying I'm gonna do it.
You gonna try? Okay.
You ever made them?
My cousin was trying to explain to me how to make some, and I'm like, bitch, I ain't gonna remember all this. Like, write that recipe down or something. Like, I'm not gonna remember all this shit.
I mean, from what I remember, really, it's the same as baking any other type of pastry, but the butter is really just you convert the marijuana into a butter and oil, and you just
and it was that process that was kind of throwing me, because she's like, well, you gotta she was calling it something, I forgot the name for it, but she was calling that process of like getting the oil out something. And I'm like, girl, she's like, but all you gotta do, girl, don't all you gotta do me. Like, I need to write it down. And, like, I don't like that shit. Don't do it.
Hey, but cooking be like that in general. Like the first time you cook something, it seems like really involved.
Right.
But then like, the more and more you do, it's like that shit is like nothing. Like,
yeah. I mean, I would probably be able to look at it and be like, oh, this ain't a lot. But you know how sometimes like people using new words. It's a new ingredient. You know, like it's just sometimes it could just feel like overwhelming. Like it's a lot coming into my brain right now. I'm not taking it in. Write it down. If I look at it, then I could probably like, oh, that ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, but nah, you're not finna just be talking no damn recipe to me, bitch. I'm not her. Shit, write that shit down.
What's up, y'all?
You dig?
What's good, bro?
I'm faded over here. She said, don't all you gotta do me.
No, but for real, don't you hate when people do that? All you gotta do, it be like 5 things. And that's the thing, Thirsty. I know it take a while because it was a process. Like, you gotta make the fucking butter from the shit. That ain't like all you gotta do. Nah, bitch, it's a whole fucking process to do that shit.
That shit a whole process.
All you gotta do is it's gonna take 1 hour, but all you gotta do is
no. But no, I have a cousin that actually got a edibles business, an online business.
Have you heard of Executive Order 14067?
What was that?
And my computer restarted earlier, so you know when you open up a web browser, it starts to automatically play the shit you had there before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I ain't drinking nothing currently. Actually, I'm mad. Drink.
Oh, I'm on the thought juice tonight.
We figured so.
How you figured?
Well, somebody in the chat asked.
This is the Killer Chronicles.
And I was thinking, I thought, yeah, Haskell did say he just got turned on to those. Because when you get turned on to them, you be kind of stuck on them for like a good 6 months. You're just going through the process.
Yeah.
What is
that? Shit don't really get you messed up like that. It's like, for me, it's like drinking like Kool-Aid or something. You get a little buzz, but nothing crazy.
Is that like a Bud Light is what you're saying?
Oh yeah.
Bud Light got their version of it too. It's like Bud margaritas or some shit.
I ain't never had them, but I don't like Bud Light. So
Bud Light's kind of decent. Budweiser is fucking disgusting, man.
Okay, no, I mean all of the beer is just horrible. I mean just the effect. So it's like you want to drink. Like to me, I'll drink a Bud Light and I may feel a little something. I would drink it like at a tailgate or a function. I want to know like what is it comparable to? Like 2 beers, 2 Bud Lights, or 1 Budweiser, or 1 Heineken, half a Heineken. Like where is it at?
You talking about a Lime-A-Rita?
Like the Lime-A-Rita is just tasty. That's like 20%.
Oh yeah, you can't rock it. That's an Aspen.
Hold on, let me look at the can.
You can't drink that stuff.
Let me look at the can. I think it's 13. But hold on.
What the Lime-A-Rita?
8%.
Okay, yeah, I would need like maybe 3, and I might get
see, if I drink a tall can, then I feel like I had like 3 or 4 beers. That's what 3 or 4 beers feel like for me. Like drinking a full tall can of Lime-A-Rita.
Okay, so it's stronger, is what you're saying. So it's stronger than a beer.
Yeah, to me, because it's like sugar in it. It's sweet, which helps the
the alcohol
bloodstream and get you fucked up. Yeah.
What you want to do is get an IPA. And I like it because when people come over Haskell, they're not going to want to. They're going to want one. I love that.
About like the dark joint. You talking about the dark joint?
Look, I'm like, you want one? And they say, yeah. I first give them like a cup first. All right, taste it first. Let me see if you like it. They say, nah, good. That's why I bought the motherfucker. I don't plan on sharing.
You stingy.
Yeah, I like to share.
Bring your own bottle.
Yeah, not facts. When it comes to liquor, bring your own shit, man.
I've always been that guy. I'm probably pull up with 2, something just in case I need my full hit. And I need you. Yeah, you can have something. Don't fuck with my bottom. It's one of them days.
Yeah. Like, let me do what I do with my shit, and then that's how I'm with like. That's how I am. Like my shit's my shit, and only when I get tired you can have some.
Yeah, I saw a lot of my OGs on. It was more, well, it switched up because like my older G's, they were more on that shit. Then my generation, everything was like free for all. If I got it, you got it, we all got it. And then the younger homies under that, they went back to just actually kind of selfish. Like I ain't even got it while it's sitting there, while I got a pocket of it. You know what I'm saying? Or I ain't even got it, but they got a keg at home, shit. So they want to drink your shit. So
Yeah, facts.
But
No, I'm
if
not
I
even
see,
gonna hold you.
go ahead.
I was
For
gonna say,
too
I'm not even
long,
gonna hold.
canned
I
tuna
could
has been
bring
this
my
soggy,
own
smelly
shit.
slop.
I could bring my own shit, and then I'll be content drinking that. And they're like, "No, you don't want no this, you don't want no that." Like, no, I don't want none of that shit. But I don't really drink hard, so I want to bring some light shit and pretend like I'm drinking with everybody else.
The guy body ass, does all liquor start off clear?
Oh, Thirsty's trying to educate you guys how to do the weed butter shit in the chat.
I've seen it.
That shit put me to sleep. I found out the hard way. I ain't built for that.
Yeah, but that's
Right.
what I started. It's okay. So the reason why I started drinking early for Tim's to get in there is because when I drink late, I get sleepy. So I said, all right, let me mix it up. Let me start at, about 6, 7 o'clock.
That's a decent time if you don't have too much to do.
If I start at 9, 10, it's over.
Yeah, those are pretty much nightcaps at your age, unless you're trying to go out.
Facts.
Yeah, if you stay at home for the rest of the day, those are pretty much nightcaps. You're done with the day.
Every time.
Unless you're stepping out, then for some reason I have a different energy. So I'll be able to
not
drink
me.
a little bit.
Not me. If I got to run to Walmart, then I'm sleep behind the wheel.
No, I mean like if you and you guys are gonna go bowling later, but y'all want to have a couple of drinks before, or y'all go to a football game and afterwards.
Yeah. It won't. If I'm bowling, nothing. I can bowl with fucking 20 beers. Ain't nothing gonna bother me.
But what I'm trying to say is like, if you have a function that you really want to kick it with, for some reason the alcohol, it doesn't affect you the way. Like if I'm at home and I ain't got nothing to do, I'm gonna crash.
Yeah. If I'm bowling, man, I can drink mad beers and be good.
Have you ever fell asleep in the theater? Like my wife gave me a rule, like I can't even drink when we go to movie theater because I will just fall asleep for some reason. I don't know why.
Fall asleep all the time, no matter what.
Yeah, so to be fair, if you really want to see the movie, I just can't drink.
Hey yo, when I said date, like in my mid-20s, I take a chick to the movie theater. I'll tell them straight up, if I fall asleep, don't wake me up. Let me sleep. Because this is what I do. I mean, I won't sleep the whole thing, but I will about a half an hour, 40 minutes. Don't wake me up. Let me sleep. I'm gonna leave your ass here. Like seriously, don't wake me up. Let me
You're
sleep.
an asshole, bro.
I'll be dead ass. Let me. If I fall asleep, let me sleep. Don't touch me. Let me sleep. I'll wake up eventually. Let my ass sleep.
What happened to Hassel?
I wouldn't even like a movie for like a date early on. Like, I don't know. You ain't really getting to know each other. You just watching a movie, or in his case, falling the fuck asleep. Like, oh fuck. Like,
As I got older, I realized that was a waste. Yeah, right now, I'll never do that shit unless I'm in a relationship. Yeah, I'm not dating no damn movie theater. That's like a waste. Like because you like, damn, I ain't get shit done. I don't know her no better. She don't know me no better. Like nothing just happened.
It's a different generation where when you're going to the movies, you're sitting in the dark, touching and maybe kissing and holding hands and stuff was the night. You know what I mean? Maybe hand jobs or whatever, playing with her in the theater. That used to be the setting. All of a sudden, we're in a whole different generation. So movies and dating is not the courting part anymore.
I'm like, ooh, y'all was nasty.
And look, don't forget.
Yeah, right.
And look,
Yeah,
guess what?
right.
The theaters ain't dark like that no more because that shooting shit. Yeah, the theaters are well lit up. The seats lit up. They got all this shit now. Where that ain't happening no more. Cameras in there.
Whoa, wow. Let's see. Yeah, huh? I forgot. Different generation. A lot older.
That's out.
Yeah. Sure, we don't have
You walking around all the time. You good? Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yikes. That's funny. Well, now the thing, let me stop. Okay, yeah. Well, that makes sense. They did used to come back there, but all right. What happened to Haskell? He hopped out.
Nah, I think he might have fell off.
He probably
he fell off before.
Did he fall off? Oh yeah.
Oh man. So we officially canceling Malika Andrews.
Yeah, that bitch got to go.
He said she got to go.
In fact, let me look up her shit, her latest shit, see how many views that shit got. That shit got to be dropping by now. She got nothing but hate comments. That last bullshit she did with Aunt Adrian Payne.
What do you have against Jewish women?
Nothing.
Oh man, nothing if they disrespecting Jewish people, huh? But they're just sitting there disrespecting black people.
Yeah,
so we got a problem. Yeah, I was putting in a chat room, she's being used like a useful idiot. So it's either she's knowingly doing it and she's riding a wave like a Candace Owens. Even if she doesn't really believe it, she knows it's going to get her to the next level. That's why she was doing all that stuff before. Now she's at a nice spot where she can rake in a lot of millions off her social media type shit. So, I mean, like everyone's already said, this is not her end game. Like her end game, you can see she wants to do something with politics.
Oh yeah,
where she can spin
exactly.
her agenda.
This is her foot in the door. Take your ass somewhere else, do some politics. And matter of fact, take your ass to debate motherfucking, what's that nigga name? Ben Shapiro.
No, she's auditioning for like MSNBC, one of those segments where she can be a opinionist. You know what I mean? Like we're not necessarily news, like so she wants to be like Rachel Maddows and Joy Reid, and so they're gonna bring her in as the newest, the youngest, fresh face for a new generation of women, and they're gonna give her 30 minutes or hour segment, and she can talk about what's going on and bring on her network of people. So it's again, that's I gotta be projecting, but it seems like that's where all of her talking points are. Like you were saying earlier, nothing she contributes is to the game or from a spectator's point of view or a fan's point of view or coaches or players' point of view. Everything, it just steers back into the politics of it, So, and that's where she's the most passionate. So,
but to be honest, I think I feel like you're correct, but I don't think that she realizes that she's not appealing to those networks in the way that she's going currently. Like a lot of their hosts, they are more proactive about what they talk about, how they talk about it, and they do enough thorough research where they don't have to really backtrack their statements. You know what I'm saying? Like they take strong, solid stances. They know their issues. Like they're not hokey poking and trying to figure it out and flailing in the water. That's not the look that they want. So while I do feel like she's trying to appeal to that, she's fumbled numerous opportunities. That was the opportunity for her to say, you know what? They want me to talk about this athlete's career as a criminal, or being accused of something that he wasn't convicted of. But, in this moment, I'm going to talk about how the media needs to do a better job of protecting the image of Black men. Like that's more of what MSNBC wants to see, not you reading through the shit. Like, well, I would be remiss if I didn't mention, bitch. Why would you be remiss if you didn't mention that?
That's what Amber. You're right. She wouldn't be doing that to go on MSNBC, but she will be doing that to get on Fox Soul. Like a Fox, Lisa Ray and all
a Fox, them, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I see.
She could definitely be vying for something on that.
Yeah,
network,
she would go to Fox Soul and take up all the viewers. Like she would get a nice 6 p.m. slot every day. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right, so I'm sharing my screen, right? So this is her latest shit yesterday. She responded from the Golden State Warriors games, right? So I'm gonna go to the comments. So it's got 45,000 views, right?
Oh shit.
That's okay. That's not really too crazy. So it says the analyst was surprised Wiseman did it with his left hand. Wiseman is left-handed, so he's laughing at them. Right? They're unaware of the basketball player's strong hand. Okay, so they're like, "Wow, his left hand is so amazing. He's ambidextrous." No, bitch, he's left-handed. Okay, so he says Stephen Wiseman pick and roll game is going to be dangerous. I believe that. He said, "Now look, here it starts. We are not here to blame women. You see, this ain't got nothing to do with that. They already roasting this bitch and her little shit. They got nothing to do with that." Oh, it don't stop non-replies. It don't stop there. Look, everyone outside of Milwaukee and the Bay Area fired the Andrews sisters. All right.
Ooh.
Told you.
The sisters.
We are not here to blame women. We are here to make it for them. They are roasted, yo.
These dudes ain't shit.
Malika really said Chinese was her soul sister before calling in her biological sister to report on the game. She will be fired eventually if she doesn't get it together. ESPN has failed Rachel Nichols, who knows the game and have cool relationships with the players and understand them. That's what you do in 25 years of work. 25 years of work, right? Not some overnight shit. Get to know the players, to know what to report on and not to something that's controversial. I said that yesterday. I said you build healthy relationships with the NBA players, not piss them off and have them walk out on you. This is one of those videos I wish I can see the dislikes. Yeah, check. Yeah, look. This is yesterday. This ain't got nothing to do with nothing, and they're already ragging on this bitch. It's all of her comments. Amazing video. Some women likes it. The face of evil. When a man comments, she's getting she won't be there long. Malika isn't going anywhere. She ticks in all the right boxes. What about DeRozan and Levine? They finna win the chip, blah, blah, blah. Malika's positivity has me cringing. That's not the real her. I'm telling you, this all you're going to read is negative comments. That shit does not work. Not in a male-dominated sport. All right?
But it's getting views. It's getting views and clicks. Well, just like Skip Bayless, people are clicking in the hate.
Well, Skip a little different. Because Skip appeals to a great white audience, like Stu P's mentioned, a great white audience. He speaks for them. Who the fuck do Andrews speak for?
She's trying to, when she brings up how toxic the black male is and how his history is.
Women don't watch NBA basketball like that.
You're right, but the thing is, she doesn't have to actually be speaking for any group of women. But the idea that men believe that she is and that it's a problem what she's saying is what's getting her attention. Because currently she's the feminist. You see what I'm saying? Y'all believe that she's speaking to a certain group. Women don't even know she over here saying all this shit. We don't give a fuck. We ain't watching that. So she's pretending to lead a charge. Men are buying into it and becoming enraged, but it's still driving up viewership.
Yeah, but look,
she's brilliant.
But look, here's the thing that people non-basketball fans got to realize, and non-football fans and baseball, sports really, men are religious when the watcher. Am I lying? You be in a fucking fight. Like niggas won't argue nothing positive, political shit that could change your life for real. But they'll beat your ass over a basketball. Look at the death fights in basketball, football games. Yo, say the wrong. You say LeBron is trash. A nigga might cold cock your ass. You dig? Yeah. I avoid so many sports.
I know men take sports very, very seriously.
Right. It's like a religion to them. So when you're wrong, and to them you appear like you don't know shit about the sport, they like want you out of it. Like, yo, what the fuck's he talking about? You know, because a lot of us play like me. I got a couple lineups in fantasy football. A lot of us play fantasy. I do FanDuel, but some got fantasy football leagues and some got FanDuel or DraftKings. What you say can influence a motherfucker to pick a lineup that's going to lose.
But what I'm saying is fans are important, but as long as she can get people from that are former athletes and commentators that know what they're talking about to appear on her show as guests and panelists, she will be able to ride this wave.
Not if she keep giving her own opinion. Like I could go with that if she was like Wojnarowski, the other white guy who's just quiet most of the time. She like that nigga, or like what she should do because she's very articulate and she got good grammar. Which her dumb ass should do is be the analytic woman, or like some old the storyline. Something like that would be dope. But to sit here and comment on the actual game and you don't know what the fuck you talking about, views on Kobe Bryant, like what? Like she doesn't know the atmosphere. Kobe Bryant is dead and people still feel a certain type of way. So they don't want to hear no criticism of Kobe Bryant. Nobody. So when she criticizes Kobe, like, what the fuck this bitch talking about?
Especially the players. The players look at him as a god. So
yeah, exactly. Like Tate, like what this bitch. Yo, Tatum, all these guys pattern their game at this. Wiggins, all these motherfuckers pattern their game at this guy. Booker.
I partly agree with Haskell that some of that is like, I don't even think that some of that stuff is like what's actually coming out of her mouth versus what's on the teleprompter, because it's just it don't.
I think
I don't know.
Haskell thinks Malika's watching my lives, and he's the one nigga caping for her. He thinks that she gonna be like, oh, who the fuck is Haskell? That's what, I'm telling you. That's what I think. I think he really thinks he got a chance with her.
Bro, did you hear what I read what I put?
I read it.
If she looked any different, I don't think a lot of people will be capable for her or being that charitable. Keep it a buck.
Hey,
if she was not cute.
Dice man, what makes you believe
I mean,
she's black?
to be perfectly honest, I don't think anyone would be talking about her period if she looked. I think part of the reason why she's a part of the conversation is because she's pretty.
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah, I don't think nobody would be talking about her at all.
Facts. I agree with that.
Now, okay. For me, I confess, the bitch is mixed, and that should be pissing me off, man. When they put a mixed bitch up in there that's confused and which side she gonna go with. And that's why, like, I really, I heard.
Like, tell me how her being mixed is her confused about what side she going.
Okay. So an elder, right? Older, what the fuck you want to call him? Oh, an OG. I use the watcher words. An OG told me. He said, "Yo, I have a problem with mixed black people." He said, "Were they Spanish?" But he's really talking about Spanish and black, but really all of them, because he was saying that if they can choose, they're gonna go with the non-black because the black is a stigma, is hardship. Anything else is easier, right? Especially you can pull it off looks wise. So he said that they will always most likely go with the non-black part of them because it's easier in society, benefits, tangibles. A lot that should come to you a little easier, and like you're more tolerable in white supremacy. So he said he said that's my problem with mixed people. So that's why I said that's what I'm against. That's why he says he's against interracial relationships because it brings about that confusion, like for the kid.
But that's what he's saying. But that don't mean that's how she chooses to identify.
I got you. Well, we don't know. Well, we do know when you Google her race, it should say Jewish. Don't say black. And
it does say Jewish.
Okay.
But we also know that Jewish can be considered a religion, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Not Jewish people do not consider that shit. No, non-Jewish people call it a religion. Jewish people say that's who they are.
They like the Hebrew religious.
Yeah, that's a race.
I understand that, but there is such thing as Jewish people who ascribe to the culture and the religious viewpoint, and they still call themselves Jewish, correct?
Yeah, but
that's true.
The Jewish part is the race. The religion is the Talmud and those practices.
But did it say that her race was Jewish, or did it say that she was Jewish? Like
I looked up her ethnicity, it said Jewish.
Let's put it this way. If she was a black woman, you think that she would allow them to have that up there saying that she was Jewish if she wanted to be claiming black?
Hell no.
I mean, I don't know what site said it. Like, was it an official site?
Look at my screen.
What's her name? Malika.
Yeah, look at my screen. We don't gotta guess anymore. Click. Boom. And this shit is damn 100% accurate. When it does that, I don't know it's to ever be wrong. And when I click Wikipedia, it said the same shit. Okay, so now I mean I could reword it. I can reword it. Is Malika Andrew black? Andrews had
so what is Drake?
The National of Black Journalists. Okay.
So what is Drake? Is Drake black, Jewish?
Well, this
Canadian.
This right here says she's a black NBA reporter. So maybe her religion is Jewish and shit like that, or
she took the award, or she snatched the award like a Rachel Dolezal.
So I mean, so right now,
I mean, Drake's mother is Jewish and his father is black.
So yeah, but so when somebody's mixed, man, it comes to the gender thing, like where like they decide what they are and we go with it, right? You want to be Jewish, you're Jewish. You want to be black, you're black, and we just go with it. We want to be a pronoun, favorable to you, no problem. I ain't gonna argue with your ass. You know what I mean? If you don't want to be called a woman, okay, what you want to be called? I'll call you that. Like that don't make me, less of a man. I'll call you what the fuck you want to be called. So if you want to be Jewish, you're Jewish. You want to be black, you're black. So it's whatever she calls herself. Here it got it listed as a black female. So I'm gonna back off slightly, and I'm just gonna wait for her to say she's black or Jewish. That's all.
That's fair. I can respect that. But I still think she's Jewish.
I mean, but here's my thing. Like, she can be both. Like, she can be both. She can decide that she acknowledges, hey, I'm a black woman. I want to identify as a black woman. And what I wanted to say before, to your point about they'll more than likely choose the non-black side, I don't necessarily agree with that. I feel like sometimes people are more likely to identify as black because they want whatever quote unquote accomplishments they make to be cemented. Because a lot of black women are still blazing a lot of different trails for black women. But if I identify as other, I may not necessarily have my accomplishments cemented as the first or the only or you understand what I'm saying?
Tiger said he's
it's
other.
hard to play a token if you're not
wait, but
exactly.
But Tiger says he's other, but he's still called a black tennis player.
But
Tiger has skills.
But here's the thing: you see right there where you highlighted as the only black woman reporter on, like, you don't get that.
But this is why I want to know what she called herself, because like you might accept the award, like Kamala Harris. Sometimes the bitch Indian, sometimes she's black. Like she literally did both. Literally, so the black crowd, she's black. Non-black crowd, she's Indian.
Wow, that's a good point.
So I don't know if Andrew's doing that. That's why I would like to just hear her just say, and I'm gonna look out for it. I'm gonna watch some old racial, because she did something on Breonna Taylor. I'm gonna watch that and see if she say our people. But if she starts saying they, them, as far as like black women, then I'm gonna be like, okay, the bitch ain't black.
But even our can be misleading, because now the our is under the banner of black and brown people.
Well, the Breonna Taylor thing, if she talks about black people being like shot down, police, brutalized, if she's like specifically talking about black people and say our, I think that's fair to assume that she's talking about black women. Because brown, we don't see them in the news like that.
But what I'm saying is they started to throw brown people in that mix. Not necessarily. Now, it's one thing if she say, our black women, they as in BIPOC community, people that are speaking on these issues, activists, a lot of people that provide political commentary around these types of issues. They offer black and brown people. It's starting to include those others in there.
And who
black people.
And who are the brown people?
The brown people would be any other minority that is not black.
Okay, see, and that's a problem. Like now, this is one thing Tariq that she pointed out. Like the people who are like lumped as brown don't ever call themselves brown politically or anything. They never say they're fucking brown. So they get labeled brown, but they never. Now I know for a fact, like the Indians call themselves brown. I don't know any Hispanics call themselves brown on any level other than some private shit. They never say. That's
a new designation that they've created to account for other minorities that aren't black.
No, I get it that they're trying to build some fake coalition with black people, and so and to make us feel better, they're gonna say brown. They can't say yellow. They can't say red. They can't say beige because that's like unrelatable to us. So they gotta say brown because that shit close to black. And some of us, none of us are black. We're like more brown anyway. So brown seems like the right thing to say to get us feeling like they're like we're one and all with them. But I do know Indians call themselves the brown people. I know that for a fact. I never known Hispanics to call themselves brown openly.
Yeah, they do in Arizona. Well, they used to when I was younger. As I start getting older, that shit changed. They're
All
white
right,
Latinos.
there you go. All right, well, all right, what they did it. Then my case is
But
split.
listen, no. But around 2000, maybe 5, 6, it starts switching to a hard white Latino. No more brown. It was switched to white Latino. So as I was growing up, I remember it, but as I started getting into the workforce and start reading the papers, and they were talking about 80% of the population were armed with guns and stuff, and then I'm like 80%, or they say 80% whites, and then I looked in the graph, and this is the Arizona Republic, the newspaper, and they considered the Latinos, considered them as white. So I'm like, okay, if that's what they're doing, okay.
I think that's some shit that they're adding intentionally too. Like, if you look on Hispanic, Latino, Hispanic, non-white Latino, like, what you mean Hispanic, white, Latino, Hispanic, non-white? I'm confused.
And then they have Afro-Latino. So it's like they're distinct. There's a distinction, and then like a spectrum of the Latinos.
Mm-hmm. I'm like, well, if it's Hispanic, what difference? It's Hispanic, it's Latino. What non-white Latino, white Latino?
Right. Confused. Yeah, I was always confused with that shit. Like the brown and like, yeah, but I think Tariq Nasheed made a big mistake when he created division among like Jamaicans and Haitians and the island people specifically. The Africans from the continent, I'm not sure about that because, like I said, when they come over here, I don't see any connection. I don't see any intertwining, intermingling, cohabitation. I see none of that. But
go ahead.
But Jamaicans and Haitians, I see that's natural. Like you'll see naturally, definitely Jamaicans. You'll see Jamaicans, Guyanese, island people a lot. Like you will definitely see the islanders amongst black people, like intertwined in all type of cookouts, all type of shit. So I think that's bad. So if we got any coalition, that's gonna be the coalition. It's gonna be, definitely. I'm not sure about Africans from the continent, but definitely Jamaicans, Haitians, and Islanders, definitely. And like I think that was like a horrible job to separate yourself because it's that false narrative. We got shit. Like, nobody's gonna ever thrive by themselves.
Say that again, man.
Yeah, so I really ain't like that narrative he swung, like Black Americans against everybody, all other black people. I feel like that was a big disservice.
That's some Asian shit.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So I mean, I can't even justify it. I want to be cool for the guy and be charitable, but I can't because that did cause more division than benefit.
That was a false narrative. I didn't like that swing. Again, it's like some Asian shit, some hidden agenda type stuff, and like that never set well with me. But his followers bought into it, and every time somebody calls his show, he says, "What are you?" And they say black. He say, "What type of black?" And once they say something other than FBA, he automatically like disregard anything they're gonna say as like some COINTEL op agent shit.
Oh wow, he's there with it.
Yeah.
As he should.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that was like really being unfair.
Damn.
TB did say in California, brown pride is a thing.
Yeah, I'm hearing that. So like I said, I can stand corrected. I don't have a ego.
Yeah, it's more of a West Coast thing. That's why I didn't push it too hard. But I figured you're speaking from your perspective and your experience. So
yeah, we don't have like a large Mexican base over here. We have like Puerto Ricans and Dominicans and South Americans. We don't have Mexicans like that.
Yeah. Then some. It just depends. Some more connect to the indigenous side, and then some connect more to Spain. So some value that.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why that Spanish shit is a little tricky. It's like not like you said, some of them really believe they're white, and some I remember dating a Spanish chick in high school, man. I was a senior, and I could not go in this broad house. I'm helping them move. And she had to lie and say I was mixed with Spanish to get me that fucking house. To help them move. I ain't paid nothing.
And you helped out for that?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm just like a dog sniffing the tail. So I'm like, whatever.
You helped out for that? Hell yeah, helped out for that.
Yes, I'm like, whatever I gotta do, fuck it. Don't forget, I'm very young. I don't know anything about no pro-black, none of that shit. I just know, hey, we're all people.
I'm trying to smash.
Ain't no racism.
I'm trying to smash. That's all you know.
Man, this man then became Spanish for a day to help move, so he can get some cash.
What a levato. Let me get this box, eh?
Yeah, but that lets you know, like, that fake ass coalition. It did. Motherfucker won't let me know I'm Spanish.
I became Muslim for that Pakistani girl just so I could be around her people.
I can't.
How did you do?
Yeah,
how did you do?
Around, I was fucking around and calling the Don and everything. I changed my whole name. It's like, nah. Like, no.
But did you even sniff it?
What you say?
But did you sniff it?
I ain't even getting none either.
Oh, of course I had to sniff. I sniffed it, and that's why I wanted to change my whole religion.
I can't even say I'm mad at you.
Oh, he got caught in a snapper.
My name was Malcolm X, but I changed it to El Shabazz Malika something
Something Matiggy. This guy. This guy.
Well,
This guy. I probably
made him change his religion. I've heard it all.
Yeah, it's out there. It's just most of those females aren't as ambitious. They don't have a game plan. They just be thinking money.
Hey, I have a question. I was watching a video yesterday with this guy named K Flock, and how do we feel about non-black or brown people? Even though just like Rondell said, they don't consider themselves brown. How do you guys feel about them saying nigga instead of saying the other word, the S word? And I would say the S word, but I'm not gonna say it on this platform.
You can say it. Anybody know that shit? Anybody know what the fuck that is? Nobody ever say that word. You can say it. The niggas like, what the fuck is that?
Hold on.
What are you talking about? Spit?
Yeah.
Yeah, spit. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. We're gonna be sensitive with their shit, but disrespect us. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
I love it. No, but honestly, me being over here in the Southwest, it doesn't really bother me because I know a lot of people on the East Coast, they give them passes. There's not too many passes as much as I see in the East Coast, but sometimes they try to slip it in there anyway. And I just judge them for, if you're cool enough to get that off, then I see where you at. And then you'll tell by my energy and everything. I'm not trying to check you unless my wife or my child is around. But other than that, then you just do what you do. I just, in my mind, I put you in a whole different category because you pulled it. You tried it and you pulled it off.
Yeah. And you know what it is? I have no problem with them saying it, right? And so whenever I catch it, I'll be putting myself in harm's way sometimes just to prove this small point. So even when I go to the bodega in the morning, it's usually a couple of Spanish guys out there, and they're saying like, yeah, my nigga. So when one day I was like, yo, what's good, bro? I was like, what's good, my spick, right? And one of them looked at me kind of funny, right? And then mind you, I was on some like, I just woke up in the morning, I was probably Aggie, so I was like ready for anything type shit. I was like, yeah, what's up? Like, and he was like, yo, come on. I said, y'all say nigga all day long. It's like, nah, man, we don't say it like this, but we don't say it like the way you just said spick. So I was like, wait, I gotta guess when you're saying it genuinely, when you're not saying it. Oh hell no! I said, wow, I really must be a nigga. And they started laughing. And I walked in the store, but I just wanted them to think about that. Like, I have no problem with you saying nigga. Like, I'm not a nigga. Like, I'm far from that. So like that don't even bother me. But I will say your derogatory name just to see what you would do. And when you react, crazy. I'm gonna say, hey, I just meant it. I meant it genuinely. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But so now I'm not sure. I've always known spit, wetback to be derogatory terms. I've never heard it be a term of endearment amongst them. I've always heard that they're derogatory terms. So for me, I could be wrong. If it's something they call each other, then yeah, I would say it's a fair comparison.
Amber,
huh?
I'm sorry, but they actually do. Like, I mean, I was in grade school in a playground. These motherfuckers spit right here because they were boxing, and they lived 2 houses down from me. So I used to go box with them. And I came from the East Coast over there, and I never heard it. And so when he was saying it, I think they were saying it because they knew I was from New York because I still carried the accent. So when he was saying, he was like, yeah, you got to spark. He said, you got to box this stick right here. And you better be careful because he's left-handed. And then like they were laughing and shit, and they were going back and forth. And even years later, when I started hearing them joke about, oh man, fuck you, he's a wetback, eh? They're like, man, fuck you, dude, I've been here longer than you. And then they're all laughing and joking and shit. So I mean, it's just, they know it's derogatory and they shoot it at each other, but they laugh and joke at it. Like probably originally how a nigga was before people start wearing it as a badge of honor. It was kind of shooting the shit. So I think they're just at a different level with it. I could be wrong, but this is me analyzing it at a higher frequency because I think I deal with it a little bit more.
Okay. Now I will say, personally, I got a problem with them saying it. Like it's certain, like my dude, and he done been in jail. Well, my ex, I gotta get used to not calling him my dude, but he done been to jail and all of that. But he refers to him as gualas, and to me, it's cringy. I'm like, now if the motherfuckers was calling you nigga and you heard about it, like you would feel the type of way. Like talk about them how they are. So I don't like hearing those types of remarks, period. So it does throw me off when I hear non-Black people use the term. I don't give a fuck if you do feel like you're in close proximity to a Black person and you grew up, you're not Black. So that's how I feel. Because again, I don't want the right to call you whatever is y'all term of endearment amongst y'all that others meant for derogatory means, but you all now use it. I don't even want the privilege of using that because that's a y'all thing. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so let this be our thing that we do, and then you just sit on the outside and like, oh, well, that's beautiful that they can turn that into something beautiful without you feeling the need to partake.
And nobody who's non-Black, right, thinks that when they say that word, they're saying it in words of endearment. None of them. I mean, when I say not one, and I hate saying never, always, that type of shit, but I'm gonna say in this conversation, none of them, never ever, when they say the word nigga, they're never saying it like in words of endearment, like, oh, it's a brotherhood. They never say it that way. When they say, yo, my nigga, the first picture that comes to their mind is a Black person. As a matter of fact, if there was a house right now, right, and it was police being called there, and it was like one Spanish guy and 5 Black guys, and the police get to the house and they say, hey, I want all the niggas to come outside. Who do you think is gonna be left in the house? Fucking the one Spanish guy, because he knows he's not a nigga. Like, so like none of them believe that word is a word of endearment. None of them. In fact, when a nigga's not around, they laugh. Yeah, when a nigga's not around, they laugh about that word. Trust me, bro. They don't even fuck with it. They don't take that shit. They don't take that shit. Hey, if a cop say, hey, all the niggas come outside, that one Spanish guy's gonna not move.
He was saying, hey, fool, they calling you Holmes, you gotta leave, Holmes.
Yeah. He's calling
you're right. You're right outside. You're right.
Hey, fool, you're right outside, Holmes.
Yeah. Like, can all the niggas please come outside? Hey, all niggas only, niggas only. They gonna be like, oh shit, well I'm good. Ain't coming outside with y'all. So yeah, that's why I don't let them say that shit around me. I'm like, hell no, bro, you can't. And they were like, what? Man, I'm like, nah, bro, you can't say that around me, bro. Like, don't assume that all Black people accept that word. Don't assume. Just like I'm not gonna assume that y'all like spit. I ain't gonna assume that. Like I'm not doing that. So like, don't assume.
Yeah.
They be like that.
As you get, I don't know how old you are, but as I got older and I start dealing with more people and running to more groups, you'll start, if you have something to live for, or if you have shit to do, people who don't have shit to live for and they don't have shit to do, they enjoy trolling people. So some of them may throw that out there, and they be already with their comebacks. Like, man, what's wrong with you? Oh man, chill out. I got kids darker than you. Like, I haven't seen so many different scenarios. I'm like, what the fuck? And then he's sitting there chilling with homies, and he the plug. So he plugging 6 of the niggas that he's with. So he feel like he can say he banging black bitches. So who is you? And you don't even kick it with these niggas. You an outsider.
Yeah.
He might have these niggas jump you. So I had to learn after seeing some shit. I'm like, I have to just hold that if that's the way I feel. And I'll let you know that I ain't cool with it. I'm probably gonna leave within the next 30 seconds unless I have some business to take care of, or I'm gonna dap everybody up and salute everybody but you to let everybody know that I'm not really cool with it. I probably won't even fuck with them if I see that they're gonna let him pull that and then nobody say anything. But I'm gonna either say that this is how they roll and salute to them, or this nigga trying to troll and fuck with me. And I can't even feed into that because I got too much shit to lose. I can't be calling for no bail or no dumb shit because a nigga opened his mouth and said some shit and I got in some emotions. Somebody raising my daughter from 10 to 15 because some nigga, come on, bro. You gotta grow out of that shit. It ain't worth even addressing now. But again, that's experiences. That's what I had to deal with.
And the only time you accept the word nigga is if your white boss calls it, boy, you better shut your ass up and get back to work. And I'm joking. Nah, but I went to this company party one time, and it's just around the time DMX had passed away, and I had just got a fucking big raise, right? I went to this fucking party and they're playing DMX, and it was that one song when he was like, nigga, something, and I remember being in the kitchen and going to grab a beer, and I remember I like peeking from the fridge, like listening to them. They were nodding their heads saying, nigga. I was like, oh shit. I was like, so you know me, I didn't want to stay in the kitchen by myself, so I walked in and sat down, and then the one white dude, like that condescending, blue-eyed, blonde-haired guy was like, yo, he said, yo, you don't care, right? If we say that, right? And I'm like, what do you mean? No, like, you know the song? I said, I mean, it's in the lyrics. I was like, that's just music. Yeah, because we were gonna like abbreviate, like it was like pretty much asking permission to do it. But I'm like, but you know, I play, you know, I have to play chess mentally and be the spook who sat by the door. So I can't be like, nah, yeah, better not say that, you know, and turn up and shit. You know what I mean? I gotta kind of like take the L. So I kind of like took the L. I was like, damn, I was like, it's some bold ass people, man. But yeah, they were singing that DMX song. But yeah. Go ahead and say it. I cooned out. Where'd I go?
Right here.
Oh, I'm still here.
So
I probably would have pulled out my phone and started recording. What was your question again?
Yeah, right. Say it one more time.
Say it again.
Right. So no
Can
man.
you say what word?
No man. Do you think? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that those games at the workplace. Yeah, I'm the one to talk that shit in front of. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna record your ass, and I'm trying to. Yeah, I will play the Karen shit. I go to HR. Yeah. I'm offended. No, I'm afraid to work with him. I don't know what he's into. Yeah, but after I get a lot of that shit on your ass, not just one recorder, I'm gonna get like 20. I'm like, yo, listen, I had enough. Like, listen, this guy, you know, yeah, I'll do all that shit.
Yeah, I will reverse Karen the fuck out of somebody and don't give a fuck.
Yeah, first of all, I got no loyalty with nobody on the fucking job. Nobody. Because work friends never become my real friends in real life. So I got no loyalty to a work friend like that. So if I got to use your stupid ass step on your face to move up or, you know what I mean? No problem. I won't even think twice.
Mm-hmm.
So, no man, this one is called Male Privilege is a Myth. He said, change my mind. You think you can change his mind?
I want to hear his talking points.
Such fun.
With me. And what are your names?
I'm Hannah.
Hannah?
Marilyn.
Hannah and Marilyn. Jared, how did you, am I good if I, okay. Hannah and Marilyn. So,
you see the views, right? but it's 2000. It's 4 years ago, but still, 20 million. You dig?
Mm-hmm.
So you got to do some talking over this shit.
It's sort of become this neologism, this idea of male privilege. And I know we talk about it a lot on campus, and I've had some conversations with people on campus today. I don't agree with the. We talk about it a lot on campus, and I've had some conversations.
She got skin tight jeans and they still baggy as fuck. Damn.
Conversations with people on campus today.
How they skin tight and baggy? You just made that up.
All right. Well, how about this right here then? What about that?
It was a cold summer day in July. I mean, it was a cold summer day in
They're
February.
tight, but they look like leggings.
Yeah, but look at the
You talking
what
about
is that?
No cheek meat
At all? Like, what the fuck you got leggings for? And look, they don't understand. If you wear leggings like that, I'd be ready to throw the fuck up. Like, yo, don't do that.
Hey,
see, this that male privilege. This that male privilege at play.
Right,
I'm with the Becky right. I'm with the Becky right now, and she ain't got no ass. You guys embarrassing me.
I can't. Like, for me, like, well, y'all know my standard of beauty. It starts with an ass. Like, if you got an ass, you can't be so ugly. You dig? Like, you got some type of beauty to you. You got some ass. And that bitch Malika Andrews got no ass. So that's why I can't look at that face and say she's pretty. Like, that shit don't mean nothing to me.
Oh my gosh.
You know what I mean? Like, you have to have an ass back there or something.
Just so I can clarify, this is part of the male privilege that I'm talking about. You see the leggings and you talk about how disgusted you are, and that's not how they're supposed to be worn, as if she's supposed to dress in the morning with the idea of what is pleasing to the man.
No, not the man, just me. Just one man. I'm a lone wolf. You dig? I'm a lone wolf on this one. Because
Did you see her the day that this was recorded?
Huh?
Did you see her the day this was recorded?
No, that's from a lone wolf.
Okay, and should she have had any idea that you were going to be reviewing this footage and her lack of cheek would be in the frame?
The hell?
I'm sure she watched this shit over. And you dig.
Where we going?
That's like a Great Dane, bro. You ever see like a Great Dane dog? That's what that shit look right there. Yeah, I'm gonna go Khaled right here. The white woman is a female dog.
Goddamn
right.
right.
Nigga said a two-legged dog. He said a two-legged dog was walking a four-legged dog. Yeah. I gotta play the white woman's a bitch from Dr. Khaled. One live. Do that.
Too petty.
Yo, by the way, that channel is mine. That Dr. Not all of them, but one Dr. Khaled Muhammad channel is mine. Matter of fact, let me just show y'all real quick. Let y'all know. Ain't nobody put me on nothing.
I'm gonna contact his son.
Let's see. Doctor. There we go. No, Cal State Fullerton.
Son after.
Cal State. This channel right here. This one right here is my channel.
I love Mr. Farrakhan so much. I named my son after him.
This is my channel. Now, where's the white woman? Is a
That's what got him the heart attack.
Look. Yeah, this is Brother Keith right here. This is Brother Keith. This is Dr. Khaled. This is your boy. Now I don't think I ain't put it on here because I was afraid my channel would get. This is 9 years ago. So this is how long I've been on YouTube. This is 9 years ago. But I was afraid I was gonna get flagged. So I remember now. I didn't put that shit on there. I ain't subscribed to my own channel. God damn. All right. So anyway, let's go.
A lot on campus, and I've had some conversations with people on campus today. I don't agree with the premise, but I'm open to having my mind changed.
Okay, well, male privilege is definitely a real thing.
Okay.
Our country was built by white males, and it was built for white males.
Mm-hmm.
That's why women.
What the fuck y'all blame black males for then?
And any minority don't have an equal chance of being in politics.
Who? Wait, who?
And any minority don't have an equal chance.
What the fuck Cynthia G talking about? This bitch said any minority.
Of being in politics. That's why most of our politicians are white males instead of representative of the actual population. That's why gerrymandering exists. That's why redlining exists. White privilege and
aren't they complaining ain't enough male voters? Black male voters?
White male privilege and male privilege is a real thing.
No. You said no. Don't say male privilege, bitch. Okay, you just said white male the whole time. Now don't just say male, that's all fucking men. All right, we're not gonna do that. You just said minorities don't benefit. You said white male privilege, so don't say male.
She
privilege.
said they don't benefit in politics, but
who?
She said minorities don't benefit in politics.
No. Let's back up a little bit. Let's back up.
And Jared, how did you? Am I good if I? Okay, Hannah and Maryland. So, it's sort of become this neologism, this idea of male privilege. And I know we talk about it a lot on campus, and I've had some conversations with people on campus today. I don't agree with the premise, but I'm open to having my mind changed.
Okay, man. Go first. Well, male privilege is definitely a real thing.
Okay.
Our country was built by white males, and it was built for white males.
Okay, so far, white male.
Mm-hmm. That's why women and any minority don't have an equal chance of being in politics. That's why most of our politicians are white males instead of representative of the actual population. That's why gerrymandering exists. That's why redlining exists. White privilege.
White male.
And white male privilege and male privilege is a real thing.
Wait, you see? So white male had all the privilege, and the bitch says male privilege. Male privilege isn't white male privilege. That's male. That's all men.
But she was talking about minorities not being in politics to enact the institutions. So that's what she said. That's why politicians don't reflect the population, because it is a white male privilege thing,
right?
Which is why you have gerrymandering and all of these.
Right.
That does not necessarily mean that even though they institute and they're in control of the politics, that don't mean that other males can't benefit from the privilege.
Well, but so can white women benefit from women, period.
I agree. I agree there too. But what I'm saying is you said that her statement exonerated black men, and it didn't. It exonerated them in politics.
Well, guess what? Whatever. So she made a distinction. She said white males done it all. Okay.
White males started the country.
Okay, cool.
White males control politics.
Got it. So
that's
now,
why
how did
non-minorities.
I got it. So how did she? So now, how did she conclude it was a male? Because was the argument she's building is white male privilege. So how did she conclude all men are benefiting from the system and not women?
Well, here's the thing. I definitely agree that her argument is put together poorly, but I'm just saying her statement didn't exonerate or didn't negate the fact that black men can too have privilege, or Chinese men, or it didn't negate it, but her what she presented as evidence didn't necessarily highlight the all men privilege. You understand? But it didn't negate it, but it didn't highlight the all men privilege.
Okay, a boasted liberty.
So
a boasted liberty. You still there?
Yeah, I'm back. Yep.
Okay. Slavery, right?
Yeah.
I'm talking about, chain slavery, plantation slavery.
Mm-hmm.
That was white male privilege too, right?
It was.
Okay. Who benefited in that society more, white women or black men?
White women.
Okay. See, but they don't complain then. Like the complaint ain't then. When motherfuckers eating, when niggas eating like that.
Who is they? Who is they?
Women.
But who says that women didn't complain? Plenty of black women complain about that.
No. I'm not talking about people who are in chains on plantations. I'm talking about women who are actually free from restraint.
You're talking about white women didn't complain about the privilege that they held.
I'm talking about the free men and free women. That's what I'm talking about. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm saying free men and free women were not complaining about this shit. This argument started in 1860. It started 1868. As soon as slaves were freed, the women's suffrage movement began and the KKK at the same fucking time. As soon as black people were freed, you got the women's suffrage movement and the KKK at the same fucking time, same year. Where was this suffrage movement during slavery?
Well, they were benefiting from slavery, so
right. So they were privileged also. So that's my thing.
Yes.
Like people crying, but so when I hear something,
but see the thing is, but even back then, they were quote unquote oppressed, but they still had someone that they were more superior to.
Okay.
I mean, it's just the fucking reality. They were.
Yeah.
Like,
wait. But guess what? That's life. In all societies, they have a dominant society who are the ruling class, and they have a lower class just below them who are oppressed to a degree, and a lower class of them oppressed more, and there's a the bottom class who are oppressed the most. That's how this works in life. But second place is great. You get a trophy.
But do you believe that they're not in second place now?
Now I believe I believe black men on the bottom.
On the bottom of who?
Everybody.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, the prisons. Okay, now let's look at the worst possible places a human being could belong in this country, and you see black men fill all those slots. It won't be close.
But let y'all tell it, it's because of the decisions and the choices of black men. That's their fault that they're there. That doesn't lend to the fact that they're at the bottom.
No. Don't put words. Look.
Y'all say these niggas is going to jail. These niggas is leading crime.
No. There's context. Okay, there's context. So you put words in her mouth. You put words in my mouth. So there's context to everything. Okay, so again, remember, y'all don't want to deal with the root cause.
What words did I put in her mouth?
Okay, you said that she did not. She somehow her whole point was white male privilege, and this she ended.
I said the evidence she supported was from white male privilege, but it did not negate or conflict with the fact that all males can be privileged, because she was very specific when she said non-minorities can't enter into politics. That does not mean that there aren't systems that, like, y'all claim that black women benefit from a lot of shit, but yet black women ain't been in politics writing laws. So same way.
No, here's the thing. The question itself is a setup because it says male privilege, and an asshole is going to automatically already assume is white male privilege because they know that's only male privilege here.
Right, but what I'm saying is, you say she's talking about white males. So what is she talking about with all males? I was saying up to this point, she hasn't said anything that would negate her ability to prove all males. She's just providing evidence for white males.
Right. So that's why I said the question is set up to begin, because once the question is there male privilege, and when you consistently just name a particular race who's benefiting and who has the privilege, all right, and then you conclude all males, I find that a little sketchy, because I would like her to mention how all males got the privilege, but she only addressed the obvious, the white male privilege, and that's
I agree there. Like that's not a dispute. That was definitely a conclusion that she kind of jumped. You can't highlight white males and then say therefore all males are privileged. No, that you didn't provide the evidence for that. But because it's so early in the argument, it sounds like, well, and that was my assumption. I'm just saying she hasn't like said anything that would prevent her from proving that point later on. She just, at this point, the evidence she provided has lended credence to white males, but that don't necessarily negate the fact that it's all males. I was just highlighting that. But most definitely, she drew a conclusion that she did not support with the evidence. Like, you spoke on white males, and then you said all males.
And then this black man could take Steven Crowder's seat because he said the most dangerous place is in a. This is what Steven Crowder believes too. And this black man, by the way, the most dangerous place is in a woman's stomach. Some would say. You would say that, nigga. And he says abortions kill more than anything.
But my thing is, well, where the hell you motherfuckers supposed to be? Like, y'all want to be in a man's stomach? They are working on that. They're working on it.
Yo,
they're
listen,
working
man.
on it. Theoretically, it's possible.
That's why I'm so glad I'm sharing this video. I'm telling you, you're gonna see the belief system that this dude is sharing that might discuss many. You'll see DJ Focus, Indigenous Black Man, and other people share the same talking points as this white guy, who's clearly, admittedly, Republican. You did all the talking points. He believes racism is a myth. He believes all that shit. He believes Trump is a god. All that. Okay, and you'll see his talking point is going to mirror abortion. All of his political talking points is going to mirror indigenous, even his conspiracy theories. It's going to be
so he's not someone that actually works on the campus, and like I was under the impression that he might be like a professor and he's doing this like as a thought exercise. But okay,
no, he's somebody that get permits and whatever to do these political expressions on campuses. He gets permission because I'm sure there's an LGBT president. I'm sure there's a Republican president, that's backing him and making sure this shit is like fair. Because I'm sure the LGBT, I'm sure they do their thing. So like, hey, well, shit, we can do our thing, right? Or are you discriminating? So I'm sure they do that whole thing. So anyway,
little balance.
So so I'm gonna stop pausing. Well, I'm gonna pause, but I won't jump to any conclusion. I'll let them finish and before we get too crazy.
Okay, so I want to make sure I have this clear. Do you agree with what?
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Okay, sorry. So I'm trying to balance this with the both of you. Hope you forgive me if I'm not perfect. So, you believe that this country was founded by white males exclusively?
I don't believe it was. I know it is.
Okay, you know it. Yeah. So, what would you use to substantiate that? A lot of white males obviously came here because Western civilization, people came from Europe. A lot of white males, but that it was founded exclusively for white males. That's what you said. Yeah. How do you?
Male-dominated society.
But that doesn't imply that doesn't necessarily equate to design.
The Constitution originally didn't mention women or black people or anything or minorities or anything. It only mentioned white men. It didn't specifically say white, but it said men. They didn't give any minorities the right to anything. We had to fight for that right.
And that part is true. I want to see how you come back from that. You might sidestep that one.
Who's we?
The minorities, women had to, people of color had to, everyone had to, except for white males.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. So you're saying that the Constitution, first off, mentioned only white men? I would say
it didn't say white men. It said men.
Mankind, men. Yeah, this was a term.
No. Okay, now he's capping now. Like like constitutionalists knows that this was talking about white men only. Like so, right there, he's doing a little Republican. Little, shimmy right there.
Again, this is just sort of a colloquialism. Men, the rights were extended to women. You're aware, right?
They
was amendment, my man.
Extended to women. Women had to fight for their rights.
That's like what, the 18th to 20-something amendment.
No, women never had to fight for the freedom of speech or Second Amendment.
Well, what do you mean?
Yeah, she's wrong with that one. Just like slaves didn't fight for slave and freedom. He did that was just.
Women didn't have to fight for these rights. They literally had marching. Women were hurt for this, like
for the First Amendment and Second Amendment. Women
for
didn't have
the right to vote.
Yeah, she fucked up because that's 87. Yeah, so yeah, she fucking up.
For the right to not be.
Well, really, he's throwing things out there to try to get her to commit, so he can then he can divert the conversation. She never really said they didn't have freedom of speech. He said so women didn't have freedom of speech. It's like he's trying to cherry pick certain things to make a focal point to kind of skirt the argument around. But I mean, she was very clear. Women didn't have the right to vote. A lot of the things that you all had by design, women had to get in pieces, you know, or other minorities had to fight for. All the liberties that you all had, just automatically, other people had to fight for. And that was the kind of the point, and I think he understood that.
Treated as property.
Okay, so that's interesting that you bring up the right to vote. So you say we fought for it, everyone except for white men.
No, some white men did, but
Some
it was
white men.
mostly women.
So it
and
was mostly
honestly,
women and minorities.
It was mostly white women at first who didn't include black women.
Okay, so who do you believe procured the right for women to vote?
Women fighting for it.
Really?
Yeah, white men wouldn't have gave it to women if they didn't fight for it.
So you believe a majority of women fought, you believe were suffragettes, fought for the right to vote?
I don't know if it was a majority, but I know women did, and we wouldn't have it if those women hadn't stood up for it.
Okay, well, because it seems like we're going through a historical timeline. Historically, that's actually not accurate. The majority of women...
Historically, that is accurate.
So women actually, the majority of women didn't want the right to vote. It was men who gave them the right to vote.
I didn't know if it was the majority, but it wouldn't have happened if women hadn't stood up in the suffragist movement and fought for it.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because you said women and minorities fought for that right, not white men. When the fact is women actually, as a majority, didn't fight for that right. Many of them fought against it. White men fought for that and were the ones who signed that into law.
Because of women, they wouldn't have signed it into law if women hadn't made them sign it into law.
But they didn't. The majority of women didn't want it. That's my point. And the reason they didn't want it, by the way, we'll move on from this, was because of the fact that voting came with the draft, mandatory bucket duty responsibilities that were actually not bestowed upon women at that time, and they didn't want the right to vote because it would come with the same responsibilities. So women got the right to vote, but they didn't have to be a part of the draft or mandatory bucket duty, mandatory firefighting service. So historically, I'm just saying that's actually, it's not really accurate. It paints an inaccurate picture.
I know
which
there
I would
were
disagree.
women, there was an anti-suffragist movement. I know conservative women didn't want the right to vote, but it's because of women that they were given the right to vote. And of course there's going to be people on each side, but there's going to be women who want to stay in the home, but the whole point of women fighting for it is so they have that choice to stay in the home or go out to vote, or go into the draft if they want to.
Well, I don't think you, respectfully, you fundamentally have a misunderstanding of the draft. It's
go into
not
war,
voluntary.
not the draft. I don't believe in drafting anyone at all. I don't believe you should fight for a war
part of
that
voting.
you shouldn't.
But at a time it was a part of voting. That's my point. My only point here is you said it was a society designed by white men, exclusively for white men, and gave some examples which weren't accurate. So let me bring us to today. What rights are afforded in 2018 to men exclusively that aren't afforded to women? And I would like both of you to answer, because I don't want you to just...
He skipped. And they skipped down there 40 years.
I just want to highlight that it's telling that the draft was a part of the right to vote, because it's like you had a built-in deterrent for women to want to vote. You see, like I understand the argument he's trying to make, but I would argue that yes, men created that law that to get the right to vote, you had to make yourself eligible for a draft. By default, you're deterring women who's accustomed to being in the home, not fighting in wars, it's a built-in deterrent. So of course, when you have the women that say, well, you have some women that say, hey, I would like to vote. You're going to have a large population of women say, hell no, we don't want to do that. We don't want to go off the word. Like if we vote, we'll have to, we'll put ourselves up for a draft in the event. You understand what I'm saying? It's the built-in deterrent.
I don't think women should vote. I think they do better. They do better at running the households while a man goes bust his ass. Something like LeVar Ball, the way he raises kids. No, I'm only joking.
All right. So let me.
I feel like I don't want to cut you out of this.
No, I think Marilyn's explaining.
I was gonna say, I remember when I used to work overnight at BJ's. It was like maybe like 3 girls that worked overnight too, but they would never put them like in the freezer section or whatever. They always put them like in the warm spots. And I remember during break, They used to always have like food first, whatever. And the guys, and I'm a young guy, so I worked with guys who were like 34, 35 at the time. I was 21 at the time. I remember they used to be laughing, they used to be joking, talking about what they're gonna do the next day, talking about their day job, like just laughing, having a good time. I was sitting there like tired of shit because I was just with my girlfriend. I ain't getting no sleep. I was doing stupid stuff. But I remember the ladies, they used to always complain. They'd be like, "Oh my God, I'm at work now." But the guys, they'd be laughing, joking. They're on break. They'd be smoking on their break. It was just like almost like they're used to working. And I remember thinking to myself, I was like, "Yo, if I could have it my way, I want to make enough money where my wife don't have to work." Because literally, like they really can't really. I mean, it looks like they could do it, but really, it kills them mentally. Like, you can't do it. They really can't. Like, the only thing that keeps them going is because the pay. But if they took the pay away, they wouldn't do this shit. Like men would still get up and go build and do what they gotta do, even if they were gonna get paid for it. Women, if she ain't get paid for it, she ain't doing that shit. I mean, I think
Honestly,
anyone
the
would agree,
hardest
like,
thing
they
for me to
work.
the hardest thing for me to wrap my mind around is people that show up to work and don't want to fucking work, or like they lazy and inefficient, or just kind of incompetent. That's what make it hard for me. That's what throws me the fuck off. I'm definitely gonna complain if I feel like I'm around here humping and I feel like, God damn, you mean tell me you still working on that? Like I'd had that done 3 times over. Like I hate when people juice the clock, because a lot of people do that.
Yeah.
I
Even when
want
you
to
go to a
say
town.
just real quick. Speaking of privilege, like today, shit, you want to say male privilege? Like he said, the workforce, that's pure women privilege. I mean, like I did the same. Like when I was in the pharmaceutical business, we did the same shit. Like everybody was the same person. You're supposed to rotate. But I never see, like as he said that, I'm like, I've never seen a woman material handler. You dig? Ever. And they supposed to have been one.
Ever.
And then like, and you gotta pick up that bucket, that heavy ass 30-pound, 40-pound bucket, and dump that motherfucker in the funnel, and you better hope the hopper, and you better hope you don't spill shit on the floor. You dig? Because some tablets fill in the bottles fast, so you got to do it quickly, and it's believe me, it's tiring. And some not even like the lighter ones, as you imagine, the lighter ones go fast. The lighter tab, the tablets, the plastic ones, the ones that's dissolvable, that you can just put it out and it'll dissolve. Then those are light. You got the hard pills, that's gonna take longer. But the lighter ones, they go in the bottles pretty fast. So you got to be active, like dumping. You might dump 30 in probably an hour. So, and all of the women, when I was on their line, they will always ask me, "Can you do that?" Always. So finally, I guess some men called out, was sick, whatever, and they had to do it. Man, that ass went and got that scooper and was scooping the bucket to the hopper until that shit got light enough so they could pick it up. See, but when that happens, that slows down work, because like I said, that shit got to be put in there so bottles keep going. Because once it shit get low, the hopper get low, the shit stops, because it's gonna start reject. The bottles won't get enough tablets, so it's gonna reject all of them. And you don't want to have a lot of rejects, because that shows inefficiency, and it's a lot of problems with rejections. Okay, you got to fix that shit. If they're gonna be like, "Oh, what the fuck going on here?" Because a rejection can mean a lot of things.
Right.
It can mean broken it can mean broken tablets. It can mean discolored tablets. It can mean a lot of shit.
Yeah, at the post office, everybody did the same shit. Like the only thing that, and it wasn't like it was just the girls, or even like, because we floated to different locations. It was 2 locations I would work at, but even the guys that worked, they didn't use certain machinery, so it was only one person that was authorized because he was the only one that knew how to drive the forklift. But outside of that, any other machinery, heavy packages, whatever, like everybody had to do every fucking thing. Now there were some people, and oftentimes it was actually the guys Like we had two real fucking lazy. Like they were so fucking lazy. I hated working with them. Like they would always get missing when it was time to like when the truck came or it's time to pull the fucking pallets in. They always got to use the back. Like they wasted so much motherfucking time. It didn't make sense. So for me, I'ma just do the shit because we got equipment and sometimes it's a little stressful strain on your body. But at the end of the day, once I get going and I'm moving, long as I keep moving, I'm good. Like I don't feel nothing. I'm just, it's adrenaline. I'm working. I might feel it later on when I get off, but right now I'm in the moment. So that's the only thing that used to throw me off. But everybody was supposed to do everything and everybody was capable of doing everything. Only thing that we didn't touch was the fucking forklift because, we didn't know how to operate it.
Y'all supposed to be getting a license they're supposed to train y'all at the damn job like do everybody else.
But the forklift only came in like sporadically. I want to say I probably only seen him use it twice. And it wasn't like he needed to use it because it was really for somebody else. He just could use it. So the only time we really used the forklift was like around like Christmas season, high volume mail when you got all these papers and all of these like magazines and shit. Cause it's so much shit getting delivered and it's so heavy. He would just carry it on the forklift versus us breaking it down into their different schemas. He would just carry it on the forklift over to the different areas and just drop them off because it was just quicker and more efficient.
Anything else before I press play?
I'm good.
I'm mad. I just don't think you're understanding her side.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was saying I'm mad that the little black girl or the other minority wasn't saying nothing. She was kind of letting the girl be the spokesperson. I was like, I thought this was a tag team.
Right.
And how she's saying that it was a two-sided thing. So there are women who want to stay at home and live that life, and there are women who wanted the right to vote to have their voice heard and their representation.
Sure.
And I think you want to focus on the conservative side that wanted to stay at home, and she's trying to say,
no,
well, they got the option to stay at home because other women were fighting for their
Christian University. There you go.
Right to vote.
No, that's not what I was presenting from my side at all.
Yes, it was.
No, let me clarify one more time then, okay? And I want to make it really clear, not only for you, for anyone watching. You said this was a society created by white men, exclusively for white men. And women and minorities had to fight for these rights, and you use examples as voting, and white men didn't. What I am pointing out is that is inaccurate. White men did, most women didn't want it. So that's a false premise that paints a false baseline for today. Because if you say at one point, now I think women should have the right to vote. I'm very glad that we all do. Okay, we can agree on that. What I can't agree with is something that is historically inaccurate. So I'd like to find something we agree on today. What rights today in 2018 are afforded to men that are not afforded to women? I don't believe that there's systemic male privilege today. I'm not saying I could be wrong. I don't believe it though. And I would like to be convinced, or I'm certainly open to being convinced.
I feel your male privilege is a myth. I feel like only white men have that male privilege, and that's what the focus should be on.
Okay, so there's no black male privilege?
No.
Okay. We have some black men actually in the audience. Maybe they can come
Cynthia G.
Afterwards, I would be interested to hear their perspective.
Opposition.
So white male privilege.
Yes.
Okay. So what systemic white male privilege exists today? What rights are afforded, for example, to white males that are not afforded to black males, or to white males not afforded?
Hold on. Let me back that up again.
Males. Systemic white male privilege exists today. What rights are afforded, for example, to white males that are not afforded to black males, or to white males not afforded?
Okay. Their right to remain silent. That motherfucking right ain't allowed to black people. Motherfuckers be okay. Now I'm gonna plead the fifth, nigga. Yo, I got some friends that told, man, cops violate these niggas. Told my boy that he had to take the sobriety test. Had to. Or you going to jail. The fuck was that? So, it's not about what rights black men have. It's more so what rights are protected and what rights are violated. Because rights is intangible. That's just poof, you got rights. Like Dr. Claus Anderson said, poof, you got rights. Poof, integration. Poof, poof, poof. It's not, you can't see it, you can't touch it, can't feel it. So until it's protected, that's when you finally feel like it is real. And when it's violated and there's no compensation, there's no justice, then you don't believe it was ever there. So I think the protection of rights is what validates it. It makes it real. The lack of protection is proof that you don't have those rights.
The black females. Let's divide everyone by race and gender at this point.
In regards to like laws and things like that, obviously,
I would say black men don't have protected rights. I'm speaking for black men. You can speak for black women or whoever else, but I'm saying black men don't have protected rights. I would argue that with this guy.
the laws aren't like, oh, white men get this privilege and blah 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 blah. So in regards to like technical terms, it says like
because we damn sure ain't got the right to a loan. That's out. They ain't no right to the loan because redlining exists.
And it's laid out by laws really equally. When it comes to the actual systems, there's tons of black men crowding jails for an eighth of weed while, you know, white men have like weed parties and it's cool and that's their thing, but like black men are automatically arrested for it. So that goes into the whole like police brutality argument. But
so can I ask you that I've never heard of a weed party.
You can ask one of them. Oh yeah, you can ask.
You mean one of the white males?
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't. It's okay. We'll have someone come in afterwards and they can explain to me a weed party. So, no, genuinely, this is not me being a smart.
Kind of parties, fraternity brothers.
No, genuinely.
I'm sure they do, but the premise was the idea, right, that black men are in prison for an eighth of weed. Do you have any statistical data to prove that black men with nothing more than an eighth of weed go to prison?
I couldn't give you the exact statistics, but there's several accounts of it, and it's not unknown. It's pretty much common sense that blacks are way easily more arrested than white men.
Well,
apparently this is a good time to know about your stop and frisk laws and the violations. Like this is a good time for that. It's a good time to read Michelle Alexander's book, The New Jim Crow, because you had a wealth of information there to support that whole weed thing.
And I would say this, like, while I like that they're having the conversation and the discussions, like, he's slightly disingenuous because he's coming prepared with a talking point, correct? Which means he has his stats, he has his counters. Huh? Did you say no?
No, you guys said correct and I said no. Okay, I'm sorry, good.
Yeah, he has his counters, he has his statistics. You know, he has his talking points. I don't think that these people were prepared for a debate or an argument. They're kind of just freestyling. So if they don't, if this ain't what they do or their interest area, they're not going to have figures readily available or statistics. They're just going to kind of recall information that they've come across. So I know that redlining or gerrymandering and all of these things are things, but of course, I'm not going to be able to point to a specific issue or a specific statistic because I wasn't prepared for a debate. You see what I'm saying? Like, one person is prepared for a debate, the other person isn't.
Apparently, it's also been common sense that the majority of women were pushing for the right to vote and that white men didn't support them. So we're trying to deconstruct some of these ideas that people maybe assume are common sense, but are factually inaccurate. Now, the truth is men as a whole are much more likely to be incarcerated than women. Okay. Men as a whole, even white men, get far more harsh sentencing for the same crime as women.
White men are shooting up schools, so I think they should have a harsher punishment.
Well, hold on a second. I mean, hold on a second, but black men are shooting each other in record numbers as well. That's not really relevant to the point.
You were asking for the facts, and they're right here.
Let me see. Okay, so hold on one second. From the NAACP, you said for an eighth of. I want to make sure we're really clear here. You said white men are having weed parties, and a black man with an eighth of weed will be incarcerated in a federal prison. So what I have here is your source from the NAACP. From the NAACP, in 2014, African Americans constituted 2.3 million, or 34%, 64% of the correctional population. Okay, African Americans are incarcerated at more than 5 times the rate of whites. Now, nothing here at all involves behaviors or crimes committed. I'm trying to look for anything in here that relates to black people being sentenced simply for an eighth of weed. So this is from the NAACP. That would be as biased of a source as you could use. But I don't see it. I don't see it. Show me, give me, I would like to see, I would be very open to hearing the statistical reality. I'm not trying to be confrontational. I would like to hear that stat. I think it's horrible. I don't think anyone should be arrested for an eighth of weed or put in jail. I think we can agree on that, right?
No, I agree.
Whether they're white or black.
Yeah.
I don't think white people should be shooting up schools, whether they're white or black.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good time to try them on the crack cocaine ratio. You dig? Oh shit, I'm talking too loud.
Definitely agree.
Obviously, welcome to listen to whatever's happening over here and continue to do that. But we're going to have a conversation over here about campus climate, sexual assault, and...
Why don't you come talk?
Why don't you come talk?
Got it.
I'm just saying that we're going to be over here.
Great, thank you. I'll come over and talk with you guys too.
This is where it counts.
Okay, so let's assume that will. And sorry, I hope you're still comfortable. I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable.
No, it's fine.
I feel this has been respectful, and you've been very polite. So again, the systemic differences we're talking about, men, period, are more likely to be incarcerated than women.
Yeah.
Men are more likely to be physically assaulted than women. So we're getting into this. First off, this is data. But when we get into the anecdotal that, white men tend to have it better because they can walk around and have weed parties, that's not necessarily accurate. So particularly when we're discussing an issue as sensitive as race, gender, and systemic oppression or inequalities, don't you think it's really important that we get that correct and the premise correct before we go off and divide people by these subcategories?
Yeah, but I think there's tons of statistics out there already. And even if you don't want to look up the statistics, it's not hard to see how many black men are in jail at larger rates than white men.
Do black men commit crimes at a higher rate than men?
Definitely not. That's
No.
just not true.
No?
No.
No, so black men do not commit crimes at a higher rate than white males?
No.
Okay. Do you have statistics that would reflect that?
I mean, I'm sure I could look them up, but it's definitely not true. It's because racism is built into the system. That's what the system is built against blacks, and that's what racism is. That's why there are more blacks in prison.
Okay. Well, it seems like we've gotten away from male privilege, now we've gotten to black-white. But I'll go with that if you'd like to. And I don't disagree that there have been horrible instances of racism in this country, including, by the way, in Canada and, of course, in Europe, the British Empire. And by the way, I hope you understand I'm certainly not a slavery or racism apologist. I think that's bad. I think racism is bad. But you just mentioned that, someone else was just earlier was saying that I was okay with rape, which I'm not, simply because I believe there needs to be proof for rape. So I think racism is bad. If we can all agree that racism is bad, you say the systems are racist and set up. Okay. What systematic racism do we have today, then, in that case?
The system is built against. So it all goes back to slavery. Colored people of color. Sorry, have never been.
Careful. Colored people. It's people of color. One's racist. One's okay now.
Yes, people of color is the correct term. People of color have never been given an equal opportunity. They've never been given the equal opportunity for jobs because after racism was abolished, came segregation and then Jim Crow and separate but equal. So people of color have never been given the same opportunity as white people, which is why it's been built into the system.
In 2018, do you believe that's true?
Yes, it's still.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question? You're here at. Did you go to TCU?
Yes.
At TCU, do you know if there is any affirmative action, for example, grants exclusively given to people of African American heritage?
I'm biased.
I'm not sure if we have in place affirmative action, but I know we do have the chancellor's what is it called?
The community scholars?
Community scholars, yeah, which is put in place to help get minorities into college.
Can y'all
So,
hear me?
yeah, so there are grants and scholarships. I think we would agree across this country for minorities. Yeah.
And those wouldn't
Can
have
y'all
to
hear
exist if
me?
it wasn't the system.
But will we not say
Yeah, I hear
that's
you.
Equal, then those scholarships wouldn't exist, which is why we have to have those scholarships.
so? These I just want to make sure that I understand these scholarships correctly because I don't attend the school. So these are, you said it's the community grant for my. It's is that what it's called?
Community scholar.
Community scholar, and this is exclusively for minorities to try and get them on campus.
Exclusively for minorities, there is.
It's majority minorities, but you can be any race and get this scholarship.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is something specifically to the school.
Yeah.
Mostly if you come from a lower economic standpoint.
From a lower economic standpoint. Okay. Are there or are there not grants, for example, or laws in place, we know affirmative action, that would be granted exclusively toward minorities? It seems in this case this one may not, but are you aware that those exist on campus?
Yeah.
And what I missed? Damn it.
Yeah, you've been letting it rock out and play, and yeah, it's a little cringy to me. I'm just like, where are the history majors? Where are that? They're just not doing a good job.
It's Texas Christian University.
Yeah, it's not giving what it needs to give.
Yeah, maybe it's a Christian University. They got religious history.
Yeah, I'm not.
All right, so how about I go here? Wait, there's a black guy coming up, so let's see if he does something different. Hold on. Let me do the black guy.
I wonder why he's on college campuses debating and not debating actual
I think it's
professionals.
total. It's somewhere around 13.
Yeah, I guess he just set up, and whoever comes, they come.
But I'm
Yeah,
saying,
total
I wonder,
13. Yeah. So
I
I mean,
wonder why he's on a college campus debating children, or young adults, and not, someone his age that is a quote unquote, I guess auditor of facts as the opposition. It just kind of seems a little. He's trying to stack the deck. They're learning about this stuff. You seem to have a knowledge about it, and then a little weird, but okay.
if you take all that into account, then you have to consider, okay, so why are they overrepresented in crime? And the reason why, I mean, in my opinion, it's a lot of it is economic, a lot of it is cultural, a lot of it is the opportunities available in their areas. And people can make the argument that it's because of white oppression. I don't necessarily think it's because of white oppression. I think it has a lot to do with the welfare state. I think it has a lot to do with democratic policies and liberal policies, pushing agendas upon black people instead of giving them agency and allowing them to make their own decisions.
She left. I was hoping that she would actually hear what you have to say here. Let me ask you, do you attend TCU?
I do.
How did you get in?
I spent 9 years in the Air Force and got a scholarship, 4-hour scholarship.
Thank you for your service. Appreciate it. And what are you studying?
Psychology and philosophy. So I'm actually on the
okay, psychology on the liberal arts side. Yeah. Well, listen, if you make less than a civil engineer, don't blame it on a white-black thing. You chose a degree that's kind of rough.
I just want to enjoy my career, whatever it is.
There you go. Well, listen, that sounds like something that would be, especially after 8 years in the Air Force.
9 years.
9 years. Yeah. Jeez. Sorry, look, someone's like 9. Yeah. Get it right. So you were in the Air Force. This is what got your scholarship. Do you believe that your path was more difficult to TCU exclusively because of your race?
No, I don't think it's because of my race. I think it's because, I was raised by a single mother. My dad left when I was really young.
Sorry.
My mom had to work really hard to, just get me through school. I made really poor decisions early on in life, and the military is really the only way I could go. And honestly, I learned a lot in the military. I got a lot of, I learned responsibility. I learned taking responsibility for my own actions, and I learned agency and taking pride in myself and work hard. Yeah.
How do you feel about, I'm not totally aware of the scholarship specifically to TCU, but I think everyone is well aware of, and we can agree that there are scholarships obviously afforded exclusively to minorities.
Can you explain how you learned agency in the Air Force as property of the U.S. government? Literally, it says it on your ID. How do you learn agency as property of the U.S. government?
Say it again?
How does one learn agency over themselves as property of the U.S. government? I was just asking. Okay.
He's talking fast.
Or women not afforded to, say, the white male. How do you feel about that as a black man? Do you think that that helps?
No. Actually, we were just talking about this. Actually, I was.
Well, the Asian, you can't talk with him. They're over. They'd be dominating every math and science department there is.
So I just came from the Bay Area.
Got to build a wall around their neighborhood just so we can keep some people getting degrees. For crying out loud.
It's that Asian privilege.
Yeah, I know.
I just came from the Bay Area and Silicon Valley, and I mean, you see there, like, Asian prosperity is huge.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're doing really well, and like, good on them. And I think, like, honestly, if the black culture adopted a lot of those tenets of like Asian culture and like, hey, suck it up, like go out there and get it and do it yourself. And like, it was interesting, like a lot of rappers supported Trump, and they said the reason why is because they said, you know, that's what Trump is about. He's like, go out there and get it, make your money, do what you have to do to make your money.
Right.
And I think like that's, you know, people talk about that, but they don't really go out and do it. And like, there's not a lot of talk about different ways and diversifying your means of income.
Yeah.
There are a lot of opportunities out there if you just go out there and look for them and get it. And honestly, like, people are willing to give black people opportunities, you know.
Yeah, I don't like that session right there. Let me try this one.
So you're getting very emotional.
Because this is serious.
Yes, of course it's serious.
I'm a white privileged male.
Stop it. Glean from it. If you look even at our SMU interviews, the one aggressive feminist kind of took over, was confrontational, but all of the others were really productive. Every other change my mind we've ever done has been pretty productive. But
it seems like the feminists, in my experience, be confrontational, aggressive, a little over aggressive.
Things, and you want to talk about laws, but I want to talk about really about the practicality. So practically, you know, I don't have a car here, so sometimes I like to go down, like I go to yoga. When I walk back, it's at night. I have my headphones on, I have like a hoodie on, so I'm not aware of my surroundings, and I feel perfectly comfortable doing that. I wasn't really conscientious of that my entire life until about a year ago. I was on the phone with my friend, and she said that she needed to get her textbook from her car, and it was like probably 11:30 at night. And she just wouldn't do it because she didn't feel comfortable. She didn't feel safe.
Sure.
And so that's something that's inherent as a male, biologically larger, and just like women. That's an inherent privilege.
Inherent privilege as a male.
Privilege where I can
biological privilege.
Biologically, you're going to be larger, taller, and you can overpower a woman, and for the most part.
So you're saying that male, female is biological, first off. That's a premise.
I'm saying there's both biological and societal. And there's also systemic. Systemic's going to be where it's just ingrained in a society.
Okay.
So
could you, for example, explain to me what the difference would be between a biological male versus a systemic male, to use your words?
I did not say there's a difference between a biological male and a systemic male. I'm talking about systemic male privilege and biological.
Okay, well, you
privilege.
said I'm a biologically men are bigger and stronger, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we agree on the premise
let me clarify for you. Biologically, males have privilege because they are larger. Because of that, they have a certain safety afforded to them where they can go out and then they don't have to worry about. You had a horrible comparison earlier about how males are more vulnerable to being like burglarized or whatever your thing was.
No, I didn't. That wasn't what I said.
Okay, what did you say? They're more likely to be like experience violence than women are.
Can I answer?
And
No.
Not by the opposite gender though.
Can I answer?
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, they're statistically more likely to be victims of violent crime across the board.
By which gender?
No, you just said. Do you mean gender, biologically, or systemically?
What the fuck is this systemic
well, you
gender?
just said there were differences between biological, societal, and systemic. I want to make sure we're talking about
systemic male privilege. Because you're forgetting the privilege.
I'm forgetting the systemic privilege.
You just said what's the difference between a biological gender and systemic gender?
Okay,
There's
well,
no
okay,
such thing as a systemic gender. Difference is
hold on a second.
Biological gender privilege. Don't forget the privilege. It's very important.
I see. He likes to gaslight and play games when people make good points. So he understands his opponent ain't one of them. So he can clearly articulate his point. So now he's going to play games and gaslight and try to make him act like he said something he didn't say. He clearly said biologically males have privilege and systemically males have privilege. Is that what y'all heard?
Would be committed by men at large. Domestic violence is very comparable.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying
domestic violence would be committed on the same rate from biological women to men as men to women.
The presumption that men who are more like vulnerable to violence is by other men.
Statistically, having more being the victim of violent crime, yes. Statistically, also being the victim of domestic abuse.
Would you agree that those victims, those male victims, are mostly being victimized by other men?
Sure, let's go with that. Yeah.
Sure. You think that's unlikely?
No, I didn't say it's unlikely. Okay. Let's go with that.
Okay. Well, I think we can all agree on that. And then so for women, they don't have that. Biologically, we're still on the biological part.
Right.
When they're smaller, when they can be overpowered more easily, they don't have the same privilege. When they can't go running by themselves.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second, because you've never let me finish my one sentence. You came in cussing at me, so I'm going to finish my sentence. And if you want to listen, that'd be great. If you don't, you don't have to. What I'm talking about here is privilege. I do not see it as a privilege having a violent crime committed against you at a multiple rate likelihood, whether it is committed by a male, but the man who is getting violently assaulted, I do not believe is more privileged than the woman who isn't. And statistically, that's the likelihood. It's not a privilege.
It is because biologically, that male who's being assaulted by another male has a better chance of defending themselves than a female who is being assaulted by a male. And that's the gender difference. We want to talk about male privilege.
Sure.
We have to talk about the influence on the opposite gender. I don't give a fuck about when you're talking about like male on male crime.
Really? I do.
This is not what it's about. If you want to talk about that, talk about crime. Let's talk about crime. We're talking about male privilege.
Yes.
And I'm bringing up the biological inherent differences between the genders.
I agree that biology determines sex and gender. Yeah.
Are less likely and less capable of defending themselves against the opposite gender.
Sure.
Biological.
I agree. That's why I'm a huge supporter of women concealing and carrying.
Okay, that's a completely different subject.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not at all.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a different subject because women,
I don't want. The point is, you're trying to set the premise as though for some reason women are less likely. Can I respond?
2 seconds. This is not about male on male crime, and this is not about access to firearms right now. I want to talk about the practical livelihood or existence of white.
We want to talk about systemic privilege. We want to talk about systemic privilege, and then no, hold on. So you said 2 seconds. That was about 18. Okay, I'm going to speak now, and I'm not going to cuss at you. So the point is, we are talking about systemic privilege. No one at any point, I am still open to it, anyone can sit down, has given me any example of a right afforded to a man not afforded to a woman. That's what we're really talking about with systemic privilege. Now we've just acknowledged, both of us, that men are statistically much more likely to be the victim of a violent crime. We're statistically much more likely to die at the workplace. Okay? Now, this is something that matters to me and perhaps not to you, and then that's okay, we can disagree. I don't believe that the man who is 70, 80% more likely to have a violent crime committed against him is privileged, whether it's...
I just want to ask, what do you constitute privilege as? Because he just said a right afforded to men that women don't have. So what do you believe that privilege is? Like the privilege itself, just the word.
Privilege, I think doors open for you a little easier. I think if you're trying to get a job, a little easier. So workplace should be a little easier for you because
like an advantage of some sort.
Yeah.
Do you also believe that privilege can be an immunity to certain things?
Yeah, that would be privilege too.
Okay, all right.
Committed by another man or not. Now, I would agree, maybe we could find common ground in here. What I'm talking about is I don't want to see women victimized. As a matter of fact, most men don't. And the only way a woman would be able to defend herself against a violent crime, though statistically far less likely than that of it occurring with a man, would be a mechanical advantage in a firearm. Would you not agree?
Yeah, sure. Sure, yeah, but this is not about guns.
No, it is.
No.
It's about protecting women, and it's about keeping women from being victimized.
Okay, cool. That's but men have also. But you want to talk about male privilege, so we're talking about differences between the genders. You want to talk about firearms real quick? Let's end that conversation with this. Men
That's
and
an
women do not have a
equalizer.
different accessibility to firearms.
No, they don't.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's a great thing.
This has nothing
No,
to do
it
with
has
gender
no-
privileges.
There you go. There's no privilege there
What are
as
you
far as
talking
access to
about
firearms.
firearms?
What I'm talking about is wanting to have fewer. Let me boil it down in a way that maybe might be reductive. I would like to read far more headlines, okay, that say rapist shot dead in a ditch by a woman with a .38 special than woman raped on campus because of some concealed carry law.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
so
would
I don't
like to
want
see a lot
female
more headlines
victims.
that have nothing to do with rapists.
I would exactly.
You know why?
But how do you stop
Why
it?
do you have to carry
Rape is
a
illegal.
gun to kill a male rapist when that male could just not rape in the first place?
I know. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be
fucking great? And
Yeah.
do you know why? Women
Wouldn't it
are
be great
so...
if men didn't rape?
Yeah.
Who are you arguing with? You're Don Quixote fighting windmills, man. We all agree rape is bad. You think I'm here saying rape is
They
good?
get away with it.
They don't get away
They
with
don't
it.
get fucking away with it?
No.
They get away with it on this motherfucking campus.
Really?
Yes, they fucking do.
Okay.
My
Give me-
girl-
give-
my
give
friend
me names.
raped within the first 2 weeks of coming to the school as a freshman. She was a fucking virgin too. Milton
horrible.
Daniel Hall. You know what that motherfucker had to do? He had to move out of that hall.
But you had to move out of
That's
that hall.
about it.
Really?
Yeah,
So
that's
this
it.
so this was a rape.
That's
this
how
is
they deal
interesting.
with
This is a so you're getting very emotional.
Because
okay?
this is serious.
Yes, of course it's
I'm
serious.
a white privileged male. I can go.
Yeah.
I can stay in my my little bubble of TCU. I don't have to turn my back. I don't have to worry about my job, my income, or anything like that. I don't have to worry about getting raped.
Well, you should.
My friends do.
You should worry. You should worry about your
No,
income.
'cause-
You should worry about communicating
No,
with other.
I'm
Well, let
saying
me
I don't have
finish
to worry
my let me
about
finish
it
my
because
phrase.
it is not something
you
that is
should
very
worry
vulnerable
about
for me.
You should worry about communicating with adults. You should worry about treating other people respectfully because this will affect your future employment opportunities. You first came in here and talked about how you put on your hoodie, your headphones, you don't even look around you in the periphery. That's dumb. That's stupid. You should worry about your safety. That's fundamentally unintelligent. White, black, yellow, red, I don't care. It's not smart to do. It's also not smart to come in and say we should get men to stop raping
You
as
know
though that's
my
going to help
father.
women.
You know my father, but
I'm
this
not
is the
your
reason
father.
why.
I'm not
Here,
your father.
I
But
would
you come
not-
in here as though
I
you're going to
would
school
not-
somebody and cuss and yell and say you need to stop
No.
rapists.
I don't
Everyone
think
here
I'm
wants
gonna
to
school
stop
you. I don't think I'm gonna
rapists.
school you. I think
Everyone
you're-
here wants to stop rapists. Okay. The point is, this kind of doublespeak and this kind of rhetoric and these kinds of false platitudes don't help women. Do you know what you're doing? You're victimizing actual victims of rape. There is no 1 in 5 rape statistic. When you say men get away with it, we allow men to get off scot-free with rape. It's not true,
Yeah, it is.
and you absolve people
Yeah,
of
it
personal
is.
responsibility. It leads
know
to
them.
a worse society.
I
It leads
know
to a
them.
polarized campus. It leads to, God forbid, actual rape cultures like we see across the
There's
Islamic
rape
world.
culture in this campus.
Is there?
Yep.
Okay, and then what is the
100%.
rape culture?
This is the rape culture on TCU is brewed up by, first of all, having twice as many women. Has twice as many. It creates a different social dynamic. Greek life.
So how do you change it?
Let me continue that first example. My friend who was raped within their first 2 weeks
It's terrible.
of college here, having lost
Hear more about this.
to virginity to rape.
It's terrible.
The criminal who was uncharged was
Does he have a name?
pledge.
Wait, the criminal. Wait, what? That ain't making. That was actually moron. Hold on.
The criminal who was uncharged.
Okay. I don't know how you can be a criminal. You never charged.
Well, he's deeming him that because he committed the crime of rape. According to him, he committed the crime of rape. So he's gonna call him a criminal,
Right, but
even though he hasn't been charged. But he's emotionally.
got it. But you do know
Yeah.
if you express that on social media, he'll be in big trouble. That's defamation.
Well, if you listen here, I don't think that's defamation because, well, here's the thing. They did say that he was removed from the dorm. He had to move out of the dorm.
Right.
So if they go back and they say, why was he removed from the door? I highly doubt he's going to do it because they removed him from the dorm, and for whatever reason, they negotiated that they wouldn't press charges.
Yeah,
I'm
but-
pretty sure
hold on, but
if he wants
couldn't have
to,
been- but couldn't have been that he got removed maybe for stalking and not really raping.
it's possible. But what I'm saying is, if he was removed because a sexual assault incident was reported and rape was alleged, and he moved as a result, and he ain't filed no charge or it's gonna kind of be implied that okay, you did that shit. she didn't file no charges, you didn't file no charges against the university for wrongful, termination or being kicked out or any of that. Like it gets messy, especially on college campuses. A lot of people don't file charges.
Yeah, but that's why. Well, the way he's highlighting it like is a big thing. Like cops was calling things like that, which I don't.
He is, and he ain't called nobody name yet. He just saying his friend and the guy. Like he ain't put no name on it.
Right,
He's being ambiguous still.
You do know if that's his friend, he could call the cops for her and report the rape and give parties names, and the cops are still doing an investigation.
Wait, you said what?
If that's his friend and she confided to him that she was raped and she gave the person's name, he can call the cops himself and report the crime, and there will still be an investigation done.
Right, but what I'm saying is, I think he doesn't want to. Like, a lot of women get retaliated against for bringing that kind of heat to a college campus. Like that impacts their donations. That impacts their because they have to report all of that shit in their statistics. So like schools can lose their luster for people wanting to go there if these things are reported. It's a big thing on universities. That's why a lot of the fucking like even if you report it on the campus, a lot of them ain't reported officially to local police because the campus don't want that smoke. Like they don't want that being associated with their college campus, which is, he just said it's a whole culture of rape there. Like rape happens frequently and it's not charged frequently.
Yeah.
Students are not reporting it for nothing. They're probably not reporting it because they don't want to jeopardize their opportunity to go to that institution for whatever reason. What college is this? What college is that they're at?
Texas Christian Community.
Okay.
Yeah, for me, I just find out this too unbelievable. Like when I hear the word rape, I just don't believe that people are not calling the cops and getting people locked up.
It's plenty of people that it's like I don't think men understand that for a long time women were ridiculed, like especially in college.
1960 type, 1970 type ridicule, that segregation shit.
Not even 1960, 70. I mean, you talking 80s, 90s, early 2000s, even now. And I'm not gonna say I necessarily disagree, but even now, especially in college, most people will assume, oh, you got drunk, you made a bad decision, etc., etc., and now you're embarrassed and you just want to lie on this guy and ruin his life. Or like, women don't get the support and the like. That's some new shit. That's some new shit with people being supportive of rape victims. That's very new.
So let's see. Who's in the chat? The EMA, yes indeed, all about money and justice. So what did y'all think? Y'all think there'd be some I mean, cause like y'all said the other day, I said murder is the worst crime you can do. Y'all sat there and told me no rape. So that's why I myself, just one person, lone wolf, I wouldn't believe that the rape nine.
I'm biased.
He's about this is 2018. This ain't 1990, 1980. I highly doubt that.
I'm biased. You can't. So the reason why a lot of people say that is the worst crime is because one, the person typically has PTSD from the incident. They relive it. They have nightmares. They can smell the person on them, feel them. Like it's the whole fucking thing. It's very traumatizing. Another reason why is because a lot of them, if they tell who did it, they have to question whether or not they'll be believed, whether or not, like, it can be traumatizing to tell someone that this happened to you. I ain't gonna even say can. will be, and most often is, because a lot of times people don't necessarily believe you because it's hard to prove that you were actually assaulted, especially if it's by someone that you know or someone that's well liked, loved, etc. People tend to be like, oh, they're a nice person. They would never do that. Or they would never like, so it can get to be a little touchy. Not only that, it could be embarrassing, you know, even though it wasn't necessarily your fault. It's people that have been assaulted and they're in a whole relationship.
Yeah.
And for some men, that's like, oh, like they can't distinguish that this ain't like they'll still put it on the woman as if she had a part to play in it. Like it could be very, very weird. So when people say that it's
some of that, but like to me, you talk about immunity. Like shit, that right there is immunity because see, and that see when that happens, now I see why media, when certain men have these allegations and media still and like the public still say you're a rapist. So a man can have these allegations and they go away, and then they will use the same argument you just used. Well, just because it went away don't mean you're a raper. She was just embarrassed, you know, all these same things you're saying, and then the media and the people still, the public would still say, yeah, you raped her because of those same reasons.
yeah, I definitely agree. So I think that that's a tough thing to accuse someone of, but again, there's that. It's a lot of victims who have come out and they weren't believed, and it's a lot of people who have falsely claimed that and they were believed. So it is a very kind of touchy situation whenever you're dealing with it. I understand from both ends. Again, I'm a mother of boys. I've been around, you know, situations where women can be vindictive when they don't get what they want, or they, you know, feel like they want to punish a guy for hurting their feelings. Like I've heard some crazy shit, but I've also definitely had the unfortunate experience of being a victim and knowing other victims. So like, I definitely understand how it could be.
Have you heard of cases where women say he raped me and he didn't do it and they retract it later, or he gets found innocent because there was really never a rape? Have you heard of those situations?
Yeah.
Right. So now so now let's go back, let's put it all together. So how do we know, the public, when somebody says, oh, she was raped, but she didn't call the cops? Like at that point, how do we know which case that is? It could be the case where she was hurt and embarrassed, or it could be the case where it was really no rape. She was just embarrassed that she cheated on so and so, or she had sex with a guy who she don't really.
But that's the thing. As the public, we really don't know.
Right.
But I'm speaking to this particular situation. You said how's he a criminal? Like in his mind, he's speaking from his perspective, just as many people have done. Oh, he a scammer. He a this. He a that. He a whatever. Like even though you don't personally know, you're speculating from what you've been told, what you've heard come out of their mouths, what you assume they're doing behind the scenes. He's going based off of, I'm assuming, who he knows the guy is, who he knows his friend to be, the accusation. He feels comfortable calling the man a criminal, even though he has yet to be charged.
Yeah.
Now,
so that same man could be somebody who had sex with her consensually. She regretted it, and she called him.
I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that.
So I was just saying, like, so because that's her friend, that's his friend. He's gonna ride with him. So even though there was an investigation and maybe those text messages shown and it turned, and maybe witnesses at the event said, nah, that they messed around for a little while now, and you know that could have possibly happened, and nothing further was done because of that. And then the dude just could just agree with her, like that's his friend. Like, listen, I believe you. He raped you, you're a fucking criminal. Like, cause that could be the case too.
Yeah, it definitely could. I'm not disputing that could be the case, but all I'm saying is I have not really heard. To me, if someone actually moves off campus as a result of this type of accusation, it's typically indicative of a bargain that they've made with the university.
So, yeah, so that's assuming
Like,
that's the allegation. But like I said, I'm from these areas too, and sometimes the allegation don't even be rape. It'd be something totally like it'd be stalking or something else, and he would still be called a rapist.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, I do think that people mix the terms up. Hell, it could have been something like he exposed himself, or like, and that's not necessarily like rape. It's still.
I would call him a rapist personally, but I'm just saying that's what some people would do. Like myself, you do expose yourself or you something like that. Like, to me, you right there knocking on the door. You're a rapist. But like
I'm not comfortable. Yeah, I'm not comfortable. Like, because there's some people that will watch and they'll watch someone undress and like, yes, they're definitely sexually deviant. They definitely have some issues, but not everybody does everything. And now you're not gonna see me playing with you or being like, I don't know what you're capable of. To me, you're capable of that, but I don't. It takes a different person to overpower someone with them fighting you off and to, continue to, like that. That's a different level of you just exposing yourself. I've been around plenty of guys that I don't think would go that far, but they felt comfortable like, oh, bro, why did you think we're not gonna do that? So put that away. But as long as they do that, then I'm cool. You put it away. You did not try to forcing yourself on me is a whole nother thing. Like, that's a whole nother level.
I'm dying because he landed on my laps. I smell his breath. Smell like infant milk. I'm just hollering. He took his first 2 steps today.
Yeah, I heard you said it earlier. Now, what shoes you get him?
I got on some strap-ons, some strap shoes. Yeah, like
Okay.
Velcro. That was a mistake because he just pulled.
Pull the Velcro off. And,
yeah.
yeah.
So there's always one shoe on everywhere he goes now.
Yeah.
But he took the steps without the shoes though. He took the steps with the feet, bare feet.
Okay, that's good. Got his little footing or whatever.
Yeah, he got some. So he said sexual assault versus rape. Yeah. So what if it was sexual assault? Because don't forget, like men quick to call all that shit rape. So maybe it was a sexual assault that could have possibly got him to move campus. He maybe groped her. Allegedly.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, now to me, that gets into like a gray area. Like, I see Thelma's in the chat and she said either way is awful. Like, I feel like there are some instances where signs and energy can be misread. Like, I think that sometimes a guy could think like a girl is interested or willing to go to that next step and, she not be. But in their mind, they're like, oh, you kicking it, you chilling, you here. Like, not everybody is aware of having a conversation. Some niggas just used to, taking their shirt off and starting to get undressed. Like, wait a minute, what you doing? I'm uncomfortable, but if that's been their pattern of behavior, then and other women have been cool with it, I'm not gonna feel like, oh my God, like, yeah, it was out of line for me. But as long as okay, I'm uncomfortable now, and you stop there, then cool. Once you proceed beyond that, that's when I start to feel like you're creepy. So like even with like the assault thing, like it's some women that don't care, like, when the dude just slap them on the butt or grope them, and like a nigga just walk up to him in the club and just grab them. Oh, you thick as hell, love mama. I've seen some women, as long as it's a guy they like, they cool with that. For me, hell no, don't come groping me. Like, what the hell wrong with you? You understand? But like, for the right woman, that's sexual assault. Like, wait a minute. Like, you just put your hands all over my body and I didn't invite you to that. So I do feel like some things they kind of like toe the line. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. So I understand you speaking to the mentality, trauma, whatever that shit is, but at the end of the day, I know police officers they're gonna be like, did you call the cops? Then once you say no, that shit out. And like that's just where we at right now. You know, is there documentation of that? And you know it is in these places of business. If it's not documented, it didn't exist. So then,
But her very well could be documented.
but if it's not, because then we're saying that the college covered it in, because it's documented and the police were not called, then it's like a cover up. So now we're going to some conspiracy shit. Yeah, I don't think in today's time, like,
I mean, you know, she could go to the hospital and have a rape kit done, and that's documented. Like, if you go to the hospital and report it, get a rape kit, even if you didn't necessarily report it to the police, that's still some documentation.
I'm trying to debate, do I want to cut this damn heat on or not? I'm like, damn, I'm like kind of chilly, but some nights the cover is good enough. But when I cut the heat on, that shit was extra hot.
Man, listen. I woke up the other morning, I was freezing cold. Freezing. I had turned on the fucking air. Ooh. Forgot to cut it off middle of the night. I was freezing.
That's the thing. Like last time I cut the heat on, I never cut it back off. I got home like late in the evening. That shit's still on. Like, oh fuck, hot as hell up in here. All right, so let me see what else he gonna do with this.
Does he have a name?
Pledge. I'm not gonna release
This
his
will go
name.
out to a lot of people.
The girl
I would love to see him charged.
The girl, this is not mine. This is not my decision. She did not want to release his name. She doesn't want this to be a public thing.
Okay.
Don't judge her for that. So don't roll your head.
No,
Okay?
no.
Okay,
I am judging.
Okay. Well,
Not her. I'm judging the decision.
You're judging her victim. So it's,
No, I'm
it's
judging
not-
the
it's none of
decision.
your
That's a bad
business,
decision
okay?
because you know what? That guy could go forward and rape another woman. So the stupid false.
And like that's kind of what I was thinking about just now. Like, damn, like you don't report. You know, he in his mind, I got away with it, and the next one might not be fortunate to live afterwards. Next one just died. You dig? Or you don't kill her because you feel like, I'm getting away with this shit. Like, don't forget, I'm the ID channel king. Where I used to be, and those mystery solved cases, all that shit, cold case files, and I used to watch all those shits, Vanish, all those shits, and those serial killers, like when they can scare a woman not to call the cops and they don't, that nigga's on a prowl again. That next day probably. Or that, yep.
Yeah, I can agree that's the catch-22. No, not trying to force people to report, but then also like at the same time, to what degree do you have a responsibility to report it to protect other women from or men from being victimized as well. So yeah.
If I get on niggas, I gotta get on the women because I get on niggas when I call the cops when they're getting robbed and getting shot. They don't call the cops. Now that fucking predators out there, but next time kill somebody else, that pissed me off. I gotta get on women as well. They're allowing these predators to circulate and cause more harm and further their terrorism. All right, so let's see where they're going with this. I cut this damn heat on. I'm cutting the heat on.
Victim status. I don't want that guy to go out and rape somebody else.
Then, she
blame the school because a guy raped her and she didn't give the name.
She didn't want to put the name out publicly because she did not want to be.
How do we stop a rapist if we can't charge him or get a name?
Here, let me.
How do we stop a rapist?
Let me talk. I'm going to answer your question.
Okay.
Let me.
How do we stop that rapist from raping again?
She made this decision. Stopping a racist would be to put him in jail. To have the punishment for rape to be so significant, not just taking away a swimming scholarship and attendance at Stanford for that rapist, but at this school, she did not want to put out the name and make it a public thing because she did not want to be associated with directly. This is a small school. She puts out his name, her name gets out there. She doesn't want that. She doesn't want to be known as a victim. Let me finish. The school, no. She did want to prevent that same person or his affiliates from raping again. Okay. So she told the school.
Okay, so the school and police have his name, and there was a
correct.
He was charged.
No. He was moved out of because he lived in the same hall as her.
How was this nigga able to still attend it?
He had to move out of the hall.
Fucking active rape.
Both freshmen see each other for the rest of the 4
So the
years.
police were given a name of a man who forcibly raped a woman, and you're telling me they just removed him from the hall. This is the story?
When it comes to conviction, are there other things that are needed? Proof.
Yes.
Exceptional things, and in the state.
That's a big one. Will we not agree on that?
Yeah, obviously.
Proof is important.
Obviously.
Okay.
And so, when it comes to the practicalness of this event, it is. Let me talk because we talked about the culture. So I'm talking. I going back to the example because they were Greek, they were pledges, the rapists.
Okay.
And you want to know what his brothers did when they found out about this?
I'm guessing something bad.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Yeah. They did not go up to her and apologize and say, he's a bad egg. So and so, Greek fraternity, enter Greek words. Does not back this. We do not represent this. No, they harassed her. They said, do not ruin this kid's life for one dumb mistake. He was intoxicated. He was this. He wasn't thinking straight.
Sure.
He thought you were cute. Okay? That's what they did. And that's why systemic. I was a part of a fraternity here. I left because 2 members were put on our version of our internal Supreme Court. They were given chance after chance after chance. They were in positions of power within the TCU community to where they were subject to incoming freshmen, they were subject to other girls, and they used that power in ways where they ended up harassing these girls, sexually assaulting these girls.
That's
and
terrible.
Within their fraternity, they were given chance after chance after chance until they just became maybe inactive. Or they just they were not big enough, they were not a part of the fraternity enough to where they would shed badness in the light, and that's why I left.
Can I ask a question?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
because you went, I think we'd both acknowledge you jumped from a few topics there, so I'd like to kind of zone in a couple, and then hopefully we can move forward. So you mentioned that this man raped her, the school knew about it, the police knew about it, he was simply moved to another house, simply moved to another dorm. Then you said that the Greek house knew about it, and basically was encouraging, and they harassed her, right? Okay, do you have any proof?
Eyewitness account, and that's probably one of the reasons why it wasn't like there was no GoPros everywhere. That's how it happens. That's how it happened.
We just said proof was really important. So any proof of you just gave this whole example to paint a picture of white male privilege on campus and this rape culture. Any proof?
And proof. I believe her. And and there was. She lost her virginity. There's stains. There's blood. I'm sure if she wanted to call the FBI, make a big deal out of have her name and face painted everywhere. I'm sure.
Okay.
Yet there isn't the existence of DNA proof.
Okay. So here's my point. We have to find some common ground and agree on some premises here. So no proof there that you would be able to present that anyone has presented.
You may be going in the direction of assuming that she wasn't raped, and I would strongly advise you don't do that.
Well, I'll take it under advisement. But I do have proof that there's not a rape culture on campus.
You have proof there's no rape
Yeah, the statistic is not a 1 in 5 rape. According to the FBI, it's 1 in over 1,800.
Okay.
There's not a rape culture on campus in the United States. These rapes do not occur without consequence when there's proof presented. The constant is not men getting away with rape. I'm certainly not convinced of that. I'm not convinced by your account. It sounds like a harrowing account. I feel horrible that had occurred. So you think I feel good about that?
I don't say
but
you
my
feel
point
good.
is,
I say don't give a f. I'm saying
well, then listen, you can ascribe motive all you want, but I do have
controversial to get some laughs from some people, to put other people down.
Who came in and insulted somebody? Who came in here and insulted someone? The only person who's insulted anyone all day here, all day, is you. Okay. You came in cussing and yelling and swearing.
No, because I'm pissed.
I get it.
This is serious.
I get it.
When you say there's no rape culture and you have a proof of that, you say you don't have the statistics.
I do have proof and there is no rape culture.
If you're a girl, you don't got to go out. You don't want to put out and say, hey, I was raped. You don't want to do that.
You don't want to be raped if you're a girl.
Obviously, we were talking about the statistics.
No, but you said you don't want to go for
1 in 5%.
Yeah, there is no rape culture in the United States campus. I don't agree. And the statistics don't reflect that. So if you had proof,
Which statistics are you reading?
the statistics of according to the FBI.
80% of women and 12% of men are raped on college campuses.
Incorrect.
This is the biggest research university, Columbia University statistics.
I would love for you to come and sit down when you have the microphone, and I would love to talk about that with you. Now, you see, this is why. This is not me being rude. Same thing I gave Chanel Sorry, Chanel, I apologize. See, she's not going to give me guff for it. She sees it was an easy mistake. I wanted her to have her opportunity to speak. I don't necessarily agree with her, but I would say it was very respectful. You were cussing, yelling, coming in, a little bit emotional, and I want you to have your opportunity to speak as well. And so it's disrespectful for her to yell out. We're having a conversation between
I disagree.
two people.
This is not about Samantha. This is not about being like, we're not in a parliamentary system
It's
where
a-
you're not allowed to interrupt and shit like that. This is important.
You're actually allowed to interrupt in a parliamentary system. You're talking to someone who comes from Canada. We have a parliamentary system. Shut the fuck up with facts.
Shut the
Thank you very
fuck
much.
up, yeah.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. There you go. Thank you.
Hey, did you enjoy this video? Here's the thing, you're here, this is the end of it, so we don't care because you already watched it. But if you really didn't like it and you want to justify it, leave a comment below telling us why you didn't like the video. And if you like, let us know. And subscribe to the channel, because that lets the overlords at YouTube know that
All right, so I'll play some more shit like this tomorrow. It seems fun. I'm gonna take it down because I don't want to stay up too late because I know little ass gonna wake up early. Well, I try that before. I try to go to sleep like further while he woke up. It didn't work.
And don't do it.
He's
Don't you
gonna
do
crawl, bump his head on the damn microphone. Because first of all, he wants me to wake up. So when I feel him like pounding me, pushing me, I don't want to wake up. I block it off. He'll do something, but like he'll stay around me. Like he won't go too far from me. He'll stay around me, but it's always something like keys or something, and or he might be trying to climb up to me and fall down on his butt, and because he's trying to wake me up, see. But although I'm a very light sleeper, I can sleep through anything. So all that don't mean nothing to me. You dig? I'll add it to my damn dream. You dig? All that crying. I'm like, all right, okay.
background music.
My brain start, you know how like they do the DJ equipment, my brain start just, my brain waves start just going with the cries. Like, okay, all right, yep, got it. Don't bother me, sleep. All right, yeah, so I'm gonna go to bed early. Well, this ain't early, it's late for me. Yeah, so I ain't trying to do that. Not on the football Sunday, because once you see any other time, I could catch up on sleep. Not Sunday, because football starts from 1 all the way till it's time to go to bed again. So, but he has a lot of different ones. Tomorrow, I'm gonna do the pro-life one. That's the one that gets people really emotional. That pro-life, pro-choice shit.
With him again, I
Yeah,
probably won't be able to. The first one, he was a lot more, balanced. The very first one, but he did a lot of gaslighting in these last two. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to sit through it. I hate when people are disingenuous. So yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try.
But he's a Republican, so he's come with all the Republican typical talking points.
I mean, but you could still be, have a fair argument, make your point, but don't try to gaslight the person into saying like, oh, well, you don't, we're talking about, quit with the mind games. Just debate the points. Like, that's all. He was doing a whole lot of bullshit in this last one, and it was pissing me off, but it is what it is. But yeah, get you some rest. Yeah. Don't be adding that shit to your dream. Get up.
I'm gonna try to sucker DJ Focus back on. I'm gonna be like, yeah, I heard you told my man that you be winning debates. I'm like, nigga, you scared to get on the panel again. I'm gonna try to get him.
I cannot. I'm surprised the nigga is still out here talking about this shit and spreading rumors. Like, sir, that shit was so long ago.
Oh my god, this guy. Yeah,
that was like what, like almost a year ago, if that, like probably longer.
The interesting thing is that the guy he told it to, he just like they just know each other because they're from the same city. He don't really know him like that to have a conversation, but they both know that I'm like the middle guy. So he, you know what, Rondell, and he would be the one to just pour it all out.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that nigga feels some type of way because he told his brother that cuts my hair. He told the same thing, and then I played some of the audio back, and he see his brother yelling and screaming. I said, "Yeah, you see." He's like, "Oh yeah, nah."
Acting a fool. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Cutting everybody off. So I
That's
say,
the most let me finish nigga I know. Shit.
and never finished.
And never finished. Wait.
Oh my God, yo, that time clock. We did it for him. I got to do the
Yeah.
everybody 2 minutes.
Yeah.
All right. So
Back
tomorrow.
in the day.
Good night.